as well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthador in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stop to a stop. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure, carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now because I already know production is going to ask me later. What Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it.
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into Edborn. Look at Sage. Laying in the middle.
Sage?
Laying in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sage Wabe! Get the quadra kill!
That was
Kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we ended up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So he kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body
Soul.
Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engage. The scatter of the weak comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out, the flash is popped, the rolling thunder is utilized to perfection, and now it's all on Thiessen, but Thiessen just keeps on going.
This fall, we are proud to bring you Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Valorant will be 8 teams, single round robin with a double elimination playoff. Smash will be 6 teams, double round robin with a 4-team single elimination playoff. Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the MEC. I hope you're all enjoying your Friday morning or afternoon, wherever you are, because it's about to get a whole lot better. We got 2 Valorant matches coming up for you today. First one being Ohio Northern versus Miami, Ohio.
Battle of the Ohio's Tucker today, but I really wanted to talk about the path that both of these two teams took in round 1, making it here to round 2. Ohio Northern triumphing over Southwest Baptist, but Miami University taking their way over Cleveland State, who was seeded higher than themselves. So this is going to be a good match. I'm wondering if Miami University can pull another one out of the hat and take Ohio Northern out, pushing them into the lower bracket.
I feel like we also do have to point out that Miami, Ohio did forfeit quite a couple of their matches, so they were seated quite low, but it is very much just all a mirage. This Miami, Ohio team is easily top 4. I mean, they took down CSU Vikings, which is an easy pick for the top 4, so I would absolutely put them somewhere in the runnings with Briarcliff and CSU, somewhere in between there. Of course, Briarcliff's the 3 seed, CSU the 4 seed. Doesn't really seem that fair to put Miami, Ohio down there at the 5. And I mean, that's what happens when you forfeit a couple of your games. And of course, ONU, they have been ONU the entire season. I don't think they've dropped a single map.
Yeah, ONU definitely going to be a huge contender, and I'm excited to see what they bring out today. And frankly, you know, we are kind of expecting that greatness from them, but Miami, it's like the hidden gem, right? Because we don't have as much information as the rest of the teams, there is definitely that universe where Miami could make that miracle run, come through, and claim the prize for their own. And I love myself an underdog story, but at the end of the day, the match has to happen first for us to see who that winner is going to be. And I want to see, you know, what these players are going to be doing, how they're going to be adapting, because also next week, as we go deeper into the tournament, or perhaps into the next season, we're going to see a couple more additions to Valorant, and I'd like to see which teams' playstyles would better adapt for that.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see. And I'm also excited to see where we're going. Here's the rosters first. Got to check it out. Of course, ONU, we all know them. We all love them. They have been the statistical best team, as well as just overall by far the best team in the MEC. It has not been really challenged by anyone. They've won all their maps. They've all been pretty one-sided as well. And MU, I cannot say the same. They've had their shows of success. They've been very solid. I hear that Ataraxi is back for this match, so that's going to help them out a lot. They're playing with a more formidable and a more not unique, but a roster that they know a lot more. So it should be a good fight. ONU, of course, I believe they have their full roster as well as Secrets was subbed for last week, if I'm not mistaken, but now they're back. So, yay, we get to see them primary 5 versus 5.
Yeah, as we go deeper into these brackets, these teams are going to be wanting to play with their main roster the entire time. And of course, they're going to be wanting to play on their comfort maps as well. So, selected by Ohio Northern is Ascent. Miami, Ohio want the pick of Lotus. And of course, they left Haven as the decider. Now, Tucker, we're no strangers to Ascent, but Lotus being so early in the best of 3, that's a little bit more interesting.
You know, I think that Lotus is going to have a pretty big advantage for Miami, Ohio. Not because it's going to fit their playstyle well. I just don't think that Ohio Northern is as well versed in Lotus. Because Ascent, everybody knows it. It seems like every single game that Ohio Northern has played, Ascent has made its way in one way or another. They are starting to get really, really used to it. I believe that last time they played on Ascent, I believe it was against Southwest Baptist. They tried some new things. They tried like a gecko and a deadlock, and they actually forfeited a couple of rounds to Southwest Baptist, which I did not necessarily expect. But I mean, when you're playing with a funky composition, it can be like that sometimes. Lotus, of course, Miami, Ohio's pick. It's a map they're comfortable on, and it's a map that I've not seen much of Ohio Northern, so I'm excited to see how well they fare on it, as well as Miami, Ohio handles a much better opponent on this map. A much more strong opponent, I should say.
Well, I'll tell you what, Miami, Ohio starting on the defense, for Ascent at least, is going to enable them to get a couple of extra rounds initially, because Ascent has become more biased in favor of the defenders. We've been talking about this for the majority of the season, but Ohio Northern, of course, top shelf team, top quality. So if they can just hold out for those first 12 rounds, they can easily take it back. So I'm not too boring.
We've been saying it all season.
.png, boring.png over here on the screen. I'm excited to see, I want to see what these teams pull out in terms of composition though, because we are slowly seeing that meta comp shift away. So that's where I want to see change. I want to see something aside from the Jet, Sova, KO, Killjoy, Omen. It's boring, it's been done. Yes, it's efficient. Yes, everyone knows the lineups. But something new. I mean, I'll take a wacky comp with like Yoru Gecko Reina any day over the meta comp right about now, Tucker.
I mean, it's definitely entertaining to watch, but I mean, Southwest Baptist was able to get 6 on Ohio Northern when they were trying that. I don't think they are going to. I think Ohio Northern is going to play this by the rule book. And I mean, the first... Okay, never mind. Impotence. Don't do it. Don't. Impotence. Don't. Really quick, while we got some time during the edges, like, we didn't really go over Haven that much. It is a map that, at the start of the season, we said that it was more attacker-sided, but as the season's progressed, it has been pretty 50-50. And Impotence, yeah, they lock in the Phoenix. Ash Connor, are you happy?
I guess. I guess.
It's mostly normal aside from the Phoenix, though. This is tried and true with the addition of Phoenix. You could, I guess, maybe trade it out for a KO or a Sky or maybe a different duelist that's not Phoenix. But, you know, to each their own.
Well, my thing is, right, the reason that what makes or break the meta comp is KO's knife and KO's flashes. You don't have the flexibility of KO's flashes on Phoenix. You're only flashing for yourself. That being said, I think it was ONU that we were also watching play like Reyna Jet as well earlier in the round robin section of our league. So Double Duelist doesn't surprise me out of them. So it is a bit more comfortable. What I want to talk about is Miami, Ohio's Astra. They're not going to have the ability to fast push with a blind. They'll have a little bit more post-plant potential, but it comes to the spacing and map control and how they navigate the map. mid-round. And whether or not Astra will be effective comes down to all those factors over the base utility that she has. She's not going to improve or worsen anything, with the exception, again, of that blind.
They're playing a lot more one-sided. They're absolutely stacking up on the defense. That Astra pick shows it. Whereas Omen might be a little bit more versatile for both the defense and the offensive side of Hayden. I feel like... Or not Haven, I meant Ascent, sorry. I feel Astra is much more defensive with the gravity wells and the Nova pulses. So she's going to be really good on defense as well as the post plants. Which if Miami, Ohio can survive the defense with getting 7 or 8 rounds, they might be able to sneak out a dub if they can get a couple plants down in the second half.
Destroyed.
Here it is, slow pressure towards the B side, and Saf is going to go down. Painter gets one, and Matt for 30. Good for a second.
Fantastic play. Impotence pushing. Dangerous. Can't land the shots. Panera with a headshot. And Kyle is left in a 1 versus 4. Piss around. Probably not going to happen.
And there it goes. Another night finding that last pick. Miami, Ohio. Ready to move into the second. A little bit of extra credits. Again with the anti-eco. And they're going to have a bit of an easier time holding down the fort. I will say that is where Astra's strengths are more obvious, is on the defense, having a couple extra pieces of utility to kind of act as a sentinel, where Ohio Northern will struggle because they only have the one initiator, and again, an initiator that is not going to be able to deal with Astra in any way. You can shock dart KJ utility, you can't shock dart the stars.
Ohio Northern going to start things out with a slow push. And as it progresses, they're going to make their way up through mid. Miami, Ohio is not very impressed by it. They're chilling out. They're hanging on sites. They're not even trying to contest mid. They know that Ohio Northern is a very ego-heavy team, and for good reason. They play with the Ghosts. They play with the Sheriffs because they know they can hit those shots. Miami, Ohio, so far playing it perfectly. We saw a couple of shots go down over by the A site, and it seems like the call's coming in for ONU to rotate over to the east side.
First a knife to check for presence. No one's able to dodge it, so that info is going to go out. Doesn't matter. Flames with the collateral, but Ataraxi answers on back. Oh, they have control of the spike now, too. All they have to do is hold. Molly's going to help a little bit, but so many angles to play around with. Ataraxi jumping on top, and Impotence has no clue what's going on.
30 seconds for Ohio Northern to find a way to get the spike back. Matt 430, of course, trying to sandwich these two players. Ataraxi with the 3rd kill of this round. And a perfect start for Ohio Northern, in so poorly. They just got to play for time. There's 13 seconds. Saf, there's no way they can find both of them in the amount of time. This is going to be another Miami, Ohio round. And Ashcon, what a blunder for Ohio Northern. We rarely ever see mistakes like this made. I guess it's good to get it out in the start, Go. Ooh.
I think it was a really smart approach to go for that A split after the rotate, providing so much extra pressure. But it also comes down to the positioning of Miami, Ohio there, especially in A main. Ataraxi being so confident in their move up and their positioning and taking that space where most players, they wouldn't dare to get off the site and push into A main for that territory at all. So props to them. I think that was definitely the centerpiece of their defense. And now again pushing forward to get an early break on the turret with teammates. And I like that, knowing that you're on the bonus round, your enemy team has rifles, you want to have a little bit of aggression somewhere to not just get information, but potentially fight for a rifle. And here it is, first fight, but Kyle's the one to draw first blood in favor of the attackers.
I'm not sure if it's going to call it over. No, KJ catching them on the rotate, hiding behind the box. This should be a kill, but no, they get away. Oh, Ohio Northern only up by 1, which is surprising considering the positioning over on the west side off screen. A site looks to be the target of attack one more time. Thunder Knight going to get smoked off. That's going to be a real hamper into this defense. This should be an easy plant for ONU. But we thought the last round was going to go their way off of that collateral. So crazier things have absolutely happened. Saf trying to catch Thunder Knight and company off and gets absolutely beat down by the sheriff of all guns.
Sometimes all you need is a hand cannon. Here's Secrets over in A main. And this little crossfire in Hell, Generator, A main. But these positions are a bit more risky for Ohio Northern because they could very easily lose their guns with a spike explodes. Sure, they can hold it down, but it's going to be quite an expensive round for them. As the retake comes in, Miami, Ohio falling apart just a little bit. But Ohio Northern losing 3 of those rifles. And needing to buy armor for Impotence again. Having to dip into the savings account for round number 4 here. Whereas Miami, Ohio, they're ready to look at the operator, Ataraxi, with the big stick in hand and poised to post for A.
Barrow can buy for Ohio Northern. Of course, they have 4 big guns. They have 4 rifles, but 2 of them are backed with light shields, and Secrets has a judge. On defense, I would say, yeah, sure, go for it. I mean, they're going to have to push somewhere close range. You might get a kill or 2, or maybe even an ace. We've seen judge aces happen before. But on attack, I would not say so. Operator in hand. Oh, no. Ataraxi can't land the shot. Ohio Northern going to get a little bit more space than they probably should. This is a pretty solid start.
Oh, the KO nade to separate the rest of the push from the Jet. Flames is out there alone, but stalled for enough time. No one's swinging from the side of Miami, Ohio, so ONU gets to take the space for free. We see Nanoswarms come in for the post plant later on in the round. But the patience out of ONU just waiting for everyone to be in place. Darts going out. Same with the knife. Players suppressed in Hell. That's enough information to start the execute, but no one's moved out quite yet, and this smoke is going to cut the line of sight, making it an extremely dangerous retake, especially Secrets with the judge in hand. Now a 2 versus 2 situation, but there might not be enough time. The goal of ONU just to get the guns out of the hands of the enemy, but Hunter's Fury being popped guarantees this round, and again, Matt 430 having stuck the spike, not able to fight, will not get guns out of the hands of anyone else. 2-2. Ohio teams evening it up here, Tucker.
Some would call the Hunter's Fury a little bit overkill, but I digress. I think that was absolutely, not necessary, but absolutely called for, considering that if you secure that round, you would have got the economy in your favor. You're probably going to win the next one, if not the next one after that. So sure, it might have been a little much, but it secured the round, it secured the tie, and it almost, unless Miami, Ohio is able to pull off the eco of all ecos, it secures the lead, which if an ultimate is able to secure the lead, I say go for it. Ohio Northern, a lot better buy. They're not able to full just yet, considering Kyle is left with, they still have their Vandal, they just haven't bought the full shields. I guess it is an eco round, so you can skimp out on the armor. Secrets hasn't bought yet. I think there is a technical pause going on, so that might be why Secrets hasn't bought. Maybe they crashed, you know, Valorant issues, Riot. It'd be like that.
That is definitely something that we can expect out of Valorant, and it's okay, it happens. I think the biggest thing coming out right now is evening up the rounds, like you said, Tucker. Hunter's Fury definitely being worth it. It can seem like overkill, but not the case. And they're building up to the rest of the ultimates as well. The only thing you really need to be worrying about spending the Hunter's Fury in that way is that now on the attacker side, when you try to go for the post plant, can you handle the incoming lockdown in 3-4 ultimate orbs that's incoming from Matt 430? That's the big thing, right? On this map, Sova, not only are they great for their reveal, but if it was only for the reveal, then you would just swap him out for Fade. No, you need that ultimate to counter the enemy Killjoy. You have to have that pressure in place.
Astra Star starting to go down, smoking things off. Miami, Ohio's has to play with their utility really well this round, or else they're going to have a tough time, considering Ohio Northern is nearly on a bye round. Of course, we have the Blade Storm coming out from Ataraxi on the Miami side, hopefully to defend away Ohio Northern. It's going to be difficult, but not impossible. We have seen crazier things. This should be a B hit where Ataraxi is the first line of defense. Best case scenario for MU. But we have to see if Ataraxi can land these shots. We've seen how the knives have been a little bit worse for wear throughout the season, as a lot of whiffs come through, but Ataraxi is not interested. That is 2 frags for the Blade Storm. And the eco looking not just possible, but likely, as Impotence lands the shot onto Phantom, but there's still a one-man disadvantage for Ohio Northern. At this point, the question is, do you just save the guns? They're going to try their hand at it, but it's not going to work out. 1 versus 1. Saf's the last one left alive, and there's barely enough time to get that spike down.
This is a great position for Saf. But map 430. They could walk around and go for the guns, but instead dry peeking. Both in similar realms of HP. This timing is about to go crazy. But Saf swings out wide enough, much too aware. Taking that round home, and of course at the end of the day, they still had that lockdown prepared. Worst case scenario, they could have ran all the way back to Boathouse. But that is a difficult round to cope with for Miami, Ohio, because it was absolutely winnable. Had Matt had taken their time, gone for the assault rifle, turn it into more of a 50-50, showing presence and face on both entrances into the sites, that could have turned things into some really hot water for Saf.
50-50 either way. Way too close for comfort if you're Ohio Northern, and Miami, Ohio put up a very good fight, and now they have another operator in the hands of Ataraxi. Hopefully for them, it's a tool they can use to get this lead back. Of course, Miami, not in the best case for long-term economics. They have an op now, but if they lose this round, they won't have it for next round. Can't say the same for Ohio Northern. Their economy is doing fantastic.
Claims this pinch, and no one's in tree, Tucker. So it's going to be a free site take, but Miami, Ohio, it looks like they're more than content to enable a full retake, especially with a man ahead.
Op comes out, and shots don't land. That's where the op can be a little bit weak on the retake on A site. The op is all but useless. Look how far Ohio Northern is playing on Heaven. Phantom tried to come from behind. Secrets has a double kill, leaving Phantom in the 1 versus 3. And they're shooting between the targets. They don't know who to focus on. And in the end, it's Ohio Northern with another round, pushing MU to another eco. And seems we have just had a case of another itis, I guess. It's been another this, another that. Ohio Northern is playing exactly how they want to. They are repeating everything down to a science, because they know how to play this one specific game. They know how to play the default game very good, and they're forcing Miami, Ohio into the same situation over and over again. That's why they've won 4 in a row.
And now iterating to their next strategy, Miami, Ohio going for some mid-aggression. But having spotted nothing, doesn't seem that they want to take the space either. It's taken them a while to kind of explore that region of the map that they've taken over, but Ohio Northern, again, aware. They started in tiles, now able to wrap around the map and finish A once more. Figuring out the pattern that Miami, Ohio, their A players leave the site so quickly, making one of the easiest site to take. Now they're forcing the post plant here, and with time ticking away, the pressure is on for Miami.
Yeah, this is a loss round for Miami. With the lockdown, with the weaker guns, this is by all means a Ohio Northern easy sweep. We're not surprised if it's flawless. And the lockdown's able to get one detained as well. MU tries their hand at it. Ataraxi nearly gets spotted by the recon dart, but they're going to get away with it. They don't clear the corner. Flame can't land the shot. They're only able to get one, which is a little bit surprising. Miami, Ohio somehow has a man advantage. And hold on a second. This round is another one that gets way too close for comfort. What is going on?
Miami, Ohio are showing themselves to be quite the dangerous opponent. I mean, the seeding is definitely not reflecting it. Neither is the round score. They have been bringing these rounds so close by a hair's breadth. And now as well, having 4 ultimates on the board, the ability to swing it back is in their hands. They just have to watch out for Kyle's Hunter's Fury in 1. And of course, getting caught too early. They're having this consistent issue with losing a pick, but this time around, taking one. It's Ataraxi dropping secrets with 1:20 left on the clock.
Eager push for Ohio Northern. That's going to need to be the key to this round. Math 430. Oh, sees the head, but doesn't recognize it. Flames has a shot there. And now the push coming in through Market. Panarin looking at the wrong thing. Skins equals wins, baby. That's why Flames picked up the Ion Vandal. And B's site is completely wide open. And I don't know if the ult orb is still there, but if they let Sova pick up that ult orb, that would have denied the KJ ult. But at the same time, I guess KJ is down. So let's just hope that Kyle's able to get a pick here and get that Hunter's Fury. And there it is.
Last player standing.
See it, Thunder Knight trying to swing, but Flames just burning up the enemy team. Ohio Northern taking a 6th round, and they're just kind of running away with this half right now. It can get to the point where even though you're fighting your hardest, right, in Miami's perspective, at a certain point when those losses string together, the mental kicks in, and they can't let that happen because potential is still there, resources are still there. Just a look at everything they have with the Cosmic Divide, the Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Null Command. This is perfect for them.
We saw the last 2 eco rounds almost go the way of Miami, Ohio, until ONU just swept it, excuse me, out of their hand at the last possible second. I mean, these were 1v1s, 2v2s. And look at Panarin, so close with the judge. Only able to get one. That could have been a lot worse for ONU. So, hey, count your blessings when you got them. Impotence swinging around. Run it back is available. And the spike, or the site, is completely opened up. Impotence is only be able to get a frag with it. That is a heartbreaker for MU. Spike should be going down anytime soon. Any minute. As MU is way too far away to contest this.
Got spike. Spike drop.
Spike planted.
Spike drops. 1-man advantage for Ohio Northern, but we saw these rounds go to 1-versus-1 scenarios. It would not surprise me if they're able to do it again. This round looks impossible for Miami to win it out, but they've gotten close so many times thanks to this guy right here. Phantom has made so many moves. The 3Ks, the 4Ks, made these rounds almost happen, but this time Ohio Northern's a little bit more wary of it. They expect it. They knew what was going on, and they get a 7th round in a row. AshCon, things are looking really bad for this Ohio team, and not the Northern one.
Yeah, we were expecting the defense to go a lot stronger from Miami. It's not seeming that way. Ohio Northern, of course, they have that signature aggression. Usually it is Saf on the second duelist, but this is something that is thematically consistent with how we've seen them play. They just are a hyper-aggressive team. They love the double duelist, and they make every use that they can of that type of composition, which is why I think they're one of the biggest candidates to be able to pick up the new agent. But for now, they're more than content with using Jet and Ataraxi piloting to find multiple kills in a round consistently.
Concealment.
Courtyard turned into a kill box.
Spike
Look.
is here.
Oh, no. That's not good. I don't think that Ohio Northern know that Miami, Ohio is that far up. Kyle now does, but it might be too little too late, as Saf could have tried to peek around but get floored by the Vandal of Phantom. That's an interesting sentence to say. 1 versus 2 for Secrets. 1 versus 4, excuse me. I don't know where I got 2s from. I can't count. If he can get a couple kills, it'll be a 1 versus 2, but I don't even think that's going to happen. I think this is one where you just lick your wounds. Nice shot through the smoke for Panarin. And after 7 rounds in a row, Miami is able to get back on the board. It took a while, but they got it. It only took ONU abandoning Spike behind.
One of the most basic blunders. But alas, everyone falls for that. I mean, hey. Back when Shroud was playing for Sentinels, he would keep planting the spike when he wasn't supposed to, so everyone has those moments, even the best of the best. We see Blind come in, and the spike drop sound for Ataraxi right before they get blinded. That's a piece of information that they're going to want to be holding on to. With Aldrone coming in, indicating that at least 2 are on the A side. But a quick rotate by ONU, taking that spike towards B, and Matt punished for moving up so much. ONU basically just waiting for Miami to make these mistakes.
So much utility from Astra. Pop down at the entrance to B site, but is it going to be enough? This hit is coming in really, really hard. But as the utility goes down, Ohio Northern deciding to fall off. They still have a very good site to the A site. It's defended down by the KO and the Jet, but they have a lot of access to it. They have 1 man up. The smoke's going to come out. It's going to force Thunder Knight to play a lot farther up than they may want to. And unfortunately, it's not going to work out considering the flash comes in. The hot hands denies everything that Miami, Ohio can do. And Miami has got to find a way to push up through CT. But look at where Saf is playing.
Yeah, this might just be better off a save round, but Secrets is at least going to get 1. Panarin with the trade, but they themselves fall to Flames, and this could very well end up as one of those 9-3 halves, Tucker, and what's been on my mind is that if you look at the ultimates on Miami, it's the same ultimates that they had up 4 or 5 rounds ago. And that's what is distressing a little bit, is they're not cycling out these resources as soon as they have them, right? For the specific comp of Northern, it might feel like, well, KO ult is useless on a retake because ONU doesn't have post plant. So that's when you pivot and you force KO ult out when ONU is trying to take and make them cancel. But alas, it's the last round, so we're probably not going to see those reflect. Matt going to find Flames, and it's absolute chaos as everyone bursts out of B main. Phantom trying to find sprays through the smoke, but no Phantom, so those tracers can be traced right on back to them.
2-man advantage we have for Miami, Ohio. They have not let up. Ohio has not gotten to the site yet. That was an awkward play for Impotence. I guess you're winning by 5 rounds, so it is okay. Saf left with a 1 versus 4. The right click misses, and it makes it a little more winnable. They have the lockdown at the ready, but Spike is in a really rough spot. I think Phantom actually saw that Saf picked up the spike and started shooting the smoke. That is a very fantastic play. And a good on Miami, Ohio. They clutched up last round. I think they used a couple of their ultimates, and they got it done. I mean, you were just going on a rant how they needed to use some of their ultimates. They probably could have got a couple more rounds if they just kind of circled it out. It's supposed to be like a water cycle, kind of, where one ult goes down, another one pops up in a round or 2. but that's just not what they were doing, and it showed.
Especially with all that key utility, right? If it was other agents like Reyna or Sage, I could understand why you're more reserved or you don't really care for the ults as much. But the impact of everyone on their roster, you could make an argument that maybe Cosmic Divide isn't as useful. I would still disagree, but I understand that sentiment. Now here we see an interesting push-up by Secrets to try and hold control over the orb. And this is not a missed one-way. This was an intentional smoke with the way that it's placed. And I like sending out the re-smoke as well, getting away, but Ataraxi over on Catwalk, making it in to trade out their buddy Kyle. Now a 4 versus 2. Miami, what can they do? Forcing their way into A. Secrets and Flames, each getting one. That's a synchronous swing and a synchronous death. We move forward into number 14, Tucker.
Yes, we do, with an anti-eco going the way of Ohio Northern. They've got the economy. They should be able to just buy up their Spectres and their Bulldogs if they so choose. And that's exactly what they're doing, aside from Flames. They are completely content with just a Sheriff. And I mean, when you got the head click like this guy does, I do not blame you one bit. Miami not buying a single gun at all. They are staying with the Classic. And I mean, hey, the Classic's a good gun. It's free, and it does that. That's crazy.
Secrets drawing that first blood. And with the Marshal as well. Oh. And a second. Good for 2.
It's another one from Saf. Look at the paranoia. Nearly a flawless. Just another shot, and that'll do it. Yes, it will be a flawless. I was kind of scared for the life of Flames, considering they missed the second shot. But, hey, I should have had more faith. Ohio Northern has a flawless round in them. As we send it to the bonus round, it's double digits for Ohio Northern. This is a must-win for Miami. If not, this map is likely over, considering how they got 11. Miami only has 4, and sure, comebacks happen, but 7 rounds in a row, that's... call me crazy, but no, not on Attack Ascent.
It's definitely a huge winning streak that is not often seen on this map. I agree with that 100%. But with a team like ONU, that's their bread and butter. And even here on defense, you can see, look at how much space that Secrets is able to take. No one starting off on the barrier drop to contest the smoke being thrown. It takes a little bit for the dark cover to bloom. But Miami is just not willing. They're playing overly safe. With the exception of Ataraxi, of course, Tucker.
Well, yeah, that's the Jet, Ego Jet. It'd be like that sometimes. I think at this point we need to keep a tab on how many times I say it'd be like that. But back to the game. It's Kyle headshot Phantom. No more smokes for Miami, Ohio. That's going to make this push a lot harder. Even though it is the bonus round, they have the weaponry advantage. Losing your smoke is not what you want. Flames puts the operator to work before Ataraxi is able to get a kill. Matt 430 as well, taking down the operator. So that makes things a little bit more doable for Miami, Ohio. Unfortunately, Spike is stranded in no man's land, and there's no time left. Matt 430 gets shot from behind. Running Gun Spectre will be the end of the KJ's life. And Ataraxi will save the Phantom for next round. Another round for ONU. That makes 3 rounds on a defense in a row, and they're going to strip away the Phantom. That is brutal for this attack.
Born 11 and building up to the ultimates, but with 2 rounds potentially left, I'm not sure if either team will be able to get to that point. We'll see how Miami, Ohio fights back in the next round, but they're broke here. They have to group up. They have to barrel down and make something happen. But it seems like they're not aware of the operator in Flames' hand, not doing the credit count. Still, though, Flames whiffing those shots. So for now, things are A-okay.
Okay, Flames.
Maybe we back up. Maybe we let that one go. You know?
Maybe. You could keep trying it, but it's not going to work out, I would say. Panarin gets a very good amount of information, knows where Secrets is. They are still broke, so there's not much they can do about it, but the information is half the battle. Saf holding it close, 2 for 1. That is a pretty good ratio. Another whiff from Flames. Flames try it again. 4th time's the charm. Never stop. And Flames gets outshot with the Sheriff. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No! Panarin! You've got to be kidding me!
A moment of silence for Panarin, please. All right, that's enough silence. We're moving on.
You know, Ash,
In this retake. Oh, what's up, Tucker?
it's something about the op. We have not seen a shot land the entire round until now. Ataraxi's finally able to make it happen. Maybe they're able to land another one. No, it's Kyle with the headshot with the Guardian. Playing for time. Thunder Knight swinging around. Kyle gets the shot. Is there enough time? I think there is.
Oh, yeah.
Ashcon,
Oh, yeah.
there is. Oh, no, there is enough time. You've got to be kidding me. It's match point for Ohio Northern. And there was at least 10 shots with that operator that round. One of them landed. That is at most a 10% hit ratio.
Yeah. I don't really have a whole lot of breakdown for you there, Tucker. I'm like a big contextualization guy, but sometimes they really just be whiffing like that, you know? there is no extra breakdown for me. We see Flames. That is quite the overconfident angle, and they are punished immediately for it. I know you're Jet, and I know you can dash out, but not if you put walls on both sides of yourself.
That's true, though. Kyle. Nobody knows, but they check it. And Kyle goes down as well as Secrets. I think they have a hunch that Impetus is there, and now they definitely do. With the headshot coming out, Matt 430 gets floor 30'd. Sap puts this round a little bit closer as the plant's going to come in. Retake, one man down.
Can't use that yet.
All right, so the Recon Bolt is up in Panarin's inventory. They still have the Double Shock and the Owl Drone.
Last player standing.
So they can take their time. Phantom, finding Impotence. Finding Saf as well. Holding down the fort. You mentioned it earlier that
Cultivate a sense of calm.
everything on the defense for Miami kind of off the back of Phantom. And still that reputation is being upheld here on the attack in the post plants. And buying extra time again to build up to the ultimates.
Right there.
On this half, if they can cycle through those resources, and I don't want to casters curse them, so I'm knocking on wood, they could make a comeback.
They could. It's absolutely possible. And, of course, we have not seen too many glimmers of hope from Miami, Ohio. They only have 5 rounds. They have played a little lackluster, but when it's come, it has come from Phantom. The Phantom can land a shot here that might help them out a little bit. I think Ohio Northern notices they're getting a little overzealous, so they are going to fall back. Rightfully so. They got one pick. They got the most important pick, the KJ down. So just take your pick and run with it. Secrets is stranded. You might as well go for the frag, and they're going to get one. They might get a second. No, it's Phantom.
3 versus 4. Thunder Knight needs to find where this Killjoy's at to pop the no command and have an effective take. I'm not liking the positioning here of Miami Sova. I understand Panarin wants to add some extra pressure, but
30 seconds left.
ONU, they have to split the map to cover the entirety to get that early info. Now's the time to group up. With 20 seconds left, Panarin is going to be extremely late, and with no indication of what's going on,
You are divided.
I mean, ONU is going to struggle.
10 seconds left.
Here it is. The turret's going to spot Thunder Knight on the way in, and immediately all of ONU is going to rotate around. Kyle trying to buy some time with this Hunter's Fury. The spike is going down anyways. Cosmic Divide for that signature plant, but no command being popped to stall utility for the retake. But perhaps a little too early, and gives away the positioning of all 3 post planners.
They're going to try to get this defuse out. Flash gets one more flash. But Saf is holding so close range. A double kill for Saf. Might as well make it a triple to end it out. Maybe it's not even needed. It's Flames with the last frag. Phantom, till the very end, fought their heart out for this team, and it was not enough. Final score, 13-5 for map 1. Great fight from Miami, Ohio, but Ohio Northern continues to be the top dog.
And definitely shown off their stuff, the double duelist aggression signature staple. We'll see if they'll have to change that strategy up next map as we move forward to Lotus. We'll have to see. Stay tuned, folks.
As well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthador in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stop to a stop. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up Thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure. carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now because I already know production is going to ask me later. What Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it.
As well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthenor in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stop to a stop. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure, carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now because I already know production is going to ask me later. What Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it.
just like that, we are back. More MEC Valorant coming up in just a few moments. I'm still Tucker. This is still AshCon. And if you're just tuning in, we saw Ohio Northern do a little bit more Ohio Northern things. They took a set 13-5, and now we go to our second map, which is Lotus. We've seen a little bit of Lotus throughout the season, but Ohio Northern has been a team that has kind of avoided it. I don't believe we've seen them play on it, maybe if once or twice, but overall, it's been a lot of ascent for ONU.
No, that's true. It has been their bread and butter, and it's definitely been a staple of their gameplay, but I feel that you can have similar aggression on Lotus that parallels the gameplay of Ascent. Obviously, very different maps, and with 3 sites instead of 2, you're going to have to navigate the map a little slower, but there's a lot of execute potential on A and C for Lotus that would very much fit ONU's gameplay, so I'm not too worried about them. Miami, a slow burn style on Ascent transfers very well over, and the agent pool is going to be about the same as well. So this could be the time for them to take things back in the series.
Very possible. Once again, it's Phantom instantly locking in that Astra. I mean, they played a fantastic game last map with that Astra, so I do not feel anything bad about them not choosing, or them choosing the Astra this time around. Very good pick on Lotus. I think there might be better than Astra, like maybe the Omen, but I mean, Astra's Astra. They're still a very good agent, and the double controller pick, I absolutely love that as well.
The Breach Astra is going to put a lot of pressure on that initial C peak, where players like to abuse the jump spot or holding the angle with an operator. That's going to be immediately denied. The threat of a star is just too much for anyone to handle with a breach stun stacked on top of it. And at the same time, attacking on the A side means that they're going to go ahead and shut down any instant peaks as well. That angle that connects the site to stairs where people hold the operator from is already an advantageous angle for the attackers, but anyone even thinking about it is going to be flushed off the same way as the C players would be. So looking at the defensive draft, I'm not seeing a lot of ways to counter that, but instead flexibly control the map with the double controller. This is somewhat similar to that comp Fnatic was playing at Champs.
We got the Harbor pick for Ohio Northern. I'm not sure what I think about the Harbor pick. I don't hate it. We haven't seen too much of Harbor throughout the MEC season. I think if you are going to play Harbor, I think this map and Sunset are probably the best for him. So it's going to be interesting to see. Other than that, pretty standard pick. The Sky being subbed out for the Breach. I like that pick as well. It's always nice to have a heal. It's always nice to have an extra flash and a little bit more of a versatile flash rather than the flashpoint as well. Jet traded out for, or the Rays traded out for the Jet. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I think Jet is, once again, it's just another agent that you can pretty much pick and play anywhere. So it's a lot more versatile than Rays, and there's a lot more that you could do with it, but the skill ceiling on Lotus might be a little higher for Rays. We'll just have to see how this goes. It's Ohio Northern starting off on defense, so let's see how well it treats them.
Okay. Instant Cascade. Throwing that out there to halt any players trying to push out, threaten them with a slow. I mean, if they really wanted to move over to root, they still would have made the timing, but very conservative play here. That Cascade replacing the Omen Paranoia, of course. This is where Omen Paranoia would usually shine. So all this space for A taken up, but I think Ohio Northern stacking a bit too much in the favor of A. We're watching Miami real time walk their way into B, but there is a turret posted on the B site that'll spot them and call for a rotation immediately.
Door swings open. B site is given up to Miami, Ohio, which helps them out with this site take. The retake's going to come in pretty soon. Thing about B site is it's easy to get to, but it's also easy to retake, which is good for pistol rounds, considering you just got to hold it down. But unfortunately, things like this start to happen. You can easily lose 3 players, and you don't even know it yet. Just like that, you're done. Your Viper's left in a 1 versus 4, and there is nothing left for you to do to save this round out. It's an easy round for Miami. No, it's an easy round for Ohio Northern to take. Pistol round. Pretty solid. You can't ask for much better.
Absolutely. I mean, the setup is definitely a trap for B, right? Because 2 players on C, 3 players on A, 1 turret on B. Miami a little bit overzealous in trying to plant as soon as they see that nobody's on the site. They need to press forward into spawn, maybe go to C-Link, take a fight there. Fight for a little extra space. Fight, fight, fight. That's the key word when you move on to the B site. It's the same as Haven. You go into the center site, everyone's going to rotate in, the defenders are going to collapse, and you're going to lose that post plant one way or another. So, they learned that lesson the hard way on round 1. Now Ohio Northern get to buy up a little bit. And Miami, they're figuring out how to navigate this round on just pistols.
Nice shot for Flames. Headshot and kill. No more Viper. You still have the Astra, so your smokes are not completely defended and de-utilized. But that's definitely not one you want to lose first. Still have the round to go. The execute starting out on the C site. Smoke, of course, going to put a hamper in the plans, as well as the turret. Does a little bit of damage. It does eventually go down. But Ohio Northern is still ready to pounce.
Ooh! That is a dirty headshot, dashing away, and even though the plant goes down, Kyle's coming on in. This is a crossfire that Phantom ran into, and a swift defuse for ONU.
2 rounds in a row, only dropping 1 player. Kill for Thunder Knight, kill for Math 430. The controllers and the Sentinels getting involved, but we need to see a little bit more from everybody. Bonus round rolls around. Flames buys up the operator. I like that pick. That's a pretty one-dimensional buy, considering they got the biggest gun in the game and then a bunch of not-so-big guns. Let's see what Flames can do with the hero buy. They're going to need to do a lot.
Right, because of the way that Miami has been playing, I think Flames has identified that if they get this pick on a lurker, it's more than possible for their team to move up, take the space, grab the weapon, and whether they fall back or hold the angle, that's up to them, but really trying to snowball the big stick into something greater. But just like in the last map, it seems like these first shots are not hitting Tucker. Here we see Secrets fighting hard against Thunder Knight. Hannerin trying their best to refrag, but it's not happening. Sure, ONU dropped the big stick, but they come up with an agent advantage. And this leaves Miami in such an awkward position because now they have to fight again for A space. They're not sure if the operator got picked up at C, and they know what happens if they hit B.
They get collapsed on. It's
exactly.
It is a darned if you do, darned if you don't, darned if you do a third option, as well as the time. So you could actually add a 4th option. If you just wait it out, you're going to run out of time. Sure, you have the spike, but you're still kind of far away from the site. You have the Reckoning coming out, which absolutely helps Ohio Northern. It's going to delay this push quite a long time. Look at the juggling coming out, trying to move some guns over. 13 seconds to go, pushing in onto the A site. 1 shot coming out from Ataraxi, which is able to find 1 kill. Secrets, though, lands their 3rd of the round. Phantom trying to get the spike down, but the time is out. With Ohio Northern taking the bonus as well, but Phantom stripping away some guns.
That's got to be tough on Miami because that's your bye round. That is the round you are slated to win in the first 3, and again, operator picked up too. They didn't They didn't let that one go. Oh, and you. They're here for some big savings, but this time around, they said, Flames, your operator privileges. I'm sorry, we're taking those away. It's Kyle's turn. So we'll see how the Viper operator plays out over on the A side.
You know, I like it when the controllers pick up the big stick. It's fun. We don't see it that much, but when it's in the right hands, it can put in so much work. It can do so much damage. And I mean, this player's very good. They're mechanically sound. They can absolutely hit these crazy shots that we just don't really expect. We saw what they did on the Sova just last round, or just last map. So let's see what they can do on the Viper op.
Under Night. Just playing around here. Impotence. Tempted to use the Trailblazer. There is definitely a need for information for ONU because they've seen presence across the map. But more concrete information. So nothing like a blind. The Trailblazer needs eyes. They need to see what is actually going on. Well, hey, why see through a dog? You can see through your own eyes. As the fights break out, ONU once again coming out on top. Trailblazer being used to stun. And that's Panarin down. Flames good for 4. And using the bullet tracers to draw a line through the wall straight to the head of an enemy. Good for 4. And here comes a very much needed pause, Tucker.
That last shot from Flames was kind of crazy. I think they want their op back. They want their operator privileges regained, but I don't think they're going to get it. They just proved that they are good with the Vandal. You don't need the op. Keep it on Kyle. We haven't seen what Kyle can do with it, but I'm sure it is great things. But Ashcon, you're absolutely right. Timeout is 100% needed for Miami, Ohio. They've lost the bonus round, and then the round after the bonus round, I think they don't really have a label for that. It's just the 4th round. So, yeah, 4th round, going the way of Ohio Northern. They've got 4 in a row with another one getting ready to come. They don't have an eco. They have a gun round. But look at the just utility and the money. There's so much economy in the favor of Ohio Northern that Miami is going to have to find a way to chip down at some of that. Best case scenario, they're able to win this round out, but Ohio Northern still has a bunch of money, which is not the best, but it's okay. You're starting somewhere. You got to climb a mountain with a step first.
That is true. Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We'll see in which direction that step is taken, though. You can still step backwards. Impotence.
Right, yeah.
Finding Ataraxi. Being a bit too aggressive. I see where you're going. Trying to go for the high-low with your teammate, but the problem is that animation timer, right? It doesn't matter which agent you're playing. Omen, Jet, Raze, Chamber. If you're trying to get up, it's that pull-out time that makes you such a vulnerable target, even if someone is below you holding the angle. It's a full rush over to A with the Cosmic Divide. But the lockdown being placed so early is going to force everyone out as soon as the plant is finished. And this is going to create great opportunity for Secrets, but they can't fully take advantage. It's Impotence instead who follows up. And there goes round 5 in the favor of ONU.
And that's another one, Ashcon. Miami, Ohio has another round where at least one of them will have a weak bye. As looking at Phantom, Ataraxi, and Panarin, they have 3,700. That's so close to a full bye, but it's not quite one. So they're going to have to go with the Guardian, or maybe a Phantom or Vandal and Lights, but no big boy for you. No Vandals and Heavies, no Phantoms and Heavy, no Op, no anything past that. It's an eco through and through. They may have a couple thousand in the bank after they buy, but they cannot try to contest this next round.
Oh, Miami. Trying to do something over at B, and I see the intention there, but Sky Flash, Guiding Light, just too strong, followed up by the Trailblazer. Space is entirely cleared by ONU. And this is where I feel like Miami has been struggling is not just here on Lotus, but on Ascent. Whenever they don't have money, they are consistently continuing their defaults. Instead of grouping up as 5 or going for a 4-1 split, they still do the usual 3-2 or 1-2-1 or 2-2-1. It is not helping them when they are broke to split up. They need to stay grouped, use the utility to their advantage, especially with a character like Raze. Double satcheling with a shotgun is more than viable, especially on this kind of map where you have 2 sites that are so close quarters. So much damage can be done. So many defensive strats can just be completely griefed by a single Raze. But regardless, 5v4. Ohio have bought themselves enough time to plant, but still need the space. Rolling Thunder could be huge here, but opting to save it. And the positioning is good here by the breach, but still, inch by inch, space is being taken by ONU, and now might be too little too late to pop any extra utility as they're finding kill after kill.
Taps the spike, his impotence. It's one more kill, and that'll do it. There goes 6 rounds in a row for Ohio Northern. They are completely steamrolling. Look at the money. Look at the guns they were able to keep over. They kept the op. They kept 2 Vandals as well as full shields. And they give the defuse to Saf, which is interesting considering Impotence was only 1 orb away. But I guess you could make the argument that the lockdown is a little bit more important and a little bit more useful than the Seekers. I would have just got the ult up immediately, but to each their own. It's Miami, Ohio dropping another round. I don't think Ohio Northern has to worry about which ult they get closer to right now because they're winning by 6 with no intent, and it doesn't look like they're going to stop.
Well, you also want to keep in mind it is a lot easier for Impotence to fight for the orb themselves with the utility that they have than it is for Killjoy. And that's a really big thing that they've been keeping track of because they know Impotence at any point in time can take a fight, swing out, and they'll have an orb. Maybe they might not be living after they get said orb, but hey, ultimate is now up. This bloodbath over at C indicates that maybe, just maybe, the site is open. So they're gonna mosey on down, get the plant once again, but I haven't been seeing Miami plant for Mound. They keep doing this safe plant despite being able to extrapolate that the rest of the defenders are so far out. It's something that they should be able to tell with what happened in the beginning of the round. And it feels like it's just some small details, perhaps out of nervousness, that are being overlooked in the way that they put themselves up into the post plant.
Oh my goodness. 1 man down on the retake, and it might not even matter. They're going to pop this Rolling Thunder. Panarin gets spotted, but the headshot still goes through while concussed. Saf, are you kidding me? You can't do this! That's another round for Ohio Northern. They keep the operator one more time. With every round that they keep this operator, that is 5,000 creds. Pretty much just going into their bank account yet again. And it's Miami, Ohio on another round where they're just barely getting by. Their richest player has $800. The poorest player on ONU has almost 4,000 creds, and that's after buy. Secrets hasn't bought yet. They'll probably be around 1,000. Actually, no, they match Ataraxi exactly, but still, look at the economy. This is gorgeous Valorant being played right now from Ohio Northern. Everything they do has been picture perfect.
Oh. I think it's time we retire the operator, Tucker.
Maybe.
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 But hey, it's free information. Lockdown being used. That's being pulled out. Secrets might not make it in time. Oh, they do. Hey, good timing. Showstopper going deeper, but no pressure forward. Okay, that might have been a little bit extra. Secrets and Flames just going in. Spike is lost. Kyle finds one with the big stick. redeems themselves, and Panarin again stuck in mound and again taken out.
No, Ashcon, you're kidding me, right? Miami, Ohio uses 2 ults in the same round and gets flawless.
3.
What was the third one?
Viper, Killjoy,
the
Raze.
lockdown.
Yep.
They used the.
Yep.
They used the 2 most useful ultimates twice in a row. Let's also not forget last round they used the Rolling Thunder. 2 of the most important ults in this competition. In the game, why not? 2 rounds in a row, and they lost both of those rounds, one of them being flawless. Ashcon, it's going from bad to worser, which is not even a word.
Again, it's coming down to the positioning that Miami is playing. They are being very passive. It feels like they're not on the same page, right? For example, they had that post plant where the spike was planted on C in the safe plant, and they still had one of their players holding from mound. It's this kind of miscommunication and lack of protocol that's causing them to suffer. And it feels as if there's a bit of fear building up as well. ONU is a great team. We cannot discount them. But they're not invincible. But I think that is the image that is being built in Miami's heads, where they're beginning to get a little bit lazier with their executes, even though they definitely have the potential to bring this map back.
I think I'm going to disagree with you, Ashcon. I think they're invincible. I'm not even going to lie to you. With how they've been playing throughout the past couple of months, and I mean throughout even today, they have played like a team that has no weaknesses. And I know that's not true. Every team has their weakness. These 5 players are human, even though at some points it doesn't look like it. Miami, Ohio has not been able to find what their weakness is. But I know at some point Ohio Northern has a weakness. There's something that they're not good at, and there's something that a team is going to be able to exploit and beat them. But I don't know if any of these teams in the MEC has that.
Oh man, this is looking hectic. Nano Swarms, Viper Wall, Nebulas left and right, Spike being planted. We're in position for a post. Miami, this could be their first round. Matt finds another one. The lead becomes big. But Secrets retaliates. Oh, and the Reckoning. This is going to change the course of the round for sure.
And Impotence puts them back on an even slate. It's up to the 1 versus 1. They're going to stick it. No, Ashcon, no! You've got to be kidding me. Miami, Ohio had it all. They had the advantage, 2-man advantage, and they still dropped the round. The Reckoning of Secrets and the 1v1. Pros don't fake. Stick it out through thick and thin. Makes it 10-0. Ohio Northern has won every single round. On Lotus defense, however, this is also the weaker side on Lotus. Lotus is the most attacker-sided map, according to BlitzGG. And for what?
This is, again, another demonstration on lack of protocol, because the spike is planted or tree and players playing for stairs and slants. But for some reason, we see the attackers set up their post plant towards drop, towards CT rope, and angles that are largely unessential for holding the spike.
Ooh, nice couple of shots from Phantom. Guess this round started out a little bit better than the last couple. They got the 1-man advantage. They've got a couple of guns. I know that. Thunder Knight chilling with a Bulldog. They're going to rotate over to the C site, or maybe try the B site. I don't think they know that Impotence is here. Playing in the mound. Pops the flash. Double flashed, and Phantom still comes out with the lead. Cosmic Divide going to get popped. This is a big chance for Miami, Ohio to win this round out. They've got to find a way to clear out Kyle, though, which they are able to do. And we got Saf in a 1 versus 4. And I think Miami, Ohio might just be on the cusp of winning their first round.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh! That's a timing and a half. Painter and finds Saf. That's just going to end our round for us.
Last round before the
10-1. Miami did it. They're on the board.
We take those. We absolutely take those.
I might be huffing some copium, Tucker, but at the half, economy resets. Everyone gets 800 credits. All you need is a solid mental, and it can happen.
I don't think that's copium, Ashcon. I think you got your hands on the hopium. Prod, do we still have the hopium PNG? I'll take that as a maybe.
Where is it? Where is it? Now we go. Finding the Viper's pit deployed over at C. This time around, ONU trying to show off how it's done. Not going to let this space be taken up early and... for good reason. Thunder Knight, though. Bit overzealous there. Saf good for 1. Map 430 responding. Secrets trying to move up. And again, a bunch of good for 1 trades, but ONU arguably on top because 2 players on Miami are 30 HP or less. There we go. There's the hopium.
And there it is. Spike is in control of Miami, Ohio. So they do have the means to win this round out. All they got to do is push up, get that spike down. But Ohio Northern is still playing 1 man on each side. As I say that, the KJ rotates over to B to assist. But look where Miami, Ohio is going. They're going up A main. They're going to get this orb. They will activate the attacker-sided lockdown. And they should be able to get this spike planted down with little resistance from Ohio Northern.
Oh, here we go. Retake started. ONU. That sky's awfully low. Panarin's got to be careful. You don't want to be stunning your own teammates. Silent drop here. Could be good for 1. Gets jump spotted. This is a difficult situation now. You cannot get out of this corner. Kyle. All in their hands to create an opening. And Ataraxy with a great timing is going to secure this. Oh. Well, I guess it is the last round. Why not use the Rolling Thunder?
Just secure it. I mean, yeah. I was thinking the same thing that you were like, why would you use that there? But then it hit me. It's the 12th round. And I mean, you might as well. So it's 10-2. Things have looked better in the past. But once again, we got to huff the hopium. It'll be all right. There is not a single player on Miami, Ohio that is positive. Everyone's negative. Ataraxy's the closest at 8 and 9, whereas nobody on the Ohio Northern side is negative. Closest is Impotence at 6 and 6, which is still even. And it would not surprise me that by the end of this match, that Impotence is positive. We'll have to see. As the pistol round gets started up, and this is a must-win round for Miami, Ohio. Even though it's a pistol, they need it.
Oh. You ever have your Viper Orb turn into a basketball?
I haven't, no, but Thunder Knight, I think so.
Oh, opening the door.
Right there.
Looks like Syria has rerouted the destination. Oh, not even going B. Let's move to A. They're gonna have to re-fight for all the space, but it's everyone's got pistols.
Right there.
Oh, Panarin spots 1, has the flash. But it's going to be so easy to clear. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Atarax gets 1 and no one goes for the trade. They just... Oh, and you just leaving their duelist to perish alone. In a cold, unknown land. Actually, Lotus is probably pretty warm.
It looks very warm. Good vacation spot, I would say, at least. It looks it.
Definitely better than the Shadowlands. I would agree.
Seconds left.
Seaside's given over to Ohio Northern.
Spike planted.
Should be a round for Owen or for Miami, Ohio. Statistically, the retake should come in. However, Seaside is a very difficult site to take. It is one of the most retake difficult maps in the game. But it looks like Miami, Ohio is going to make pretty quick work of it. And yes, they will. Phantom's the last one to find the frag. And Miami, Ohio stays afloat for a little bit longer as they take the pistol round. I said it was must win. And yes, they won.
It could be the beginning of a slow comeback, right? Anti-eco now, forcing up. ONU has rounds to bleed. They could force up here as well, but it doesn't seem like they're going to go for that option. Building up to a better economy. I'm curious to see if there's going to be more orb farming out of ONU than there was from Miami. What I will say is Miami was kind of dependent on the plants and kills, but there's 3 ult orbs on this map. There's plenty of opportunity to start cycling out your best pieces of utility. And I would argue that both B and C are favorable orbs for the attackers.
Phantom with a double.
Ooh.
Nice. Couple of shots. Takes away Jet. Takes away the Harbor as well. Spike will go down. That'll give them over an old orb. Which is a good sign, but of course, it could always be better. 5 versus 2. As we got the snake bite coming down to delay. I think Map 430 honestly probably could have stuck it, but they knew that it was really, really close. They might as well just wait it out. Yes, it will be another defender round 1. The anti-eco makes its way to another one, 4 in a row for Miami, Ohio. As we go to the bonus round. Last half, of course, we saw this round go the way of Ohio Northern when it should not have. And if Miami, Ohio can do the same thing, then we might be in a good position.
Tucker, I will say you're right on the money there. Fun fact for everyone at home, you got full health, full armor. Doesn't matter if the spike is snake bited. You can stick through the entire thing. You will, I guarantee you, remain alive. Unless you, for some reason, take a really long time to begin the spike defuse animation. But you can run right onto that spike and hit 4 and you'll be perfectly fine. Bar some maybe permanent acid damage. But here's ONU poking and prodding towards the A sites. A trailblazer to create some space, but Ataraxi getting rid of it immediately. This early reckoning is definitely coming to pay off, but nothing outmatches a good run and gun, Tucker.
No, it doesn't. You got the Phantom. Run and gun is a crazy thing. It's another 1-for-1. The KJ of ONU is the one that comes out alive. I don't think they know about Panarin, and now they do. With the headshot onto Kyle, takes them down. It's another bonus round that looks to be going the way of the anti-bonus team. As long as they can hold this out. They're going to run it through. It's another one. The shots don't land from Saf. It's a headshot with the Sheriff. And hold on a second, Ashcon. The Battle of Ohio just got interesting again. That makes 3 in a row on defense for MU. 5 total.
Three defuses in a row indicates to me that something is going awry in the post plant. I think ONU definitely has to pick up on that as well because they got 4 mollies, plenty of blinds, and so long as they're in the proper position, it should be a-okay. I'm wondering why, with this post plant comp, they keep trying to force A and B. It feels like a little bit of extra effort at C would go a long way, especially not even to finish, right? The Killjoy turret, Killjoy alarm bot just need to be taken down. Too much value has been had. We've seen this happen on maps like Haven as well, where teams will fail to get rid of the KJ turret in Garage, and that one piece of utility will lose them the entire map. If ONU fails to respond to KJ utility at B and C here, I think they could be opting in for the same exact fate.
Thunder Knight just slowly walks up to where they can see the head, and they take it down. Fantastic start for Miami. Considering the time is starting to run thin, they might have a chance to win out this round here.
Right there.
Ataraxi catches another one. That's Flames going down to the dirt. Ohio Northern playing this close. They've got a crossfire. The Nebula is in the way. I don't think they know that Panarin is there. They might have a hunch considering they heard the flashpoint go out. Damage is done. Saf goes down. Secrets is finally able to get a frag for Ohio. But it's too little too late as a double kill ends it out. And slowly but surely, Miami University of Ohio is making this comeback happen.
I'm watching the ultimates build up, and I'm anticipating that both Saf and Matt are going to be meeting over at C. But that's going to happen sometime later because, again, A being forced, I want to see more pressure out. In B, which is where the spike is going, so perhaps this time around, nope, walking right on back. And again, ONU, I get it. They have that aggressive identity, but that's not the comp that they're playing right now. At least not for attack. Trailblazer coming out, Rolling Thunder as well. Ataraxi trying to make magic happen. But it seems like that fight ends in what could be called a stalemate, Tucker.
1 for 1. I don't really hate it for any team, but considering Miami, Ohio utilized the Rolling Thunder for it, it is not as good as it could have been. An Ataraxi casually landing a triple kill. It'd be like that sometimes. And the showstopper, Saf has to watch it come right for their face. Give them 4 kills. And give Ataraxi a positive score. We were saying that they were 8 and 9 at the end of the last half. They were so close to positive, but everyone on the Miami, Ohio side was negative. Now Ataraxi says, now what?
Sitting on top, Miami mounting the comeback, and every round they chain together is extra poison in the mind of Ohio. Northern.
Here.
Smokes.
Now Northern taking the time. Extra poking and prodding across the map, but still ending where they've indicated they're starting.
C-site is taken. Viper's pick going down, and Flames decides to jump down at the most inopportune time. Viper's Pit, of course, gets utilized, but Secrets goes down, and the Spike Planter gets killed. But they do have the wraparound. Saf lands a headshot, but they immediately get floored right after that, and it seems like they're going to try to keep pushing through. I mean, they have utilized the Viper's Pit. They kind of have to. They're going to push it down. They're going to wait it out. Hopefully for them, Thunder Knight moves away and they abandon C-site. That's the plan, but I don't think Thunder Knight is too enthused about that.
30 seconds left.
We see the walk in and the drop. I'm gonna give Thunder Knight perfect information. And hey, why not line up while you're at it? Extra orbs to bring them closer to the ultimate. 3 total. Only needs 1 more. And that'll be great for a retake or a hold over at C. We saw Kyle doing the same thing for their hold on that site. Thunder Knight can easily mimic it and get the same amount of value, if not more, considering the extra help that they'll have from a breach. And we'll see where that cosmic divide gets implemented as well. We can't ignore that Matt 430 has the lockdown in one. Saf already has it in their inventory.
It's an eco for ONU as well. Let's not forget about that. They don't have the big guns. They've got a couple of sheriffs, but that is about it. Miami, Ohio, casually winning 8 rounds in a row. See if they can make it 9 and 10 to tie this game up. All they got to do is get through the eco round, and then they'll be closer. Then it is the bye round. Flames. Oh my goodness, you've got to be kidding me. Flames can't land the shots with the Blade Storm. Secret's pushing up first. They grab a Vandal. Popping down the shield to hold them off. It's just got to be this post plant.
You should run. Well divided.
Lockdown, not going to catch anyone. Spike is ticking. This is looking like an Ohio Northern eco round. They've got to hold it off for a little bit longer. Matt catches the headshot. Matt's defusing. And just like that, it all falls apart. Ohio Northern, from being up 10 rounds, this was a 10-0 game. They are winning by 1. And there's been no timeouts until now. This should have came out 5 rounds ago.
Agreed. This is an unthinkable situation, frankly. And Tucker, for it to get to this point, it feels as if, you know, the arrogance out of ONU got to them, because we know that base skill, base map navigation, their IGLing, knowledge of the game, all impeccable. The mistakes come as soon as you start underestimating your opponent, because here we are. What was it, 10-2, 10-1? Now 10-9? That is an insane improvement. Not a single round won by ONU here on this attacking half. And with a comp like theirs, I mean, again, this is stuff that we've seen at Champs. Granted, Champs is a little dated, meta's always shifting, patches every 2 weeks, but the strats are tried and true. All they have to do is replicate, and it just feels like that isn't happening.
They were doing so good on the weaker side of Lotus. They've got 10 in a row. And then Miami, Ohio just casually does the same thing? Okay, sure. I guess so. This is round number 20 of possible 24 of regulation. Miami, Ohio has won the last 9. Ohio Northern finally calls a timeout. It should have been called a long time ago. But it's not too late to save this game. Ohio Northern just needs to win 3 rounds. And if you can win 10 in a row without dropping a single one, you can win 3.
Miami being so proactive on their defense, even without an Omen, working up on A. And simultaneously a passive hold on C. Understanding and implementing that concept of strong side, weak side. Opening up the breakable door to be able to crossfire anyone coming out onto B. And because they've posted those nanoswarms on C with the Viper, they have enough time to stall, but they won't need it as the fight breaks out over at Rebel. Again, a 1-for-1 trade, but now in favor of ONU. This could be the round that they swing things back in their favor. Again, 3 only to close out not just the map, but the series.
Got to get there a little quicker, though. The lockdown being brought up, held in the hands of Matt 430. Phantom lands some shots. Kyle goes down. It's another shot for Phantom that lands onto Flames. The spike gets planted. How are they going to defend this, though? That's the real question. Phantom's pushed up. The smoke comes out. It's a headshot from impotence. Actually, no, that's a collat shot. Got to figure out a way to keep this down. They're playing for Mount. It's planted for Mount. That helps out a lot. Ataraxi with a double kill, and the timeout gets shoved aside. Miami, Ohio wins 10 in a row to tie this up, and Ohio Northern's not seeming like the top dog anymore.
Because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
What is surprising to me as well is there's so much space over in Bend that was not covered by Matt's lockdown. That was very easily occupiable, and it was outright ignored. 10-10, scores even. Thunder Knight still. Viper's Pit could be used to stall. But it's aggression over at A. No follow-up. So those paint shells could be a regretful situation later for having popped them too early.
Here.
And Flames tucked in a nice little spot. Just waiting. Being so patient when trying to discover these lines of sight. They're not forcing anything, swinging out, potentially ruining the round for their team. But again, that is not what ONU is known for. They're not known for the slow and steady. That's Miami. Ohio Northern, they're all about getting into the face of their foes. And unfortunately,
Spike planted.
it's their heads being taken off when it comes to the taps, as Phantom also demonstrates.
This is a retake with 2 men up. How is Ohio Northern going to hold this down? They're going to have to land some crazy shots, do everything in their power, and then some. Because this hit is coming really quick. They push out. It's Panarin with a casual double, and they're just going to stick it. Miami, Ohio has the lead. For being down 10 rounds, they have fought their way from hell all the way to the win. Just 2 rounds away.
Turret out.
No, from hell indeed, all the way to the gates of heaven. All they need to do is cross that finish line. They can be led into the promised land of map 3 over on Haven. But again, these last trials, 2 more rounds to go, and ONU, it feels like they're just letting this go. It feels like they just want to go to map 3, see how fast they can close that one out, and call it a day. Which is a bit of a travesty because they were doing so well, but hey, these teams, they're out of the group phase. It's win or lose now. They don't need the round differential. That's just for the records for the most part. So all they need is to just come out on top. 2-1 or 2-0, doesn't matter to them.
I suggest you move.
You have another reckoning. There have been so many this half, and they have not worked out. Map 430 lands a shot on the Flames, and Saf can't land the shot. Ohio Northern's nervous. They're scared. They don't know what to do. They've never been in this situation.
Spike planted.
Kyle's going to plant this down. The retake is just 1 step behind the push. As soon as they get all of the utility up, this retake is going to hit, and it's going to hit like a train. The guiding light comes out, takes down Mat 430, and the Viper's Pit being brought out, looking to deny the site. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Kyle stays alive, keeps the Viper's Pit up, pushing Panarin into a 1 versus 3 scenario with just 1 HP. And after 11 rounds of getting thrown around like a rag doll, Ohio Northern finally have got another one.
I'm eyeballing that rolling thunder that Miami has in their back pocket. That's kind of the Exodia of ultimates right now, because when you don't have the options to counter, and that's what's really, really scary right now.
One more default for Ohio Northern seems to be the play. This time we have the Viper's Pit being brought out on the defender side to delay and hopefully for Miami deny access to the C site. Panarin and the Viper getting into a little bit of a scuffle. No shots land though, so it's just a whole lot of nothing. As the site is secured from Ohio Northern, but the spike is still in spawn. That's going to take quite a bit of time. And sure, if Ohio Northern can get these frags, it's not going to matter. But I mean, you want to get that spike down as soon as you can, because all it's going to do is give Miami more time to get settled. And that's what happens. Spike was stranded all the way in spawn, and Miami, Ohio, just like that, have turned the tides. They have the two-man advantage. And Secrets and Flames are in a near unwinnable spot.
30 seconds left.
Check your corners.
Enemy remaining.
Ooh. Check your corners, kids.
Yeah, this is looking tough. Are we going to OT? That's the question.
Match point.
Not with this economy.
Yeah, I
Granted,
mean,
the
never say
ecos
never.
have been crazy. Never back down. Never what. You know how it is. We've seen some crazy eco plays from Miami in the last map. The ecos have been non-existent this time around, though. So, of course, things could happen. But the signs point to map 3. Let's just see what Ohio Northern can do with it. The ult advantage is in favor of Miami, Ohio, considering they have 3 to just 1 for the Seekers, and it's popped immediately.
Here we go, Showstopper trying to find someone. Not gonna happen. Ataraxi gets out of dodge with that satchel. Rolling Thunder. But not procced quite yet. Flames picks up the space that Ataraxi gives up. And with that high tide, it needs to be re-cleared. There's no choice for that.
Flames pushed out. They still have a chance to hold down there, but Thunder Knight immediately takes it away. Advantage given up to Miami, Ohio with one more kill. Kyle in a 1 versus 5, and it ends in a flawless. At the start, this was 10-0, Ashcon. And at the end, 11-13 final score with a flawless round to end off on. Ohio Northern drops their first map of the season in a grandstakingly heartbreaking fashion.
It's definitely a tough loss for them, especially after chaining so many rounds together here on Lotus. Having that taste of their own medicine here in map number 2, but we'll see what the Doctor's Orders has in store for map number 3 over on Haven. Tucker, this journey is coming to its end, and we hope you guys will stay tuned with us.
as well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthenor in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stop to a stop. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure, carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now because I already know production is going to ask me later. What Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it.
Welcome back to the MEC. We have more coverage of the upper semifinals. It's still Ohio Northern versus Miami of Ohio in the Battle of Ohio. And Miami, Ohio is putting up a darn good fight. We expected ONU to take this series 2-0, just like they've taken every other series in the past. But no, they started out with a 10-0 lead on Lotus just to lose 13-11.
It is a tough loss on map number 2, but definitely the kind of loss that can spark a fire within you. So as we move over to Haven, Tucker, I expect them to come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, you have to after that. If it were me personally and I dropped a 10-0 lead in a loss, I am going absolutely insane. Like, next game is going to be my game where I drop like 30 kills. So I'm expecting ONU to come out with an absolute fire and flames. That's it. Get it? Yeah. I know you like that one. Anyway, it's Haven. It's the other map with 3 sites. And historically, ONU has been very good on Haven, but that's just kind of a given. Every team knows how to play Haven. It's just like Ascent. Every team knows how to play Ascent. I believe last week it was a 13-0 for ONU on Haven against SBU. It was either Haven or it was one of the other maps. I want to say it was Haven, though.
Oh, I want to agree with you there, definitely.
And
But
it's
we're
one of their
gonna
best
move-
maps.
Yeah, exactly, is what we're going for. What I want to see is that double duelist again. We saw Saf on Arena before. That's where they were also maintaining that aggression, that double duelist identity. We were talking about how Lotus, things weren't going the way of ONU because the type of comp that they selected didn't mesh well with their playstyle. And I was kind of hammering that in. Now that we move over to Haven, a lot more options. Yes, another 3-sided map, but plays very differently and is much more familiar to pretty much every team. That's what enables them to go so hard in the paint. And look, when it comes to my ranked games, not a big fan of Reyna. But when I can see one of those agents come out in organized play, that's when I get a little bit more excited.
Oh, for sure. As she is a very selfish agent, she is very good when it comes to organization, especially if you put her on an whenever you put her on a player with a lot of pop-off potential, such as your duelists like Flames or Ataraxi or Phantom on the side of Miami, Ohio, it's not good for just the average Joe, like maybe the support player or the controller player. And I know that Phantom is literally hovering the controller, but at the same time, Phantom was the only reason why map 1 was anywhere close.
And here we see the lock-ins coming out, Killjoys on both sides. That's pretty standard, but here we see Miami opting for a very old comp. It's kind of a tried and true, but remains consistent. That is the Breach Sova Astra core. And with this core, you can swap Killjoy for Sage or Cypher, even Chamber, and Jet can even be changed around too, but you get a lot of control in A main early. You get the option to reveal C as a defender, and you can pressure any site that you so desire because Breach's fault line is just that impactful. But starting on the defense, we're going to see them go for that A control play, where Breach's signature spot for the majority of defense is going to be over an A link or behind the wall, behind the plant box on C. Phoenix, that's what I'm interested in. Where are we going to see those flashes pop? Into garage? Into B site? Will it be scrappy over in a short? I'm curious where that utility is going to be applied.
I understand like why you would want to try Phoenix, but I just don't like that pick. I feel if you want to go double duelist, there are so much better. However, I guess if you want to, you can.
Yeah, of course. And again, we were talking about how Saf was playing on duelist before and things have been changing, and I think that maybe they just want to give everyone a chance in the spotlight. Maybe they're all duelist players and they all want to be able to play their role, so they're going for a rotation where, the roles have to be filled one way or another, but by rotating players around, everyone can get their fill, and I can respect that as well, where you can play your preferred duelist so long as you're performing. And there's that flash around the corner, catching Matt completely unexpected. Things narrowing down to a 2v2 retake situation.
Double initiator versus the duelist and the sentinel. With that, it's all up to Saf. Shots can't land. And there we've got Miami, Ohio taking the pistol round to start things off. Very effective retake on the C site.
I'm gonna run my fist through that omen's face. Can you even punch a ghost?
And here comes the anti-eco, that orb going into the favor of Thunder Knight. Now on the defense, it's harder for Breach to kind of farm the orbs because of the position that they need to stay in. If your Breach doesn't start in the two positions I listed earlier, it's pretty difficult to maximize the potential of their utility. And so even though they can pass that orb to him for the diffuses, it might be better off to kind of put all your eggs in one basket and more quickly bring up the ultimate of, let's say, Killjoy or Sova. We'll have to see, because of course, if they pop off in frags and eliminations, then you can get orbs that way as well. Watching as Secrets walking up to this default smoke that they placed on A, but in the meantime, it's Kyle drawing first blood of the round.
Pushing through all the way to the garage, taking down that alarm bot as they walk up mid, trying to get their way into B side, but you got to be careful of Matt. Shots come out close range, and the Sheriff is just a little bit better right there. Ataraxi has one headshot onto Flames, winning out the Jet battle, but there's 45 seconds for Ohio Northern to make a play. And I think the rotate was called in over to A, leaving C site very weak. If this timing works out for Ohio Northern, they should have a completely free plant. And it looks like they will.
30 seconds left.
Time now going to be taken away that the spike has been planted. Phantom diligently clearing the B site. Aware that they've given up that territory, and so there can be someone posted in garage, in mid, and that is actually the case. The lurker comes up super late. So this timing by Kyle is actually perfect. They can find one, maybe a second. And this could be the ace.
No ace. Attackers win that round either way. Ohio Northern only dropping 2 players was a very nice anti-eco. And with that, that's going to completely wreck the bonus round and the traditional economy, giving Ohio Northern a really good look at the economy, doing the absolute opposite for Miami, Ohio. This should help them out tremendously in the long run because, you know, if you win, it's better to lose both rounds rather than to win the pistol round and then lose the anti-eco. Just how the economy works. Because now, Miami, Ohio has been wrecked right now and for quite a few rounds afterwards.
Well, that's if they don't swing it on back. These marshals could prove lethal. And they do. That's a Vandal on the floor. Yes, indeedy. But the journey to go retrieve it is a whole different story. We see a lot of pressure being built up on the A side of the map. Thunder Knight trying to move up, spotted, and forced back. I like that. Not even trying to test the waters here. They know it's pretty risky. Speaking of risky, Ataraxi going into that smoke. Double right click for the kill. And it looks like ONU is regretting their course of action right now. Instead of just barreling it down as a team, giving up the picks one by one.
Spike planted.
I mean, you got a lot of Spectres there. That's a situation you just run and gun it. You can run and gun. You can land your shots. So this retake is not going to be terribly difficult for Miami, Ohio. Of course, ONU still has quite a few guns, but this is a very doable round if they play their cards right. Spike's only about a quarter of the way ticked. Turret's going to give them a little bit of information. Headshot from Secrets definitely helps out, considering map 430 is no longer on the table. Phantom drops as a 1-for-1, leaving Panarin left in the 1 versus 2. Spike's already halfway gone, past the point of no return, with Saf getting the last kill. Medium range with a Spectre. No running gun even needed, as Impotence just watches the beautiful Spike explosion stop right at his feet.
A 1 round by ONU, but still an expensive one, dropping 3 of those players. They'll still have enough money to buy. They need to be attentive to this operator, which we've said 3 maps in a row now, but in the prior 2, these first shots by the op haven't exactly landed. So I'm not sure how careful they're actually going to be.
Pseudo bonus round for Miami, Ohio, considering they got the pistol and then they dropped the next 2. ONU attempting a default, at least to start things out. They're getting really close to the B site. On a gun round, I don't really like this pick necessarily. But also, Ohio Northern has been made to turn absolute dirt into platinum. So I would be a fool for suggesting they do or don't do something. As the round matures a little bit, they decide to fall off of the B site. They still have the lurker over there, but C long seems to be their point of attack. Impotence got to clear out the corner.
Oh.
The shots aren't able to land, and Flames will take down Map 430. That's why you double up on Garage. There's no chance for that corner player to get that frag.
Spike planted.
Matt can't be happy about that one. Letting ONU slide on by. Thunder Knight in a good position to stun Secrets. Straight down the line. There's a pretty good hold, and I like these smokes that are being thrown. Cut up the site. Make it as difficult as possible to retake, and knowing full well that an operator's coming in, they can just take that fight. Flames is literally on fire. Between them and Kyle, the round is won.
Flames and Kyle show for round 4 of Haven. Got a bye round for Ohio Northern yet again, and it's Eco Central for their counterpart, their other side of Ohio. Fortunately for them, they're going to have to channel their inner cowboy, their any Marty Robbins with a big iron on his hip. And they're actually going to forego most of their players getting shields. It's only Phantom and Panarin with lights, which is an interesting call, but I understand the vision.
I have the spike.
A little bit of extra pressure with the smoke over on A. Right, starting with that
You're dead.
training. Conditioning the enemy team. So this enables a really smooth C take. Problem being, all the Killjoy utility is still in Garage. So the entirety of ONU needs to fall back to spawn or press deeper through CT. And they are able to find one. They need a bit more to feel comfortable here.
Crazy lurk from Kyle to completely deny anything that Miami, Ohio wants to do. It's nearly another flawless round. Only player to die was Saf from the KJ. Matt on the other side. That'll make 4 rounds in a row for Ohio Northern, but we know from Lotus that it doesn't matter how many rounds you get in a row, especially if you're Ohio Northern. So I'm not going to say anything just yet, because last time I did, I got made a fool.
Listen, Tucker, can we even call it a lurk if you don't leave the spawn?
That's actually true, though.
I mean, viable, right? It worked, but
Standing ahead.
that is an insane strat. Ataraxy awarding themselves a single kill over at the start. And they'll take that and get out of dodge, no problem. They don't want to be in harm's way any longer. And faking the noise there too. If you're wondering what's going on there, folks, it's Ataraxy trying to bait the sound so that if anyone's running out of the smoke, they're going to clear an angle that doesn't exist, where no player is holding. And that'll give an extra opportunity to get an extra shot or two towards the opponents. Here, ONU, though, not too keen on forcing the situation. Secrets just wanting to find a pick with that operator, which they've been doing a good job of. And there they go. Yeah, you saw them check that higher angle first. And it's a bit of a stalemate.
30 seconds left.
Clock's ticking. Ohio Northern's got to go. They are trailing by a couple of players. This retake is about to come in. Secret's going to make this a little bit better. Lockdown for the attacking side, trying to secure this round out despite losing the player battle. There's a lot more manpower for Miami, Ohio. But there is every ult available for Ohio Northern if they decide to use it.
Oh, there we go. Saf, good for one. Secrets for another 1v1 situation here. Thunder Knight versus Saf. And I think it's pretty much won. Nanoswarm doesn't cover the bomb in its entirety, but it still prevents Thunder Knight from getting on early enough, and that's going to be the explosion. Securing the round. A 5th in the favor of Ohio Northern. We move to round number 7.
And look what we have yet again, Ashcon. It is an eco for this defensive team. Another round where they have to make Marty proud. Last time they did not do so. Northern, they're cruise controlling. They're driving down the highway. They've got cruise control going. They're going 75. They're just big chilling. Miami, Ohio's trying to keep up in their old rusty beater. It's a painful reality of Valorant. Ataraxi will pop the Blade Storm to attempt to keep this round close, maybe even win it out with the eco. You'll have to see how this player can land these shots. We've seen what they did last map. Actually, no, we saw what they did mainly in Ascent. They kind of went crazy. They tried to hold out that round. And it looks like they might have one here. I believe it was round, I want to say it was round, like, 14 to keep them in this game. And they are looking to do the same exact thing, but a different date.
Tough situation here for ONU. They lost their controller early on. Epitons, though, evening the odds regardless. Control the spike given over to the attackers once more. And Sap places the turret to watch CT. And the nanoswarms to stall for time. This is winnable with Thunder Knight, no fault line, and no rolling thunder, but it is up in 1. If Thunder Knight finds an elimination fast enough, this could be a pretty free retake, but again, it all comes down to timing. They do get it. Are they going to pop the ult? No, Ataraxi is good for one with the knives. There's no need to.
Swarm grenade out.
And there you go. Cannot ever play in that cubby for as long as Breach is alive and has Aftershock up. It clears the entire length and width of that space. So for any of you folks sitting over at home, if Breach is coming in for a retake and he has Aftershock, don't play in Hell on A site and don't play on that cubby in C long.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like these teams just play Breach because of that one little Aftershock play. Because it's that good. Like, if it's a 1 versus 1 on C site and they're playing a cubby, that's a 1 round. It is as simple as that.
Yes, true, but you can't discount the ultimate in favor of those two niche situations, Tucker. I do agree with you, though. It's definitely a huge favor when selecting an initiator, right? Because they could have easily gone for Sky or KO as a secondary initiator, but they're just not as efficient. So for sure, I'm with you there that it is the most impactful set piece of utility when it comes to picking a second initiator on this map, 100%.
Miami able to break the streak of Ohio Northern. Only taking 5 this time around. The run-it-back ultimate, getting a little bit of information, not doing any damage or getting a kill, but the information is half the battle. It's like you were talking about in the pre-round. It's the Rolling Thunder coming out for this retake. Defender side lockdown this time around to try to keep Miami, Ohio streak alive. Kyle gets 1 for the road. It's Matt 430, the 1 to drop. Fortunately for them, the lockdown was already put down. In comes the Hunter's Fury for the offense this time, keeping them off the spike. Secrets and Impotence, both teaming up, landing these frags. Phantom grabs a shot. They don't know that Secrets is there. They've got a one-way. They've got to swing this out. It has to be the Sova, and it is! Kyle clutches it out!
Okay. An impressive performance by Kyle, bringing things up, saving the round. Making sure the ship does not sink quite yet as they continue forward on the attacking side. And again, this is a more defensive-sided map. I mean, we're talking about 50.5% favor into the defenders. Recently, it has been more attackers sided, though. Heaven is such a tough meta to keep track of, and it feels at this point, Ohio Northern don't care about our numbers or stats. They're just here to set the trend for themselves. How about that, Tucker?
That's how it's been the entire season. That's how it was for the last map. Lotus is the only attacker-sided map in the game when it comes to these kind of stats. And you know what? They won 10 rounds on defense. Same with Miami, Ohio. It's just not anything close to what our stats know, because you know what? Sometimes things can't be explained with statistics and facts. Sometimes you just gotta say it works because it works.
Yep, that's the beauty of Valorant. You got a good game, one of your players is feeling themselves, and you defy all logic, and that's where the joy is. That's where esports play is. Now we see the intensity building up here on the A sites. And a dropout. Staraxi. Ataraxi, what are you up to?
Oh my goodness, Flames has another one. Almost able to land a third. The flashpoint comes out. They can't quite land the headshot, so they will get away with that one. But the turret and KJ teaming up for that frag. Won't count as an assist, but I mean, man, give Timmy his assist. And Ohio Northern's got another one. Give it 7-2 on the game so far. A couple more rounds to play in this last half. This is round number 10. So we're nearing the end of the first half. Miami, Ohio, it is in their best case scenario, and it is definitely on their plate to get as many rounds as they can. Maybe if they can win 3 in a row, they can bring it to 7-5. That is absolutely doable. And if Ohio Northern are able to win the last 3, they go to 10-2, of course. That shouldn't be a winnable situation for Miami, Ohio, but from what we saw in Lotus, it absolutely is.
There they are.
Here it is. Early shock dart towards C. Breaking up the utility. But Miami not letting things go. Absolutely dominating in this round. One by one. Cards are falling. Out of the deck of Ohio Northern. Options dwindling. And it seems like it might just be better to save. I know it's a minute left on the clock here, Tucker. I know that's an awfully long time to wait for the next round, but patience is a virtue, and it might just be the virtue that brings them across the finish line to a 9-round half. Give this one up. Give 3 to Ohio, Miami, Ohio total. And go forward. That's not going to be the case, though.
Yeah, they try to force something out of nothing, and I know that ONU is one of these teams that goes crazy in the paint. They go hard. But at times like that, you don't need to be giving up any more guns. If you were able to just keep Miami, Ohio what they were able to do, then you could have maybe forced an eco round into the last round of the half, or the second to last round of the half. I feel like that wasn't, of course, the worst case scenario. Like, they could have used all their ultimates by accident and just fat fingered, but it could have been worse, but it also could have been a lot better. Oh my goodness, guys, what are you doing? What's going on?
Uh-oh.
Spike dropped.
I'm a little worried here, Tucker. I've seen this episode before. I might have. I'm not completely sure.
I mean, the episode just came out about an hour ago. We're already getting reruns? Sheesh.
That's show business, baby.
That's true.
Hey, I don't make the programming.
Ohio Northern pushing through. They've got a crosswalk. Ataraxi, though, absolutely slending them home with a double. The curveball, not able to find the frag off of it. But either way, should be a pretty efficient round. Only dropping 1, and that is Thunder Knight. We go to round 12 of the half. And
So,
funny story, Ohio North is not able to full buy on it.
Tucker,
1 second, peeps.
this could be hindsight speaking, but I do feel that if you're walking into a crossfire, the flash should be the first thing being thrown before the swing happens, instead of the last thing being thrown after your teammates die. What's your analysis on this?
Ohio Northern is severely overheating. I
Amen to that.
we saw what happened in the last map where they got up 10-0, and it took them 9 rounds of L's for them to call the timeout. It was ultimately an unacceptable way to end that map out. It should have been over by a long shot, and I know that Miami, Ohio absolutely played their hearts off in the second half of that map, but waiting 9 rounds to call your timeout, guys?
Impotence on the last legs of the run it back, finding one.
You should run.
If Ohio Northern can turn this into an 8th round for themselves, they'll be in a pretty glorious position. And lockdown is aiding them to that end.
Look at how close Flames is playing. Oh, this should be an easy frag. They don't know that he's here. And there it is. They tried to play a little bit more. They tried to do the trigger discipline, but situations like that, you probably just need to shoot, because it, I mean, Flames and Panarin ended up kissing. Oh my goodness, they got way too close. Either way, that's halftime. Ohio Northern, they're able to secure 8.
And we'll see how that manifests for their defense. Again, with the double duelist, so much potential. Could go for an aggressive mid, could go for the A main, a long take. Could have fake aggression on either side just to overstack C or remain in their current positions. At least half a dozen options with the double duelist composition alone. An extra information with Sova is nice, but they need to be aggressive because that is their form of information. That is the one thing I will say that ONU are kind of obligated to do because they dropped the second initiator.
B-side hit for Miami, Ohio. They're able to land the first frag. Frenzy gets that job done. As ONU decided to play a little bit further up than they probably should have. Double kill for ONU. It's Flames and Impotence teaming up, getting those frags, headshots. Matt 430 with the long-range ghost. You know you had to do it to him. Now Sap holding very close. It's 1 headshot, it's 2 headshots. They not quite able to land the third one. Turret doing a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Turret. Oh. Look at how low Phantom is now. And the shot will land. All I'm saying is if Timmy did not do all that damage, that was a 1v1 winnable for Phantom.
Watching things as they develop. First round of the half, go in favor of ONU. This should be a 10-4 by the end of this round. This should give them the confidence to close things out. But again, we've seen miracles happen from Miami. And I will never make the mistake of counting them out early ever again, no matter how big the lead is against them.
Let's see what Miami can do with the anti-eco at stake and at the heel. This time, Ohio Northern, they know that they got beat at the B site last round, so this time, Omen not going to try their hand too heavily. Very spread out defense for Ohio Northern. Miami going to wait it out. Try to see where the push. This is an eco round. They don't have as much money. So they need to gather up and hit one spot as a collective unit, but you've talked about it quite a few times. That's been something they struggle with on eco rounds. They keep trying to play their default, which it's a good strategy, but not on an eco round. You have the weaker guns. You have to hit at one point. Like, sure, if you just flick someone a couple of times over the body, it's not going to feel anything. But if you do it 10 times at the same spot at the same time, it's going to hurt a little bit. And when you leave Mat 430 to just wander into sewers by themselves, things like that are going to happen.
Again, being isolated one by one, not helping their case. Ohio Northern looking forward to a flawless round. Maybe a little bit overzealous there with the judge, but at the end of the day, they do get to win it out. And Empetons picking up those 4 kills. That's what's scary, is when you stack orbs onto a Phoenix, Tucker, you're giving them a free second life. And when it's their bonus, it gets even scarier. Reduces the chances of you being able to win out on your buy round. And in this position of 410, if ONU take this round as well, it's pretty much going to be all but over, at least in the eyes of the credit economy.
I think this timeout's definitely needed. And I didn't get to see the scoreboard exactly, but I think Phoenix is like 1 or 2 orbs away. And in 3 rounds, I mean, all you have to do is just die twice, and boom, you've got it. So it's not a good look for Miami, Ohio. That is exactly why they're calling this timeout. Oh, it's 3 orbs. Okay, so it's a little bit better. Or no, it's 1. I forgot it's 6 orbs. So yeah, they're only 1 orb away. All they got to do is either get an ult orb, get a kill, or die. One of those 3 things, they're going to have their ult. And for how weak Phoenix is as an agent, their ultimate is very good because it's just a second life.
Exactly, and ONU has been doing a great job of defending A and A long in particular, so that orb should be free. This is not going to be a very difficult fight for them, especially with Flames kind of coming in for a crossfire on the fight, but maybe it's not as good as I initially thought, because being armed only with the judge, well, you're not going to be able to support your player over it long. This trap play, though, over day does hold a lot of potential, especially with Ataraxi so close. The spike poking around in mid, I don't know if that's exactly where Miami wants to finish off, because again, B, easy to retake for the defenders, and C is Killjoy's domain right now.
This is a standoff through and through. A jet standoff between Flames and Ataraxi, just kind of wiggling back and forth. But it seems Ataraxi decides to flake off as Miami, Ohio make the call to C. But now, just like that, as the call comes in to go to C, in comes the retake call as well. There we see the swarm grenade getting the frag. Saf's able to keep this round kind of close. Miami, Ohio still has the advantage, but it is only 1. If these shock darts can land, this could be a big sign that this round goes the way of Ohio Northern. Oh, that's unfortunate. And Mat 430 almost able to grab that kill. Takes off a couple of eyes, though, as Impotence pushing through, taking it on the CT side. This round just got close.
Ooh!
Was that a run and gun?
I think it was, Tucker. I think it was.
Can we get the precise gunplay?
Definitely precise gunplay.
Definitely precise gun. Oh well. Precise gunplay. That's the Valorant special. You know, it's a tactical shooter with precise gunplay. You can run and gun with a Vandal. It just works. So bonus round goes to Miami, Ohio. Ohio Northern definitely fought their way to a close round, however, so they should have the advantage this round as well, considering the economy is going to be a little bit weaker for MU. But I mean, we'll have to see. Once again, this has been the series of ecos so far. So I cannot say anything will or will not happen because I always end up looking like a dummy.
Oh. The fight not really breaking out over at A, just a lot of noise being made, but again, because the Killjoy utility is up at B, O and U are kind of confident in just sticking around and doing what they want.
30 seconds
That being said, they might want to rotate soon. This is a really fast barrel down C long with really no counter because the blind misses Ataraxi. Saf, however, does not.
Oh my, what a play! Secrets, casual triple kill with Impotence grabbing the last one. Miami, Ohio left in a very bad position. Couple other players are not able to full buy up. And Ohio Northern are on the brink of match point, just one round away. I mean, Panarin only has 2,100. I think I saw Matt 430 with a little under 3,000. Yeah, there it is. Really, the only player that's able to full buy with a Vandal and Shields is Phantom. Everyone else has got to sub something out for something else, which is not a good look this close to the end.
Here we find the lockdown very, very, very close over in Matt 430's hands. Just need to find one frag, one plant, one ore, but we'll see whether or not that is going to have an effective use again because ONU has the running back once more. I think this is going to be the second or third time, but regardless of how many times I've used it in this half tucker, it's still that lethal weapon of theirs. Might not need to use it here because, again, not a lot of money for Miami, Ohio, but still, if they need to secure the round, it's always in their back pocket.
Yeah, we got another tech pause, though, so we're going to send it back to us. Hello, everyone. It's still us. We're still here. We're not just voices. We're people. But, yeah, so the score is 11 for Ohio Northern. This is not good for Miami, Ohio, by any means necessary. Of course, we've been kind of talking about it. I'll be honest, I've kind of been clowning on Ohio Northern for blowing a 10-0 lead. But this is bad. Miami, Ohio's on an eco round, and Ohio Northern just needs one more round to secure at least overtime, which is a very scary sight to see, considering you've already came back one time. Just because you come back once does not mean you can come back again. Typically, you use up all of your power and all of your comeback ability on one map. You typically don't have to come back twice in the same series. But this time, we have Ohio Northern in that same situation where they're leading by a lot both maps in a row.
Here.
Here's a slow approach. It's in spots with the jump peak. And Flames from that unpredictable angle. Finding 3 is crazy. The first one, maybe the second, but a third as well. That is going to close out this round. And yes, the spike is in the hands of the players going C, but there's a Killjoy there ready to slow the progress, and all Saf needs to do is swing out with confidence and find one, but no, Matt is going to turn it around on him.
Flames on for the ace. Not quite, though. It was a fantastic shot from Matt 430, and Impotence just going to play around a little bit before they get it. Like a kid on the swing sets going down the slide at the local park. They've got it. That'll be match point for Ohio Northern. We got one more round, and we are done. Miami, Ohio goes down to the lower bracket. Thankfully for them, they do have a bye round, so it might be a little easier. But Ohio Northern is not a team to give up anything easily.
Not at all. I mean, we saw that in the last map. It could be a comeback here. That comeback comes with a lot more pressure. When your back is already against the wall and it's map or series point, things are a whole different ball game. Now, Lockdown being available to Matt with the Cosmic Divide on Phantom, there are still options here to maybe push the envelope a little bit more. But those are also the very same players that ONU are finding earlier on into the rounds.
A side is the preferred side of Miami, Ohio. Not pushing too far just yet. Look at Impotence, however, with the run it back. Everybody's just hiding. They know how Impotence is when it comes to these run it backs. It seems like their aim just gets 10 times better. And considering their aim is already pretty solid, without it, that's a dangerous sight to see. It's 2 for 1. Matt able to find 1 frag for Miami, Ohio. Flames putting themselves in a position that they might be able to find another one, but it's not quite the situation they need. Ataraxi gets blinded by the paranoia. They've got to run. Getting shot in the back, somehow still alive, under 100 HP, and that will be the end of Miami, Ohio University. What a game. All the way to map 3, 13-5 map 1, 11-13 map 2, and then 13-5 one more time on Ascent. Man, Ashcon, what a nail biter there. They took it all the way to map 3. Some said it probably shouldn't have gone to map 3. I said it probably shouldn't have gone to map 3, but you know what? Miami, Ohio absolutely showed themselves to have some heart. Before we head out, we do have an interview, so make sure you stick around for that. Don't go anywhere, because you're going to want to hear what this player has to say. It was a fantastic game. We want to ask him some questions. We'll be back soon. And welcome back, everyone. We're here with an interview, the one and only coach of ONU. It's Ace Llama. Ace Llama, you just won a nail biter of a series, and you're on to the winners finals. How do you feel?
I mean, I'm super proud of the team that we've made it this far. We've had a really good run, especially in MEC this season. I'm just happy to see the boys' hard work start to pay off, you know?
I mean, it definitely has been a lot of hard work. You guys, I'm sure, have been practicing multiple times throughout the week. I want to ask you guys what happened. It was a little bit of a touch and go situation at the series, especially in map number 2, building up a huge lead on Lotus. And then what ended up happening was Miami bringing it back. You had that bit of a late pause. What was that conversation about, and what was the thought process there on that map?
The conversation, it was mostly just like, it was to try and bring the pace back, because we were like, what's going on? Like, we were on a roll here, and then all of a sudden Miami, they switched something up, and then we weren't quite keeping up, and then we started losing more and more. The mental started to slip, you know, and so the conversation was just like, hey, let's pump the brakes here. We still have we have a bit of leeway. Let's figure out what we want to do, how we want to proceed, and then just try to put ourselves back in the right headspace, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then kind of a question to not necessarily counter, but accentuate that. For map 3, you came off of a game that you had a 10-0 lead and you ended up losing. How did you kind of move past that and just push your team to win in map 3?
I mean, as a team, we just do a really good job of being supportive. Like, after we lost map 2, we were like, okay, let's take a minute. Everybody sort of settle down a little. Let's calm the nerves. We can do this at the end of the day. We know that we're a talented team, and we know that we are good enough to win this. So especially Secrets, he did a great job of keeping everyone's heads level at the best that he could and bringing back the mental. And then we started to pick up some speed from there. And then, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ace Llama. Before we send it on out of here, is there anyone that you want to thank, anyone you want to shout out, or just anything you want to say to the camera?
I mean, big shout out to my production, Dre over here, slightly off camera. Wouldn't be here without him. Couldn't figure out the setup originally. So big shout out to him, because he knows how to work the tech. But other than that, shout out to ONU, and that's it.
All right. Thank you, and congratulations once again. Can't wait to watch you in the winners finals.
We can't wait to see you guys there.
And that was it for ONU and Miami, Ohio. Thank you to Ace Llama for coming out for the interview. But that is all that you will be seeing from us. We got more casters coming in, though. We got more Valorant coming up in just a couple of moments. Make sure you stick around. You don't want to miss it. We have Clark University versus Briarcliff coming up right after this break. As well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthador in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stock to a stop. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure, carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now, because I already know production is going to ask me later, what Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it.
तेरी याद यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी 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 याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी
Unified welcomes you to the following presentation of the Midwest Esports Conference. Here at the MEC, we partner with schools all over the Midwest to create premier gaming experiences.
The most common angles that the operator plays. This is like second to only B long. Fight is likely having a leg shot, but they're too slow. Hariri lands a perfect headshot.
Laying in the damage zone and them on out. Going into A4, look at Sage. Laying in the move.
Laying
in the damage. Going in revenge for their honey.
No way!
Sage Wabe gets the quadra kill.
That was
So it kind of sounds fun, so I'll give it a chance. And then we end up playing in high school the next 2 years together. We've been playing ever since. So you kind of taught me the game. We've been playing on a team since then, and then now we're in college, so we can't play together anymore.
We do love all the players, even the ones we shit talk. We love you all. We love you all.
Body Pluto looking for the plank. Trickster waiting, maybe looking for the steal. Pluto has his engaged. The scatter of the week comes through. Watch Levi though. Levi hasn't been touched just yet, but the damage is coming through. The melt line gets melted. Jinkwall on a killing spree, and all of Ottawa goes down.
Why? Those don't go in. It goes off the sidebar.
Starting to come out. The flash is popped. The rolling thunder is utilized to perfection.
One enemy
And now
remaining.
it's all on
Last
Thiessen, but
player
Thiessen just keeps on going.
This fall, we are proud to bring you Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Valorant will be 8 teams, single round robin with a double elimination playoff. Smash will be 6 teams, double round robin with a 4-team single elimination playoff. Welcome to the MEC. Enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the MEC fall season upper semis. I've got my co-caster, not Captain at Soka, but somebody else here. The Halloween spirit is running through. Can you introduce yourself? Who am I casting with today?
Well, normally I am Captain Atsuka, but today you can call me Billy. Billy Puppet, as a matter of fact. And, I'm one of the many disciples of Saw. But with that being said, I think I'm ready to get into this next matchup in Valorant for the Midwest Esports Conference because I want to play a game.
Yeah, if you look at the playoff bracket here, ONU beating out Miami, Ohio 2-1 here. And obviously me and Captain Atsuka are going to be casting the second match, or the second best of 3 between Briarcliff University and Clark University. This will essentially guarantee them top 4. As you can see, ONU has already made it, and one of these 2 teams, either Briarcliff or Clark University, will be facing off against ONU in the upper finals. Long, arduous season for a lot of the teams in the MEC. At Soka, I know you've been casting them pretty much through and through throughout the regular season. I feel like a lot of these teams, if you talk to me when I saw them week 1, week 2, and now they have evolved. They have gained so much experience and have really come into their owns over the past couple weeks and month and a half or so.
Yeah, and I just want to go back and talk about the last match that we just saw between ONU and Miami, Ohio. You know, I said this during the regular season, and now that we're here in the postseason, I'm just going to reiterate again. Miami, Ohio is the sleeper team. Look what they just did to ONU. ONU was undefeated throughout the entire season. They almost dropped to Miami, Ohio, and narrowly made their way into the upper finals. I mean, look how close that game came. And again, I don't think Miami, Ohio is finished. I don't envy any team that has to go to the lower bracket and go up against Miami, Ohio. And this is exactly how I predicted it. I remember Captain was not capping on this. I said ONU is going to narrowly squeak by, and then Miami, Ohio is going to drop to the lower bracket, and they're just going to run. They're going to run the lower bracket, in my opinion. But with that being said, I think you also have to watch out for Clark and Briarcliff. These two right here is going to be another insane matchup. BCU, for the record, came out and made a video and said they're about to take the whole thing. So again, they have a lot of confidence coming there from BCU. So I don't know. Is that confidence going to be enough to take Clark? Only one way that we can find out.
Yeah, and as we get through the lineups here, BCU on the side of their team, Hariri, Freight, Kanichi, Tony, by the way, and Milk rounding out their roster. On the Clark University side, we've got some familiar names, Soup, Zrona, Fade, Ein, and Kang here. I mean, we've seen these guys match up time and time again. One of my favorite players, Zrona, that guy comes in clutch for Clark University. But on the BCU side, Milk, somebody that quietly, in my opinion, is able to rack up kills and has really been on the Briarcliff side, one of those like stalwart players, one of those guys that you can always count on, super reliable, right? He's kind of like a Ford Ranger, Captain Etsoka, never will let you down, can run for hundreds of thousands of miles, and you can rely on it.
Oh, 100%. But, from BCU, I'm looking at Hariri and Konichi. Why? Because both of these players are capable snipers. Hariri likes to play more of like that sentinel role, so you see them on the KJ a good bit. Konichi, again, they like to run the duelist. They like to run with the jet. But you will see both Hariri and Konichi like share the snipers around, and they are so good at it. So be sure to watch out for Hariri, especially if we end up on Haven and they're watching C-Long. You have got to watch out for these two because they love to share the sniper rifles, and that makes them really dangerous because they can click heads.
Yeah, for sure here. And I think right now we're entering a very interesting period for Valorant, right? Because the game, other teams' plans, Freight, yeah, pretty much that's exactly what happens. I think we're entering a very interesting period for Valorant as well, because in a couple days, we're going to get a new patch. A bunch of different characters are going to get buffed. So the game that these individuals are playing today or even this past week will change literally in 7 days, right? The game that they're going to be playing, from leaks, a bunch of Sentinels have been buffed. The Judge has been nerfed. My favorite weapon, Captain Etsoka, is finally getting the nerf that it deserves. And so I think right now it's super important for them to clutch out this win because they need time to study the game. They need time to maybe relearn some compositions before coming into the upper finals, the grand finals, and so on and so forth, because the game will change.
Okay, run that back to me again. What weapon is getting nerfed?
Oh, my favorite one, the Judge, is getting nerfed.
Okay, all right. That's understandable because, again, the purchase power for the Judge is insane for what you can make of it, especially in the hands of a Raze or a Jet for that matter. But with that being said, one thing, Cypher players rejoice. We are getting yet another buff, and this one's actually good. This is like the last buffs, okay, whatever. But this one is actually good. Cypher mains, expect to see Cypher coming back out on Bind. Cypher Bind, the combo, it's going to come back because now, in order to get rid of the trips, you actually have to shoot them. Like, they won't go away just by walking through them. And now, it's just going to be that much more better because not only that, but you're going to have the Yoru clones are going to activate it, bots, doggos, anything can set off the trip. So again, the Cypher just getting a much needed buff, and I love it. Cypher was my first ever main coming to Valorant. It warms my heart to see them getting love. But let's go and check out these maps now. We got Bind, Haven, and Ascent.
Yeah, pretty standard rotation, I would say. I think still a lot of teams not comfortable on the Sunset map. I also wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys are saving Sunset potentially for like a grand finals or when they really need to like push comes to shove. And it's like, oh, actually, we've got a Sunset comp ready to go. Bind, Haven, Ascent, very standard maps. I love Bind. I love Haven. I don't love Ascent. I'm going to be quite honest with you, Etsoka. I feel like Ascent is arguably the most boring map to watch, simply because I feel that map has been figured out to a T. You can get a little wonky here and there, but you can definitely expect some more or less the same type of agents here. I think Bind as well. I think double controller. You've heard me talk about it before. I'll say it again. Double controller on Bind is so busted because you have teleporters, you have the ability to feint back and forth between sites. Even if you run something like a Viper and Omen or a Viper Brim is what we typically see, you have so much of this ability to kind of play like this lurking Viper style or this fast hit, fast exec Brim style. It really depends on what the team's comfortable on. I do love Haven, though, as the second map for Briarcliff. I think they've done really, really well on this map previously, and I like the compositions that they run, and I like how creative they get because there's 3 bomb sites on there, right? They're not afraid to go C and then run all the way back to A, potentially, if things look out of sort, and so I'm very excited. I hope this game goes the distance like the last series, but Atsuko, what are you excited about the most?
I'm excited about this meme. Hang on. Zerona walking around the corner. Zerona hearing the first gunshot 180 degrees behind them. Oh, God, the memes. Again, you got to give it up to Hyper, the meme master, for sure. I mean, they're definitely cooking behind the scenes. But honestly, I think this one is going to go the distance just because BCU, again, they came out so confident. They made an entire video about it. And then Clark, again, they've just been running the table. Clark is number 2 seed for a reason. And I really think we're going to see this one go all the way to 3. I'll be surprised if it didn't. Although one thing that I wasn't expecting is Bind to kind of come back into the mix, because throughout the regular season, at least for almost every game that I casted, it was Lotus, Haven, Ascent, or a variation of those 3. And this time we're taking Lotus out and we're putting Bind back in. So that is going to be interesting to me. And I honestly can't wait to see how this one's going to unfold.
Yeah, it's going to be super, super exciting as we are going to load into, I believe, the agent select here. And for Bind, I mean, I've already told you what kind of comps I like to see, and double control and all that. Do you kind of believe in that same sort of double controller supremacy, or do you like what some teams have been starting to do where they run like double sentinel on Bind and they just try to, bang you out on the defender side? Like they get like 8-9 rounds and then it's easy peasy from there?
Now, you see, my favorite agent is Viper, so in any way scenario that I can get Viper in the mix, I'm all for. So yeah, double controller, because again, I just love Viper. Anywhere that I can get Viper into the mix, let's go for it. But the thing with BCU, this right here, Konichi, they have been bringing in the Deadlock. The only competitive team I've actually seen to bring in the Deadlock, and especially the only team in the MEC that I've seen bring in the Deadlock, and Konichi actually knows what they were doing. The last time they brought this character, this agent out on Bind, they ended up taking the win. And we even had a debate because I hate the net nade. To me, the net nade is so bad and it needs a buff. I really think it needs a buff. But Konichi's confident and said the net nade maybe needs a slight buff. But I guess they're comfortable with it. They know what they're doing. And you know what? I think this composition is very fascinating. And, I think it's going to be something that BCU is like really pulling out of their hat here. And I don't know if the side of Clark University is going to be able to really predict what that Deadlock is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think the added variability, right, of like playing against a Deadlock at such a high level. I think the general consensus amongst everybody is that Deadlock needs buff. She's not that good. On release, she was weak, and she just hasn't found a spot in the meta. How many teams have competitive Deadlock practice, right? How many teams understand like what to do against it, right? Where do they place their trips? How do they play against the net nade, right? That kind of stuff, like you mentioned. Even against the ultimate, right? It's an easy pick, and that ultimate can just change the shape of a round completely, because now you have to decide, oh, do I shoot my teammate free and potentially leave myself open up to swing? Or do I just let my teammate die, and now we have to play out a 4v5 here? I love the fact that they bring out the Deadlock, a little bit of different flavor. It's double Sentinel for Briarcliff, but realistically, Atsuka, I've always debated this. I've always, hemmed and mawed that like Chamber is not a pure Sentinel, right? He's practically a duelist at some points in the game here with his teleport, with everything. He's a duelist that has a little bit of extra Sentinel flair, let's say.
I mean, honestly, what is it? The trip that makes him a Sentinel, and that's pretty much it. Like, honestly, homie's got buying power. Like, that's his power, is that he's got the power of the purse. He's a rich French weapons arms designer. He brings his own guns in, so it's going to save you a lot of money. That's his ultimate. His ultimate is he's rich. Okay, that's like he brings the money to the game. So again, Chamber is basically that duelist, and if you want to make him more of a Sentinel, you would have to give him 2 of those trips at least 2 of those trips, because just the one, you're not going to be covering much.
Yeah, 100% here, as we do have Briarcliff starting on the defensive side here, running that quote-unquote double sentinel setup here, while Clark University, they are opting in. There is a tech pause at the moment, but like we said, Clark University opting in for that double controller here in a very spicy variant. I would say the Astra and the Viper on Bind here. I think they're one of the only teams that runs the Astra Viper. Soup has such good lockdown on that A bomb site, right? It's so disgusting when he actually ends up playing on the defensive side. But for Clark University, they've got to pick up a couple rounds here, because if you're running double sentinel on Briarcliff, my breaking point is 8-4. If you can get 8-4 on the double sentinel, you can see yourself in a very good position here. But if Clark University get it to like a 7-5 or even a 6-6, then it becomes really, really hard for BCU to do something on the offensive side.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of like the Brimstone Viper combos too, just because I love the double molly. But I will say that the Astra from Clark University, that Astra is a comfort pick. And it doesn't matter what map they're on. I've seen them run Astra every single time, on Haven, on Ascent. I've always seen them run Astra, and you know what? They're really, really good on it. And I'm a big fan and a supporter of comfort picks over everything. So I am expecting this Astra pick to do work on every single map that we see. And I think the player has this character down to a T.
Yeah, as we see Clark University just kind of waiting out the first minute or so, not really looking to get aggressive at the moment. They're just inching out, trying to get some utilities. Now they're finally walking into showers here, but Freight, the train has commenced. It has left the stops. He gets a headshot onto Clark University, stuffing out what was going to be offensive here.
Yeah, and take a look at this. I mean, there goes the net nade. Unfortunately, it doesn't land, and Konichi is going to go down as Kong able to land their shots, and now the spike is ticking away, and we got a 3v3. This was looking really one-sided as BCU were able to get 2 early picks. Oh, Milk with the headshot, the one click from the classic just finds its mark, and now Milk again. And you know, we were saying this, I've been saying this the entire season, but you know, it's not a sky difference, it's a Milk difference. Do you got Milk? That's the question.
Yeah, super impressive on this Sky, like you mentioned. And Briarcliff, they will get the retake going. Was looking a little dicey when it became a 3v3 after, you know, Clark, 2 of their members went down, both the Rays and the Sky here. But BCU's defenders did their job, right? They got their 2s, they got their 1s, let's say, and then the rest of the team was able to rotate through, and they're able to clean up some of the damage that was done to Clark University. So really rough. Gonna be interesting to see how they trying to find out where Freight is playing, if he's gonna keep playing in that showers area, if he's gonna be swapping back and forth here. Is now we see 3 members onto the B bomb site here for BCU, while everybody on Clark University wants a piece of this bomb site.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to get it. As you can see, Clark University now going to be making their way in here, at least over there towards Hookah. They're trying to force their way here, I guess, towards B long. Out goes that net nade, and now the spray will come through from Konichi as they do find one on Kong.
Yeah, the net nade plus like double swing combo is absolutely disgusting. You couldn't tell that BCU's team have found set plays to do with Konichi, right? They found these set plays to say, hey, I'm going to throw this. Let's double swing off of it. Worst case scenario, we get a 1 for 2. Best case, they all die there, as now they're going to potentially look to re-hit this choke here. But a lot of damage has already been done onto Clark University's side. Teleporter gets taken. Milk flashing out. They do have to clear that right side, though. Konichi waiting.
Goes for the swing again, finds another, looking for a third. Konichi takes out the classic, tries to get it done with the pistols, and now he's gonna go with the melee, but it's gonna be no good. Hey, you gotta give them credit. You know, they went out like a champion. You know, they went out strong.
Oh, Hariri not able to hit the shots here, and Soup with that Sheriff could do quite a bit of damage. BCU already 2 members going down here off this, bonus, or not bonus, but the round 2 here for Clark University, and that's already a good amount of damage. Let's see if he can get the plant down, at least put some more money. Never mind Milk with the wall bang headshot. The guy's got the infrared goggles on.
got Milk, and again, I'm gonna keep saying that. as long as Milk keeps making plays like that, I'm gonna keep saying it, because again, who does that? Like, I expect that maybe from a chamber with a headhunter, just because it seems to be like within their characteristic, you know, just to like, you just whip out, you know, the headhunter and then boom, okay, I'm gonna shoot somebody through the wall. No, it's Sky, it's Milk. Like, again, they're cooking. Like, it's great to see. And now we're getting into the rifle round. Clark University has the power to buy up, and I think BCU are going to stick with somewhat of a broken buy and try and make the most out of it.
I love this coming out from BCU. Zerona is expecting him to get one rifle out. Freight tries to do more damage with the judge here as Tony comes big with 2, and it's equalized. They can swap out some of their guns, and they can potentially look to upgrade. And Briarcliff University, they catch Clark with their pants down.
Oh yeah, you never heard the story about Tony 2-Tap over here. Let me tell you about Tony 2-Tap. You try and take him in a 1v1 and then split 2-Tap you in the dirt. You can't get the once over on Tony 2-Tap over here. This guy, he just takes you out in 2 clicks and that's it.
And now Tony 2-Tap has picked up another rifle. Hariri still has the Guardian in hand, but Briarcliff's job is pretty much done. They've taken 3 rifles out of Clark University's hands. CU will be so broke coming into this round 4 here. Even if they end up winning it, let's see how much damage Tony can do. Let's see if he can actually clutch it out 1v2. He's got a full health bar, but I think he's looking the wrong way. Kong, nice angle here. And Clark University, they pick up the round win at Soka, but they bleed a lot of money.
Oh yeah, that's what we like to call an expensive win. They got the dub, they did, but it cost them a lot. I mean, they lost 3 players, so that's 3 full rebuys, and honestly, that was like somewhat of the anti-eco round coming from BCU, so they're gonna have money going into this one. This should be the full rifle round, this should be the full buy round, but you saw, you know, in the buy phase from Clark University, they had a couple of half shields. They weren't able to go full, but at the end of the day, we got to see how much of a difference that's really gonna make. Let's find out. Here we are, round number 4 underway.
Had Soka, and this is where I like to call the real Valorant begins. The real game, round 4, when everybody's got rifles ready to go, when everybody's looking to tap heads, as Riri is not able to get the kill here, but does quite a bit of damage onto Clark University here. The Rays, already 18 HP. How do you entry when you're that low? Gonna get healed up from Sky here, but they're still missing some armor, and it's going to be really rough. If they just tap him in the head, double body shot even potentially, and that guy's going down. BCU holding strong. They've actually shifted 3 people over to A when they have originally been doing 3 on B. So I don't know if Clark University has snuffed it out or if they still think there's 3 members here on the B bomb site.
It was funny because, you know, when you asked, you know, how do you entry when you have 18 health? And I'm thinking to myself, that's the neat thing. You don't. And they didn't. Now they're rotating back around to B. They're not going to try and peek that again as the showstopper does come out. It doesn't fully connect, but Freight able to stay alive until finally they are gunned down. But a fair trade. I mean, maybe not so fair when you use an ultimate, but at the same time, you lost one, you gained one. And now we're back down to a 3v3 as the spike does make its way onto the B site.
Spike planted.
I'm going to say he got robbed like that. Like, don't even give me the nonsense of like rockets don't lie, ball don't lie. He got robbed there as the smoke does go down, and Tony and the rest of BCU are going to come out for this retake as Clark University got the bomb down. Now, how can they defend? Fade picks up 1.
Oh no, down goes Tony 2-Tap, but that's okay because Milk, able to find another, does get gunned down, and now you have this lonely chamber, but they do have an op, and it seems like they're just getting partial damage with it, and now they're unfortunately running out of time, and they're not going to be able to defuse, so they're just going to save the op, and you know what? I don't blame them.
Yeah, such a crucial weapon, especially on the defensive side for the chamber here. Briarcliff University, unfortunately, unable to get the retake out. Yeah, that Ray's ultimate got the job done, kinda, sorta. I mean, he got the kill, right? Like, Freight was able to do something with it eventually, but gave more than enough time for Clark University to hit the site, and unfortunately, Briarcliff University, they only had 2 members on the B bomb site. Konichi went down almost immediately from that garden peak, and that was the bomb site for them. Rotations were not out there. Let's see if BCU is willing to put 3 individuals back onto B like they were originally doing. I liked the set plays that they had coming in with the, you know, the net, the slow net or the crouch net into the double swing, right? And so anybody that gets caught out in there, they're guaranteed to die here. I also want to see this chamber swap up the position, because the truck position is very, very standard. Most people are going to be able to jump swing you, or they're going to be able to flash you out. Maybe he takes a longer position back at heaven and potentially lets them walk in a little bit. But I do want to see BCU start adapting, because I think Clark University's biggest strength, always, time in and time out, is to be able to mid-round effectively and really swap up how they've been doing these attacks and how they want to, you know, look to use their utility on different sites.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I think the reason why they're not setting up in heaven is because, you know, they got the double smokes. I mean, honestly, if you're playing, you know, the first thing that you're going to hit is you're going to hit those double smoke points. You're going to hit heaven. So that's getting smoked off one way or the other, and they have an Astra. So, again, they're going to have to find another avenue, another angle to try and get a cheeky peek.
Yes, Konichi and the rest of BCU, other than the chamber, is on a broken buy right now. It's one op right now, as we are potentially going to get into maybe a boss. Kenichi goes down, Freight as well, gets the trade onto Kang. So it's a 4v4 for not too much, as Freight is just W-keying in right now.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do, and take a look at this. Both Freight and Milk able to find one with just the sheriffs in hand. This has the makings of a thrifty round. Well, actually, maybe not, because the operator's still in play. It does connect. I told you Hariri is that sniper. Again, you have got to watch out for Hariri. They are the Sentinel sniper. It doesn't matter which one they're on either, because they change their Sentinels. Sometimes they'll be a KJ, sometimes they'll be a chamber. You know, they love to be very versatile with these snipers. But Soup coming through, able to put it into Tony 2-tap, and now we have ourselves a 1v1.
Hariri sniffs it out. He's not going for the fake right now. Soup is doubling back, but doesn't understand. Wall goes down here, so he's not going to be able to hear anything on both sides because of the changes. Let's see if Hariri tries to peek it, if he tries to sneak around.
30 seconds.
Timing. Oh, Hariri gets the kill, the flick onto Soup, passing like ships in the middle of the night. They finally spot each other. But Hariri gets the kill with the operator. And what was a thrifty round for Briarcliff University, they turned into a dub.
Honestly, you know, had it not been for the op, it would have been a thrifty round. And honestly, I consider that a thrifty round, but it's the hero, you know? Honestly, Hariri was the hero. They often end up being the clutch factor for BCU, and they're just a beast with the sniper rifle. But regardless, that's why you save the op, for that reason. We saw Hariri kind of, you know, give the previous round and, you know, give up sight in order to save that op. And you know what? I think that was the right call, because it led to a win.
Yeah, as now the ultimate comes in. Showstopper from Zerona here. Gets the kill onto Milk. He's doubly back in. He picks up a gun for himself, as upgraded from the Classic. And that's the entry. That's the bomb down in a matter of seconds. Clark University get it onto the A site.
Yeah, and this isn't like, you know, playing on Haven on B site, or, you know, Lotus on B site, where it's an easy retake. A site, it's not the most difficult retake, but it's not the easiest either. You know, this is actually going to be a little bit of a challenge, as now you can see it will be the tour de force to connect, as Hariri trying to connect with the operator, not having a lot of luck here. And now Freight comes through with the 2-tap, but it will be Clark University to close things out with a massive thrifty round that ties back up at 3 rounds apiece.
Oh my lord. Thrifty in all sense of the word, economy-wise, but they used a damn good amount of ultimates. They used the Showstopper, they used the Tour de Force. They invested a lot to make sure that they keep this a tie game, and I love that from Clark, right? Not playing into BCU's expectations. Who knows if Briarcliff was actually accounting for double ultimates to be used here, but smart play from Clark. They get the bomb site, they get it down super quickly, and force an even faster retake from Briarcliff. And honestly, if it wasn't for Freight getting a triple, Clark University would be rich right now.
Absolutely. And now take a look at this. Hariri starts out quick with 2 head clicks back to back and is able to rendezvous out a dodge. That was a great opening. And remember, we even said that Hariri is going to have to find a lot of different angles here because, again, we know what the angles are going to be. You could play truck or you could play heaven. So, again, that was a nice cheeky lineup just to get 2 and then just get out of there ASAP. And now Briarcliff not only have the player advantage, but they have the ult advantage. There's 3 ults at the ready for BCU.
Yeah, B bomb site's left completely open here. Briarcliff more than willing to play the retake, although I don't necessarily love this idea because it can be kind of rough, especially if all the angles are being covered. And you've got, you know, agents like the Sky, like the Chamber here that can kind of get in, get out potentially off of a flash, or like you said, off of a teleport, as Ein is looking to play the hero. Bomb goes down. ECU is going to come in for the 5v3 retake. Let's see how much damage Clark can do. Freight pops the showstopper, though.
Yeah, and I think they might have popped it a little early, but at the same time, you know, they say that the showstopper is just like, you know, a sight clearer. You know, it's just like a zoning ability just to clear sight. And it worked for the most part. I mean, look, they were able to push everybody off site, and then it was really just a retake from Clark University to try and come in and take control back from BCU. So again, the showstopper pretty much did its job.
The showstopper is just a big-ass Hadouken at Soka. That's what it is. That's all it is. That's a zoning tool. It's a fireball, however you want to see it. That's what the showstopper is in that regard. It may or may not hit, but damn, you've got to respect it.
Can we just point out that the Radiant Entertainment System, like, you know, that animation for that weapon, when you get to final elimination is just a Shoryuken as well?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think there's a lot of fighting game or Street Fighter fans on the development side for
see me play Smash, see me cast Smash on Sunday, where we're gonna have plenty of Kens doing Shoryukens, I assure you.
Yeah, for sure. Here's now Briarcliff University with that retake are able to go up 4-3, but now Clark University is trying to go in, but here comes the web, the kidnapper, to put him on a milk carton, but Hariri picks up 2, 3 right now. Freight 4th off the back, and Clark University dismantled.
And that's why that ult is so nutty. Because all 3 players from Clark University that were in A main all tried to free their teammate from the cocoon. They succeeded. They succeeded at getting them out the cocoon, but all of them ended up falling. So at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, are you willing to sacrifice those 3 to try and save 1? Or do you just got to let that one fall? Let them fall victim to the ult? I mean, what are you going to do?
So, if you were talking to me and I was playing, you know, solo queue, competitive rank, you're dead. I'm sorry. I'm not going to free you because I'm going to get swung. And even if I do free you, I think what people don't understand is after you get out of the annihilation, there's a bit of a delay before you actually get your gun back, right? You drop to the ground, you stand back up, and then you can finally fire. In those moments, more than anybody, everybody is ready to go and peek you, swing you, get the tap onto your head. And yeah, in this scenario for Clark, there were 3 members there. It's a relatively easy break on the cocoon if everybody's firing. But like you said, peeking off of the fact that they're trying to free their friend, Hariri, I believe, picked up 3 there. And that was just a really nice play from BCU. The Annihilation didn't get the kill initially, but it got Hariri 3 for himself. And that's pretty much how you want to play Deadlock.
Oh, 100%. Again, you know, we haven't really seen how Deadlock should be played competitively. But again, Konichi, I even said this before we started, Konichi, they are, you know, really making a case for this agent here on Bind, at least. I haven't seen Konichi break out the Deadlock on any other map except Bind. So again, you know, maybe they're showing us what the capabilities of this agent actually are.
I definitely understand it too, right? Because this ability right here, the wall, we haven't really seen too much of it. We've been talking more about the net, the annihilation, but I think the wall specifically, because there's so many areas like garden, like hookah, where you can throw that down and just kind of deny them the entry, or even if they do, they go on top of it, they bounce around, they're not ready to go. As Zerona is going to get traded out by Milk here. Victor's comes out as well. They're just trying to figure out where these guys are. Tom, though, Cabbage is coming, and Konichi's just going to swing off of the vegetables.
One enemy remaining. Spike Spike down B.
I love how Konichi plays Deadlock because they always, like, you know, again, they throw out their utility or whatever utility that may be, whether it's the sound alarm or the net nade, and then they go in and then everybody aims at Konichi and then whoever's behind Konichi just cleans up. Whether it's the ultimate or the utility, it's like Deadlock is there just to play bait and switch, and I love it.
Yeah, and you, like I said, you could tell early on that like BCU have played with this Deadlock. They understand those set plays, and I like the idea that you mentioned that, hey, we're seeing the potential of this character on specific maps. In certain situations, you can just stall it out as Milk is going to get the final kill onto Ein here. And that was a quadra on this round for himself, right? He picked up 4. He popped the Seekers and was able to get 3 more ult points back as now Clark University slowly slipping down the tracks here in Briarcliff. I said the magic number for these double sentinel compositions, quote unquote double sentinel, is 8 rounds. If you can get it to 8 rounds, you put yourself in a very good position, at least on the offensive side, to clean out and close out the game here. So let's see if Clark University can at least tie it to 6-6.
Yeah, and you know what we're thinking? Well, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but what I'm thinking initially is that when you see the double sentinel, you think, oh, wow, they're really, you know, stacked defensively. You know, you got 2 sentinels, and they're starting off on the defensive side. So you're thinking, you know, maybe that's not going to do them well on the offensive. But one thing that you had even said from the beginning is that Cypher isn't really a full sentinel. You know, they're more of a duelist than anything. So this double sentinel comp actually kind of goes in their favor for the offense as well.
Rona picks up the kill on the Konichi with the showstopper. The Viper Spit has also been involved. BC Milk picks up 1, but it's going to be really hard to kind of dive into this pit. Kong is going to stay inside, make sure it stays up. It's a 1v2 Hariri versus the Viper inside the pit, and Fade playing on the outside here. Let's see if he can get a kill. No, unfortunately, the Fade here, or the Sky on the Sky, whose name is Fade, picks up the kill onto the chamber here. And that always trips me up. I don't care how experienced of a caster you are. If there's somebody with the name of another agent playing a different agent, I'm just like, all right, my brain's a little bit confused for a second.
All right, now that we have a timeout, we all know what time it is. It's time for the Captain and Shibby show. So let's get ready. Now this is a time where we get to banter a little bit because we got a timeout. You know, now we get to have a little fun. So I want to ask you, you know, we see a lot of skins in Valorant. Skins get wins. It is an inevitable fact that we all know the skins get wins. So my question is, how come we don't ever get any cool spooky Halloween skins? You know, we've gotten the Christmas skins. I've seen some Christmas themed skins. I've seen the candy cane, you know, what have you, the snow globe skin. Where's the spooky stuff?
I think
they know better than to turn into Overwatch.
As a holiday is probably the most underrated, right? Like if you ask most people what are their favorite holidays, most people say Christmas. I know I'll say Thanksgiving. Something like, you know, I love Thanksgiving. I love food. I love the macaroni and cheese. I love the turkey. I love all that stuff. I think Halloween, I think a lot of people unfortunately grow out of it and they just don't understand how to have fun with it later on. Exactly. I love Halloween. I can tell you love Halloween as well, Atsoka. And you just gotta, you know, it's kind of what you make it here as now Clark University with that pause coming in with a very different mindset. 6-4 here. They're trying to get this to an even round here. But yeah, I think Halloween skins, I just think that it's the most underrated holiday and they don't want to spend time when they know like Christmas skins will sell more, right? I mean, realistically, they will.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, I had somebody, well, not somebody, but I heard a character once put it in great terms that Halloween is Christmas for the bad kids. And I couldn't agree more. As we are well and underway now into round number 11. And look at this, the tour de force from Hariri has been popped. And now everybody knows it, too. So that element of surprise is no longer there. Fade, able to find the elimination on Tony 2-tap. Is now Hariri with the tour de force, has to bring out the headhunter, and they get hit by the doggo. That is a great way to shut down that ult, and now they no longer have to worry about it, but they gotta worry about Milk and Lamp as they TP out.
Yeah, Milk is going super aggressive. He's even chasing them down. We didn't even get to see it, but he gets a double kill onto Kang and Fade, and that stuffs out the offensive. Clark University, the bomb is down, or the spike. It's in a precarious position, and now they had this bomb site under lock. They had the rotations, but Milk now has the spike down. Although he's 20 HP, Ein is able to pick up the kill, but he's got a devious angle.
30 seconds left.
That was smart. Honestly, that was smart by Soup. Just grab the spike and GTFO. You don't need to ego challenge that, but Ein! They go for the challenge on Freight, and I got to tell you, Freight and Milk are like the dynamic duo right now. You know, you remember the Bash brothers from the Mighty Ducks?
Of course, of course.
That's how I think of Freight and Milk. Like, they're just insane.
Agreed. Is now both of these guys, Freight and Milk, are going to try to get in here, but Soup has a super aggressive position. Is he ready for two, though? No, unfortunately, he's not. He picks up Milk, but Freight, like you said, the dynamic duo, the Bash brothers, like you mentioned, are able to close out the round. An expensive win, as you would say, for BCU, but they've gotten it to the 7-4 mark, and like I said, 8-4, the magic number for Briarcliff University here. I feel if they can get to that point, they can easily close out the rest of the game. But maybe Clark University's got something on the defensive side because they're not running, like we said, a double sentinel. But in the same vein that Chamber is like a half sentinel, half duelist, I would say that Viper is a half sentinel, half controller because she has so much stall power with the orbs, with the snake bites and everything. I would categorize her as a half sentinel myself.
You are divided.
Now, you see, part of me wants to say that, but I feel like with Sentinels, you have to have some type of utility that automatically triggers when there is when there's somebody, you know, activating it. So that's the only difference, I think. I mean, I can definitely agree that, and it's one of the reasons why I love Viper so much is I can agree that they are somewhat of a pseudo Sentinel, but I feel like Chamber's more of a duelist than Viper's a Sentinel.
Yeah. I think you can make the argument for Chamber being a duelist much more than, like you said, Viper being a Sentinel. But Clark University, two of their members go down. Kunichi and Freight, the dynamic duo as well. Another one, take it in. Soup comes in with the $1,100 stinger. Oh my God, picks up a triple.
That's why I don't like the net nade. You just did homie a favor. Like, Soup was coming around the corner, and you had them improve their accuracy. Like, that's what happens when you crouch. Right or wrong, is Captain Capping or what? Whenever you crouch, your accuracy improves. So you just did Soup a big favor with the stinger, and then honestly, I don't know how they got that last limb. I felt like that one was out of range for the stinger, but no, they were able to control the recoil and just find the shots, and now Clark University have all the advantage here.
Tony tried to shoot the hawk. I love that with the judge here. They know he's got this close range weapon, so they are going to play kind of far out. Unfortunately, Tony, I don't think he's going to be able to clutch it unless he knows something I don't, unless he can magically make the judge shoot 50 meters as Zerona and the rest of Clark University end up getting it to a 7-5 here. So not the worst of halves. BCU came out strong during that mid, I would say, half where they picked up like 3-4 rounds in a row. But Clark University, once they started investing a couple more ultimates, once they started execing, I would say, a little bit faster, it felt like it caught Briarcliff University off guard.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you know, just being able to really come through with a lot of those thrifty rounds and, you know, making a lot out of a little. I mean, again, we just saw a 3K with a stinger. And for the record, I mean, for those that know me, they know I hate the stinger. I have been coming around to it a little. Like, I'll buy it, you know, if I have enough, like, you know, creds. And, you know, I'll use it from time to time. But I think it is just so inconsistent. Like, sometimes it'll wreck and other times it'll just be like doo-doo gun. But regardless, it's just getting a 3K with a stinger is absolutely insane. So again, and we have seen a lot of those like half thrifty rounds, and that's really what has made the difference for Clark University.
We see BCU on the offensive, inching their way towards Showers, and Zerona immediately snuffs it out. And this is where the Astra comes into play here, right? They have this site always on lockdown. Zerona getting a little bit aggressive, though. He's going to have to back out. Dies to BCU Milk, but not without doing quite a bit of damage, right, to the side of Briarcliff. Sky's pretty much at like 20 health. You've killed two members. Now it's a 4v3 retake. Instead, they're going to swing all the way over to the B bomb site. What a smart play, but they've left Freight by himself. How's he going to get out? He walks his way out after eating the dog stun. That should never happen, by the way.
And, you know, I'm really not a big fan of pushing when you're on the defensive side, which, you know, again, that's just me. But if you are going to push, make sure you don't push Milk and you don't push Freight, you know?
Yeah, I think those are the two individuals. It's like you're staring down an immense amount of pressure as Fade is going to get a kill on Tahiri, but two people are playing Garden. Kang picks up Milk, and now it's Freight. 20 HP in a dream. The jumping right click from Fade is going to be able to pick up that kill. That round was Clark University, let's say, after 2 members went for BCU, but the ability to swap on over, get the plant down, get some money for themselves, smart from BCU, and I love that mid-round call, like, hey, Freight, sorry, you just have to get out the best way you can. We're going to hop it over to the B-bomb site here, and I love that from them. But Soup, on this Astra, it's really hard to break this A defense here. This guy, his stars, the way he plays off with his team, it is so suffocating if you're on the offensive side.
Oh, absolutely. And then you have the wall on A that's coming from Viper. Or you can even set the wall on B. Either way, point is that you're going to have coverage. And honestly, having that double smoke, I think, does them a lot more favors on defense than it does offense. So I think Clark University is really, like, you know, on their better half here on Bind. So we're going to see what they can do with it as we are well and underway into round 14. And Zerona waiting in lamps with the judge. Enjoy it while it lasts, because that will be nerfed soon enough.
Yeah, you only get 5 shots for it now. It's not 7 anymore, so you have to be damn near accurate. But even then, I feel like that nerf in of itself is not that crazy. If you're a judge player, you're more often than not 1-tapping, if not 2-tapping. So the most kills you can get on it post-nerf will probably be 2, even 3, as Fade will pick up the last kill onto Hiri. Let's not get too excited, though. It's okay. That was an eco round for Briarcliff. They ran into, unfortunate, the jaws of the judge with pistols in hand, and that is a matchup that almost is 100-0, right? It's like if a judge versus pistols, judge should win that every time, assuming he doesn't catastrophically miss here. Now, Clark University, they're going to come out here against rifles from BCU, the first rifle round for themselves, and let's see, are they going to try to dare themselves back into that lamps area, or are they going to play the long game and just wait him out?
Only one way to find out. I mean, we're back tied 7-7. Zerona now once again with the judge, but they're not going to need it. Ein with the Vandal, able to find one, and then Zerona again with the judge. Just too much fun with the judge. Again, it's just too much fun to use. You got to use it. And again, great Viper orbs here in mid. And all I got to tell you is just good luck pushing against this team. They literally have every entry covered.
It's so disgusting because you've got the giant Viper Orb covering A main. You've got Astra Stars covering on the A Showers area. And oh, by the way, if you try to hit B, oh, we've got a wall coming in. We've got Global Stars as well. You cannot push a site unless you fast exit, or you have to wait the utility hours. Riri is going to get called the Ein. Kang is going to trade it. Soup is going to get it onto Tony. And Clark University on Briarcliff's rifle buy round come up with something sneaky, come up with something devious, and are able to pick up that 3rd round in a row for themselves. And Briarcliff, they might not see a round win until potentially round 17 or 18, because they invested all their money last round, and Clark University came up with the dub.
Yeah, and honestly, it's starting to feel like just 2 defensive comps playing against one another. And I just feel like Clark University has the better defense, at least for now. And again, you know, BCU, they're not really stacked for too much offense. Like, yeah, they brought the chamber. But honestly, I feel like if they were going to go for a more offensive comp, then they should have stuck with a true duelist and not tried to go with, you know, unfortunately, a chamber who is somewhat of like a pseudo-duelist.
Yeah, that entry is super hard, especially into, like what we said, this Astra Viper comp that just stalls you out consistently, suffocates you, and you can't get through the orb, you can't get through the stars, you can't get through the pull, the suck, the stun. There's so much you have to wade through. It's like trying to walk through both quicksand and molasses at the same time. As Ariri will pick up that head tap onto Zerona, but does he expect another? No, Soup picks up the kill. 1-for-1 trade overall, and Soup is going to put himself back onto this B-bomb site. It is split 2-2, so Briarcliff potentially can get a 4v2 advantage. Although it's Ein versus the world, he picks up 1.
Yep, that they do. And now look at this. You got Kong right down low by lamps, as they are going to be able to get the plant off. So, you know, at least there's something going the way of BCU, just because they've been able to get the plant off even when they lose. So at least that's a little bit of spike money. As now you can see both Freight and Milk are getting held up here by lamps.
Oh, no.
And the swing will go the way of Milk. They just don't miss. But time now ticking away. Clark University still have a player advantage.
University, they take it out. Milk tries to swing on. Freight, though, he's got to try to stop this. They're sticking the defuse right now, and unfortunately, Soup picks up the kill, and the defuse goes down. Clark University, another round in their pockets. What was looking a little bit better for Briarcliff, unfortunately, they did not have the firepower, they did not have the money. So a timeout comes in, much needed. They need to reassess how they're attacking these sites.
Yep, and now it's time for more Shibby and Captain Atsuka show. Okay, we got ourselves another timeout. So now let's continue to talk on about spooky things. You know, you've already seen me. I'm a big fan of Saw. You know, I'm digging my Billy puppet. You know, I think I play a pretty good Billy myself. I got to ask you, what are your vibes this year for Halloween? What are you thinking?
So if you're asking me like what some of my favorite Halloween movies are, I actually used to be a big fan of those like cheesy cartoony ones way back in the day. It was like really badly animated. I've also been a big fan of like Halloween Town, if you guys remember that. I don't know if anybody knows that. And so I might be dating myself a little bit, but Halloween Town and Halloween Town 2, Calabar's Revenge. Every single one. Fire, by the way. Also Jeepers Creepers, it looked more of an adult movie.
Yes, indeed.
I love that. Yeah, I love that movie. Was super scary when I watched it when I was like super young. I think an underrated one though as well.
I'm a full grown man and I still get scared. Oh, yeah, you talking? Oh yeah, the Sadako, the Onryo. Yeah. Oh yes, very very scary. The Ring is considered one of the scariest movies ever made. So yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people understand how scary that movie was at the time when it came out. Right? Like it was
still is.
It's just different because it's like VHS. It's pretty scary. I don't know how many people are going to be scared of it now. Although I am excited for that new Five Nights at Freddy movie that is coming out. I'm not a super fan by any means, but I just think it's hilarious that there's such a core fan base for that movie, and they love that. And I love seeing that in movies and stuff. We are going to get into the round out of the timeout here. I see an Odin from Konichi.
Yep, let's get ready to see how they can work with it here. Again, playing the Jiggle Peaks, and they're throwing out the net nade. And oh my goodness! So scary, the net nade. Scarier than the Ring. As now, the Hawk does go out. It does connect with a blind, but they don't bother to push. Again, this wall just keeping the side of BCU at a standstill. Out goes the Cocoon. Their friend Fade being dragged away to their doom. I don't think they're going to be able to free them. Yup, that's an limb right there.
Oh, Fade gets put onto the milk carton as Kang gets the trade onto Konichi, but Freight going in with the showstopper doesn't get the kill, but is able to get one off of the Vandal onto Zerona, and now it's a 1v1. He gets the wallbang headshot. What a chaotic round from Briarcliff University, but it doesn't matter. They pick up the dub.
Yeah, that they do. And you know what? It wasn't necessarily expensive, but they did invest 2 ults. The only thing that makes up for it is that they have 2 ults waiting in the wing. They got the Rendezvous and they got the Cabbages ready to go. So again, not too much of a love loss there. Honestly, if you're going to use your ults, I think that was the best way to use them in that scenario.
And I love how teams are using them on like these half ecos where they're like, okay, we're not that rich, guys. We're not going to be able to do too much. And it's like, oh, here's the showstopper. Oh, here's the annihilation coming in. Wait a minute. They're killing all of us in Clark University. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to respond there. I think it was the right call to let your teammate die there. There were too many members of swing. I just don't think they're expecting the showstopper from Freight so aggressively. It felt like Clark University. They're like, wait, this guy's swinging us? Wait a minute.
Yeah, and honestly, even though they didn't get the elim, they still had a lot of splash damage done on the Astra, so all they had to do was just get a small collat. Anything, a shot in the pinky toe, and that would have been enough to get the elim. So again, you know, it's small efforts that have big differences down the line, and now you can see that Viper trying to control Hookah, and Konichi and Freight once again hovering, just waiting for a peek here onto B main, but it's pretty much a standstill right now.
Yeah, Clark University just waiting their timeout. They're forcing Briarcliff to do something, right? They're facing them, hey, you've got to come in at like the 20-second mark, the 25-second mark potentially, because we've got so much stall as the Cabbages do come out from Briarcliff University, but they're kind of just there for information, right? They saw 2 go the way of a bomb site, so I think they're thinking potentially that there's less members onto B as they all swing over, as now Zerona and the rest of the gang are looking to put a stop to this. Clark University, though, BCU goes down 1-2. Soup picks up 2.
Oh, absolutely. Welcome to the Soup Kitchen, because soup is cooking. Meanwhile, Zerona finds a 2-piece. The quick scope. I'm sorry. Is this Valorant or Modern Warfare 2? What was that? That was sick. You know, put it in the highlight reel. I'm sorry. Let's clip it. I mean, homie really just pop shot it in Valorant. You'll love to see it.
The man's been practicing. He was 360ing off the top of Rust, and he's like, you know what? I think I could do it in Valorant as well. What a beautiful play from two members on the side of Clark. Soup! Just a crazy lockdown onto this A bomb site, and Zerona coming in with the defensive here. 2 op kills for himself. These two members are absolutely bonkers.
Okay, all right, hear me out. Okay, so ISO, the new duelist that's coming, you know how his ultimate drags you into a 1v1? Okay, hear me out. When you get dragged to that 1v1, you go to Rust.
Yeah, there you go. That's what it has to be. Soup is in such a crucial position. Nobody checked him. Hariri, Freight, get the kills, but not without taking a whole bunch of damage. And Clark University down 2v3. BCU get the site for themselves. It's Kong and Fade alive here. Let's see what they can muster up.
Well, they're going to send out the doggo. That's always going to have a little bit of the muster there, as they do connect with Hariri, but again, not much doing, mostly just intelligence. The much needed intelligence. The Hulk goes out, but no, they can't get anything off the Hawk. Even though the blind did land, unfortunately, they weren't able to confirm the limb, and now Freight goes up high, but they're just wasting time here. Again, playing a little bit of hide and seek as the time continues to tick away. Fade will be dealt with by Hariri, and that's going to be a much-needed round win going to BCU.
Yeah, and I called it, right? They're not going to be able to get their first round win until like round 17, round 18. We are now into round 20 is what it is now, and they're finally able to kind of get some wins constantly across the board. As he's done playing games. He's like, you know what? Let me bust this out. Let me put a stop to this momentum that BCU has garnered themselves here. He's pulled out the tour de force. He's pulled out the better op on Chamber, and he wants to click hands. He wants to click bodies. He wants to make sure that Briarcliff University remembers his name.
Well, we're definitely going to be remembering their name for now. As there goes the net nade, and they actually use it to get not one but 2 limbs. I'm not sure if Soup got caught up in the net nade, but that first limb definitely did. And again, it will be a 2-player advantage in the favor of BCU, as they also have 2 ults at the ready.
Spike planted.
Let's see what they can make of them here, as the spike will begin to tick down yet again on Clark University.
Yeah, and they never have to peek heaven, right? They understand where Ein is, and they will never swing this guy. They won't peek him. They'll just smoke him out completely. Briarcliff University, he's going to get one down, but Clark University, oh my lord. Unfortunately, the retake doesn't come. They know where Kong is. They've spotted him out. The nade comes in and able to trade one, but BCU, another round notched onto the belt here. 10-10 apiece, double digits for both of them, when what was looking like a Clark landslide has now gone into the favor of Briarcliff. They are building momentum. They are picking up round after round, and crucially, Clark University, they've got to take the time out.
They have to. It is 10-10 now. Things are getting a little bit tense, but let's alleviate some of that tension with the Shibby at Soka Show. Another episode coming to you here at the timeout. And, now, we've already got to talk about a lot of spooky things, but, I really want to talk to you about this game that we're having right now. Again, they were stuck at 10-10. It seemed like it was going to be a battle of the defenses, but all of a sudden the BCU offense woke up. What do you think happened?
I think BCU's just like snuffing out a lot of what Clark wants to do, right? They understand, okay, they've got some set plays. They're doing the setup. They read that shower play completely, by the way, right? They threw both the net nade and they threw the paint shells in there, anticipating, expecting somebody to push up close to showers. That nade was not for long showers. It was for short here, and they immediately got the read here. I think Briarcliff have busted out the book and are absolutely turning the pages of Clark University's strategy.
And, while we got 10 seconds before this one starts, we talked a lot about the net nade. And, Hariri and Konichi, they both feel a certain way about the net nade. I think it needs a buff. As much as I love Hariri, you already heard me talk good about Hariri. I got massive respect for Hariri. But, I just think the net nade needs a buff. Honestly, I'd be comfortable with it having 2 charges, the same as Sage's Ice Orb has 2 charges. Because essentially they do the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's both a slow, although one does make you crouch, like you said, as Freight is gonna lock in that showstopper, not get anything out of it. He's not really gonna push anybody off the side, as Soup is gonna pick up one. Tony gets the retrade. Fade, though, all by their lonesome selves as the rest of the gang starts coming back, rotating over to the side. But the bomb is down. BCU got the bomb down once again, and Clark University, they've got a retake here.
Oh, that's so cheeky by Zerona. Putting that boom pack there in the corner, forcing the chamber out. Oh, you love to see it. That's how you use utility right there. That's good utility. And now you can see the cocoon goes out, not able to connect, and it will be Konichi to go down. And again, that was just a beautiful, and dare I say, a flawless retake from Clark University.
I don't know if I'd necessarily agree with Konichi investing that annihilation, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a 1v3. Realistically, one person can tank it, one person can stick the defuse, and if you just let your friend die, you've definitely got that angle covered. I feel like it would have been so much more valuable coming into one of these later rounds when it's neck and neck. I don't agree with that play, and I think it's going to cost them, right? I think BC, without this annihilation, Clark University might just end up taking like a 13-10 victory.
Well, let's find out. Again, this is a must-win round for BCU, as they're going to try and force the issue here onto the B side again. Again, throwing out of some of that utility. The paranoia already gone, invested as the blind does land, but Fade is going to get smoked out as well. And it looks like they are going to try and commit here. But look at Soup just around the corner. The smokes are in perfect positions. Now they have the entry. And you know what? And that's the trouble that BCU has been having a little bit of too much trouble on, is being able to really entry. But at least for now, they got the spike down.
Yeah, but Clark University more than happy to play the retake here, especially because they know the economy's on their side. Soup picks up 2 on the Plaza Kang. Soup picks up another one. They kill Freight. It's Konichi once again, the last one alive, and unfortunately the Astro Wall comes down, and Konichi, you've got to make a business decision. Do you save that gun or do you try to get exits?
I mean, there's really no point in saving just because this was an eco round, and I was mistaken. Captain was capping. I thought that it was a buy round for them. Again, I guess I missed the credit display when we got a chance to see it. So now this is the must-win round because it's match point, and honestly, the power of the purse is 100% with Clark University right now. I mean, they got the monies, they're stacked, they can retire at this point. Meanwhile, Briarcliff, they got somewhat of a broken buy. They're not reaching to the bottom of the bargain bin just yet, but they are in the discount section.
Yeah, they're buying that, almost expired milk. Couple days, you got to use that. The cheese is going bad in 5 days. That's what's happening right now for Briarcliff University. They don't have the ability to go to that Whole Foods and buy completely organic groceries here. As now Briarcliff I have to get onto this site, and like you mentioned, some of these entry problems due obviously to themselves not being able to get in, but also Clark University just holding down the site, right? Locking it down. Snake bites, orbs, stars. Oh my God. If you get through all that, there's paint shells ready to go. There's so much you've got to go through. And Briarcliff, I thought they had it dissected, but Clark University have changed the script. They flipped the book here, and they're swapping in between sites back and forth, back and forth.
And it's really not a bad call. They're playing the slow game here, and they're trying to call out some of this utility. Not a bad call. They're just getting the orbs out of the way. Again, the Viper orb is gone. They were able to bait out a snake bite. And now here comes the push. Though in the corner. Doesn't get read out in time, and now the trades are going underway, and Clark University able to find 2, but Tony able to get 1 thanks to the kill feed, and now Tony goes down as well. Konichi will be the last to fall.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just an absolutely dirty spot from Ein there in the corner. He even waited, right? He even waited for someone to peek out of showers. They didn't see him. He finally gets the kill, and they just stuff out that defense, or offensive on the defensive side here, and really well played from Clark University. That kind of double controller setup stalls you out, and before you know it, you've got 30 seconds to hit a site, and unfortunately, once everything goes Ari, time starts ticking, you start to panic, and Clark University took full advantage of that. Well played to them, getting that round 1 or game 1 win. 13-10 was really, really close. I love to see the deadlock coming into play, but I think BCU, they've got to get better on reading some of these defensive sides because they looked lost.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I really do like Konichi on the deadlock, and you know it did have its moments, but I just don't think it's at that level yet. You know, I don't think it's ready. I mean, I think it needs a little bit more work, and again, I definitely think that deadlock needs a buff, one way or the other. I think deadlock needs a buff, and you know what? I just don't know if that double Sentinel comp is ready to take on the double smoke. You know, with the Astra Viper combo. And again, no bias from me whatsoever because I, you know, happen to think Viper is the best agent in all of Valorant or anything. But I'm just saying, you know, one team had a Viper, the other one didn't. One team got a win and the other got an L. I don't know what to tell you.
Checks out. I think the math is there, right? I don't see anything wrong with that analysis. But I think you kind of bring on a bigger point. It's like, yeah, you've got this double Sentinel setup. But smokes work wonders, especially if you don't have a way to like pop flash out of it, fast exec, right? Because usually if they're running the double smoke, if you got something like a double, you know, like something like Jet and Raze, right? Where they can exec super, super fast, right? With the Skyhawk coming in, right? So you throw the flash out of the smoke, you fast exec onto the site, and there you go. You've got the site clear. But in this case, they only had one duelist here, unfortunately. They only had the one Raze, and once that gets stuffed out, once you don't have the ability to go in because you're stuffed out by the snake bites, the orbs, the stars, the suck, the stun. Oh, by the way, you've got to deal with the trip. You've got to deal with, you know, this chamber swapping positions, holding these really weird off angles. Then it becomes really rough because you don't have a way to clear the site cleanly. And unfortunately, that's what you saw. BCU got stuffed out on bind. They didn't know what to do. And unfortunately, they tried to play this like waiting game, wait out the utility, do all that. But then you have 30 seconds and it's done and dusted. And Clark University pick up that game one here as we are going to move on to Haven, which was BCU's choice.
Absolutely. And, you know, maybe now they will be able to find a comeback because their Haven game is really, really good. But we're going to have to wait and see just how good, as we're going to be heading to a quick, short break. But don't worry, when we come back, we're going to have BCU taking on Clark University on Haven right here at the Midwest Esports Conference.
तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा तेरी यादों का तेरी याद में निहा
as well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthador in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stock to a stock. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure, carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it right now because I already know production is going to ask me later. What Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the MEC Fall Valorant season, the upper finals here, playoffs round 2 between Briarcliff University and Clark University. I am your color caster, Shibby, here with Captain at Soka, my co-caster, or somebody else, if you know who he is. I don't know how many individuals actually know who you are at Soka.
Are you serious? This is a pretty recognizable character.
I would say so. But like, I think horror movies in general, like we talked about, have not been on the up and up. I think a lot of the good horror movies, and maybe I'm being a little bit nostalgic here, I feel like a lot of the really damn good ones were released during our childhood, and I just feel like nobody's watching horror movies anymore.
I'm about to say Saw X is in theaters right now. Okay. Like, it's literally in theaters right now. This is the prime. This is prime time Halloween stuff, okay? It's like I'm not off the schedule. I know what day of the month it is on the calendar, okay? This is where you expect to see it, okay? There's no shot. I'm sorry. You've got to know who Billy Puppet is. Even if you don't know who Billy Puppet is, it's still a banging costume. Like, it's still pretty hardcore. I dig it. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scene that runs through my head is just him on the tricycle, right? Just rolling on in. I mean, that's like one of those things that's like ingrained in my memory. But like you said, Saw X is out. Everybody's watching Five Nights at Freddy, man. I know all the Zoomers, all the younger millennials, bro. They're watching that scary movie. The animatronics are taking over. But enough about Halloween. Enough about scary movies, as we're gonna get into map 2 of Briarcliff University versus Clark University. Clark ended up taking bind 13-10 with their double controller comp. They edged it out on the defender side here. They got it to, I believe, 7-5 in the half, and then they just started racking round after round after round here. Although we are on Briarcliff University's map pick here, Haven, the triple bomb site bonanza. And you've mentioned that they are probably one of the best Haven teams in the MEC. I mean, what do they specifically do on this map? Is it the way they feint? Is it the way they attack bomb sites? What have they been doing in your mind that makes them one of the best?
Now, if I had said that this was the best Haven team, then my bad. I apologize, because I shouldn't have said that. Because, again, we have a lot of talented Haven teams. I'm just saying that this team does have a good Haven composition. And you know what? I was even talking to Beautiful Crow, and also you as well. We were discussing that you can't have yourself a competitive Valorant team and not have a good Haven. Like, it's a necessity. You've got to have a good Haven. And one thing that I was picking out in particular is Hariri on Haven on C Long. More often than not, I see them on a KJ. And the way that this team just plays defense on Haven, I think is the correct way. They definitely need to step their game up on offense, because I feel like they go a little bit too high risk, high reward. But I still think that BCU does have a good Haven pick. And this is another thing. Konichi, where we see a Sova or a Breach more often than not, they bring the fade. And honestly, I love that pick. I do love seeing the fade come out on Konichi. And I think it does work well for them. But, we're going to have to just see how well Clark really runs with the meta. It's the meta for a reason. And it's just going to be how effectively can Clark run that.
Yeah, double controller. You see the Jet, you see the Omen, you see both Breach and Sylvan. Obviously, you've got to round out that composition with the Killjoy here. And although, like you mentioned, BCU going for a different flavor. They've swapped out the Duelist and they've swapped out one of the Initiators here, although they still have got that Breach KJ Omen combo here. And I mean, I like it. I like it specifically when there is kind of like a defined set of agents that are good on the map, but you have some flexibility, right? Hey, you don't like to play Sova? Okay, go play Fade here. Oh, you don't want to play, Jet on this map? All right, go play potentially maybe a Yoru or a Raze, or you want to play something a little bit more aggressive or selfish. You go for the Reyna here. I think both of these guys, though, fulfill that same sort of specific duelist. And I think there was a content creator that kind of talked about how there's two subsets of duelists, right? There's an entry forward, like break onto the site kind of duelist, and there's more of a selfish, kill heavy duelists, things like the Reyna and so on and so forth, right? Those kind of heroes. And I like, or agents, sorry. And I like the fact that we get different flavors here. Yeah, wrong game, my bad, guys. As we do see Clark University posted up here onto what is going to be the garage area, though. A nice little combo coming out from BCU. The fade, I will say the ankle biters into the paint shells.
Yeah, not a bad start. I mean, they do get just about half off of the Breach there. And look, they're already throwing out those concussions onto the B site because they know where the push is going to go. And this is actually a really great call. Freight able to find the first limb. And now, just like that, it will be Briarcliff taking full control of the B site. But look at this. They're quickly rotating over towards A. And that's where you can find Hariri. Clark University now trying to get the quick plan off, and it does go down.
Yeah, really nice play from Briarcliff, as though Clark University, Kang and Ein pick up 2 for themselves, so they've evened it out. BCU, their KJ is low on health. They've got to get the retake going right now. And oh my god, 2 quick kills. Konichi and Hariri. Fade, can he pick up the kill onto Fade here as he gets Konichi? Gonna defend that bomb. Doesn't have much util, has actually nothing in the tank. He's got to raw swing this. Tony picks up the tap here with the Sheriff, and was looking like a bleak round for BCU. 2 quick kills onto Clark for the retake, and they get that defuse. I like what Clark did. I like how they still attacked the bomb site, but that set play with the C's plus paint shells, that did so much more damage than I think people understand.
Yeah, and I think it was great to start things out with, but I'm wondering if BCU will fall victim to that again, because now they know which strat, to watch out for. They fell victim to it once, and you know what? It can happen again, but I think now that BCU is kind of a little bit to the wiser, they're going to be watching out for it now specifically. So again, we'll see how they play in the long game, as now we get round number 2 underway, somewhat of an anti-eco for Clark University.
Briarcliff, Ares in hand, a lot of interesting weapons. Are just gonna be able to tear through as Konichi with the double headshot with the Bulldog, and Ein's also trapped here. They're gonna push him. Yeah, he's vulnerable. You might as well pick up the Quadra, Konichi. Go chase the ace, baby.
Yeah, you got to let them ace at this point. I mean, they did the hard work. Out goes the Prowler. It does connect in the... No, Milk! Milk, come on. The Prowler connected. That was Konichi's ace. What are you doing?
Milk, BM, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about your ace. He doesn't care about any of that. He's like, no, you don't need it. I'm going to take it away from you. But that would have been a very good kill nonetheless if it went over to Kenichi, because he would have been super close to his ultimate and a potential retake in some of these early rounds, right? Clark University is going to go on their first rifle round here. Let's see how expensive Briarcliff can make it for them, though. We saw last game on the half, BC was able to come up with the win onto Clark University's rifle round, as we see a little bit of cheeky spamming coming out from Milk. Doesn't get any damage done, though.
Yeah, and Soup able to find the first limb there on Hariri. Great early pick, and one that they definitely needed, because now all of that utility on C main is now null and void. So this is a big opportunity here for them to try and take control of the C site, and you can see they're hovering. The paranoia goes out. Looks like they're about to make the push. They do entry on. Milk, though, around the corner, has the Bulldog, finds one, and gets dropped.
Yeah, gets one, makes it a 3v2 here. Let's see if BCU have the tools to retake this. I want to see over onto Fade. I want to see if they have the ultimate ready, if they're willing to invest it. Soup, 49 HP. Oh, you're getting caught with your pants down, though, Tony. You're looking into the void. And Soup picks up the kill. Konichi, though, has the ultimate ready. Yeah, they're gonna full send this.
One enemy remaining.
And nice use of the intel there to pick out where these players are. And look at that, BCU getting the bonus round here on Haven. That is huge. Again, you know, BCU, they're currently down in the series. They're down by 1. So it's match point. If they lose Haven, you know, then it's all done and dusted. But they are off to a fantastic start. Honestly, if you're BCU, this is how you have to start against Clark University.
Yeah, and I love the fact that was off the back of, you know, the Fade here. Konichi popping that ultimate for the retake, and if you didn't get a chance to see, Freight is 1 point away from the showstopper, so they even have another potential retake tool here. It is looking very rough for Clark. Even if you get the bomb site down, Briarcliff has so many tools stored up in the bank to retake. It's looking very rough.
Yeah, it is. It is looking very dire. I mean, BCU, they have the buying power now. They forced Clark University into an eco round, which is why they call it the bonus, because you're nearly guaranteed another round unless Clark University pull off a thrifty, which they have before in the past, so they could do it again. But BCU, again, they are just looking really strong very early here on Haven. As you can see, the push now looks like it's going to head into Garage.
5 men into Garage. Let's see if Hariri can come out. Unfortunately, only picks up the one. Kang trades him out, and Milk is in a very good position. Flash catches 2. He's able to pick one down. Another flash. He invested, and yeah, he's pushing Clark University back into the garage. He says, get back in there. You're not allowed on site. You are grounded.
And now you can see Freight making their way through. Again, a nice haunt. Able to pick up one, and then Freight with the wall bang. What was that flick? My word. Is now Ein, the last player standing for Clark University, in a 2v1 gunfight. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this one is also going to go the way of Briarcliff. But, I mean, I got to tell you, Clark University, they definitely made it an expensive round. They took 3 players down from BCU. So still not a bad round for Clark University, but that is going to be the 4th unanswered win going the way of BCU.
And at this point, do I have to act surprised if Freight flicks your head? Like, the dude has a highlight on the MEC channel of him 180 flicking somebody. What is a 45-degree flick for a man like that? What is a 90-degree flick for a guy like that? I mean, this dude is coming up with some of the most impossible kills. It's illegal. It's not allowed at Soka. I mean, this guy is popping off. I can see why the Freight train starts and it never stops.
I just think it was funny that they were able to get that flick through the wall, but then couldn't get the one that was right in front of them. Yeah, it's funny how that works. You know, you got to just go on pure reaction and instinct. You know, you got to go ultra instinct, if you will. And now you can see Ein getting a little bit of that intel. Yeah, this could be the opportunity here as the showstopper goes out, doesn't connect. And Clark University already down 1 player here in round 5, but they even the odds.
Ooh, nice showstopper. Tony and Freight, though, pick up a couple kills, and Clark University down to 2. Soup, though, has control of the site, I think. No, Tony, unfortunately, gets the trade kill. Milk as well, and it's 5-0 at Soka. It's looking pretty rough for Clark University.
It definitely is. Again, this is why Haven was the BCU pick. I mean, clearly they're just running so well on this map, and some would argue that Haven itself is an offensive-sided map. So again, Clark University, should have at least one round win by now. But they've already gone 2 rifle rounds and they've lost to both of them. And BCU on their way to going 6-0 here in the first half of Haven.
I think the saving grace is that Clark University does have a couple ultimates stored in the bank here. Kong is 2 points away from his, but you've also got the Omen ult available. I think you also have the Breach ult. Is now Kong is going to get the trade onto Hariri, finally opening up Garage, but Kenichi's here too. They don't see him. Actually, I lied. They just spotted him. He's going to back out of there, and Freight picks up Soup on the lurk, and Ein picks up another kill onto BCU Milk, so they're going to get onto this site. Although Freight and Kenichi, man, the dynamic duo, the Bash Brothers, like you mentioned, they're keeping the site a little bit hasty. They're keeping it a little bit too hard to handle. Freight picks up 3. Is he just going to push it for the 4th? Oh my God! How do you stop this man at Soka?
That's the neat part. You don't. I mean, don't get me wrong. They definitely can. Freight is a human like the rest of us, as far as we know. And you know what? We have seen Freight be eliminated. We have seen Freight be stopped before, and is one of my most popular and most favorite quotes of all time. If it bleeds, we could kill it. So, I mean, Freight definitely having themselves a game, but they're not immortal. But with that being said, it is now time for more Shibby and Atsoka show, as we do have our first time out here on Haven. And you know what? Again, I want to talk to you a little bit more here. Now that we're actually on Haven, do you think this is an offensive-sided map, granted that it has 3 sites?
It's rough because I think the B-bomb site is a little bit of a meme sometimes, right? Like, it is kind of hard to defend if you are, you're taking it, right? If you play that post-plant defense, it feels like you're kind of suffocated in. That's why you see most people or most teams, they'll either just run one person on B, or sometimes you'll just leave it completely open. I do still think it is an offensive-sided map. I think there's a lot of different ways to work through, and especially if you have like a good lurker specifically on the side of the attack side, you can really get a lot of value there. But I just don't think Clark University is able to do that. I think their Omen has been getting, sussed out every single time and has been dying on the lurk. And unfortunately, if you lose your single smokes, the map becomes infinitely harder on the attack side. I do think it is attack sided though.
Alrighty, well, I mean, Briarcliff, if they're doing this well on defense, I can't wait to see them get on the offensive side, as we are getting ready to get this next one underway. And, while we still got a little bit of time here, I got to ask you, you already know my favorite agent is, in fact, Viper. Who is yours, out of curiosity?
Oh, I'm an edgelord, man. I love Omen. He was the first agent I played, and I pretty much haven't stopped playing him, although I'm just in love with that controller role in general. As Kenichi, though, he's going to throw down the C's here just to stop that push. As we do see a bit of a cheeky lineup. Yeah, Kong is going to get forced out because of this breach utility. That was beautiful.
Yeah, that it was. And now the Blade Storm also being activated. And now the Nightfall cometh as well. My goodness, BCU taking full control here onto towards the A site. They put down the Blade Storm. Fade able to find one with the Stinger. And they will be gunned down by Milk. And it looks like they got sent to the future there in some type of space in time defining orb. But it is going to be the 7th uncontested win coming from BCU.
Yeah, I mean, that is just insane from Briarcliff University. And yeah, I think they are a really damn good Haven team. I mean, they're 7-0 right now. They've got Clark University stumped. I don't even know if Clark University knows what they want to do on this map. It feels like every sort of which way, every direction. They try to go garage, they try to go through short, they try to go through sewers. BCU is everywhere all at once.
And that's so infuriating as well, because I encounter that a lot when I play. And I'm not as high level as these players are, so just having these high level of players, just kind of be everywhere all at once, I can only imagine how frustrating that has to be. And now take a look at Clark University being able to come through with 2 cheeky peeks to start things off. It's now a 4v3 as time continues to tick away, and Ein being able to land their shot perfectly, finds another, and now it's a 3v2. The Hunter's Fury is out, doesn't connect. Hariri with the Sniper does get one, but they get traded out, and now it's a 2v1 scenario as the time continues to tick away for Briarcliff. Milk tries to force the issue, but it's not going to be any good.
Yeah, and that was really nice coming out from BCU here, or sorry, Clark University. Specifically, Kong picked up on the fact that two individuals would be pushing from that sewers area, gets the kill, gets traded out, identifies that there's one more coming in, and yeah, I like that from Ein. Picks up some crucial kills, stalls out with the Hunter's Fury. I said B bomb site is a little difficult to hold for the post plant, but if you've got a couple ultimates in the bank, you're willing to invest it all, then yeah, you can definitely keep that in your hands. Here's finally Clark University get on the board here, and hey, if you can make it a 7-5, if you can go on a run here, this is a very winnable map for Clark.
Oh, absolutely. But now you got to get some damage into the economy of BCU. I mean, they have a lot of credits. They could buy another round after this one, actually. And they're able to get rid of at least one TP coming from Omen. And you can see the trades are being made. The intel goes out, and they're able to find the wallbang. Kong now taking full control of the C site as the spike does make its way down, and Ein gets picked out by Freight.
And they've got a pincher move onto this right now. Two members coming out from long, and you got a member coming out from CT here. Clark University do get the bomb down, but this is looking rough. They've got to push one way or the other, and they're choosing CT into the waiting arms of Milk. And oh my God, he puts all three of them on the carton at Soka.
Now, you remember what I told you on Bind? If you are going to push, don't push Freight and don't push Milk. For that exact reason. If you are going to push, if you have to push, just make sure it's not one of those two. You got to let them come to you. Because when you try and push Milk, as you say, you end up on that carton. You're gone missing.
Oh my God. I thought he would get two maybe, but three just coming in clutch. And Clark University, they felt the pressure. They heard footsteps, man, and they got scared. Unfortunately, Clark University, they get the bomb down, they get some money, but they don't get another round here. They don't break the banks of Briarcliff University. They've got so much credit stored in the bank. They can lose 2-3 rounds in a row and might still be on a rifle.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? I'm starting to think that Milk might be Canadian, because when you try and push Milk, you end up in a bag.
Oh, yeah, potentially here. This Milk holding onto this garage area, although Ein gets the kill onto Tony. Kong, though, picks up another kill onto Kadichi with the Ares, but Frightened Milk, once again, these two guys, I'm going to go for the retake here onto B-bombs like Clark University. Let's see if we can hold this one a little bit better. Soup, do you try your hand?
Look at this, just waiting. How did they wait for the blind for so long? Again, if I ever took the time on my blinds, because I play a little bit of breach myself every now and again when I have to fill, and when I go for those blinds, nobody ever waits for me to send it out. They just push. So again, I don't know how, especially when you're pushing Milk, you know that's Milk. Well, then again, I guess they're listening to what I said when you don't push Milk.
Hit him with the hezzy, right? That's exactly what happened there. And unfortunately fakes out Clark University. Briarcliff 9-1 on Haven. Could we even see 11-1 half here? Like, that is a huge possibility. And this is a very quick game so far.
I mean, this is BCU on Haven, and you know, honestly, I think after that first game, I don't think BCU expected to lose Bind. Honestly, I think they took that loss and then they leaned forward afterward. You know, they went and grabbed their hand warmers. You know, they were leaning forward. You know, they're starting to take things a little bit more seriously. You know, they took that L, and I think they took it personally.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 13-10, nail-biter of a match here, and Konichi had busted out the Odin as... Wait, though, he's going to pick up a kill. Hariri as well. Milk, Zerona, the trades come in, but Clark University are on the worst end. 3 members for BCU to the 2 of Clark, and they've got an Odin pushing their back. It's a scary movie, man. That's an Odin on your backside pushing you, running at you, 100 bullets in the clip. They get the bomb down, but they aren't taking the fact that there's somebody behind them. They're pushing it onto CT again.
Yeah, and the paranoia did land. Oh, and now Zerona going through all the odds. They have the Blade Storm, but they get picked out. Honestly, I think you just got to wait. You got to wait that one off and then right-click with the Blade Storm. Doesn't matter. Zerona, nearly the hero. Gunned down by the hero Hariri from Briarcliff. Again, I'm telling you, Hariri is that clutch for BCU.
Yeah, I mean, it's no doubt. I feel like everybody on the side of BCU is playing up to their best ability. I mean, Freight 17-7, Milk 13-5, even Konichi on the fade, setting his team up for success. And yeah, the quieter members, Tony, right? Like you said, Hariri, not able to shine as much, but they've been keeping down the defense. They've been on lockdown. The sign of a good killjoy is not the fact that you get a bunch of kills on defense, is that they never come over to your site. The moment they spot you there and they leave, as now Hariri puts the lockdown on to the A bomb site here. Oh!
Yeah, and that was a little cheeky there. You saw that Hariri actually had the Vandal behind them in case they had the switch, and I think that would have been the right call, but, you know, they tried to stick the op, not realizing that Jet had rushed onto site, and now that KJ ult was able to clear sight. Now, here comes a retake, which is how you have to play this as well. Haven is a retake defensive map.
Oh my god, he's standing in it. He doesn't even care. He's not phased by the molly, and they haven't checked him. He's gonna wait for one. He's gonna get two. Zerona with this position, tanking the molly, is like, you know what? I can stick it. I can stay in the pocket. Soup and the rest of the gang, though. It's a 2v2 right now. Fade picks up one, and Soup picks up the other. Clark University saving themselves a little bit of embarrassment. It's a 10-2 half. And you gotta believe Clark is saying all they get is 10 here. That's all they get. Nothing more.
And you know, it's funny because, you know, during the NRG Neon Dream, you know, Tanner was, again, a colleague of mine, was pointing out that, you know, we're all obsessed with the 9-3 curse, but nobody ever talks about the 10-2. And believe it or not, the 10-2 curse happened twice throughout that event.
Oh, I mean, yeah, 9-3 is old. 10-2 is the new one coming in. I've seen teams throw it. I've thrown some of those myself, man. Like, it happens. Sometimes you get a little confident, you start slipping, and you're like, wait a minute, what? It's 10-7? 10-8? Uh-oh. Guys, it's 10-11. Why are we losing? We were up at the half, as now BCU on the offensive side. With this fade, I want to see how they get creative. They are going to throw Paranoia onto the B bomb site. They're just going to run right in, and BCU, in less than 10 seconds, they get the bomb site. Zona on the back. They know where he is.
Yeah, that was a great call out, but look at the pinch now, because you had Zerona, you know, coming from the flank there on window, but you also had a push from Garage, but just as quickly as they went out, they got gunned down, and now it's a 2v2, even health looking on both sides. Ein does land with the shock dart. They try and get that last limb as they're trying to bait out the push. A trade. This is a 1v1. KJ v KJ. Is Hariri the hero of BCU? Not today. Kong able to get the final limb and the defuse, but can't really blame the side of BCU, because honestly, that if you're gonna play B site, that's how you have to play it.
Yeah, you've got to play a little bit hectic. You've got to play wild, because you can't just stay in that B bomb site area, right? You've got to play towards grass. You've got to open it up a little bit, because it's so suffocating playing that post plant. And I think Clark University, they try to do everything right? They tried to get the trades in, but like that double push, like you said, one from Garage, one from, I believe, A-Link, and another one coming out from the window, and that's a lot of angles to cover if you're the side of Briarcliff University. And unfortunately, they get it down to a 1v1, but Kong just had the HP lead. They had the head tap, and they're able to get the kill, and so that's another round over for Clark University. Let's see if Briarcliff can break this defensive on their eco.
I mean, look at this. They're going full send onto the C site. They're able to find Kong. And then thanks to the kill feed, Soup now finds 2. Looking for 3, finds 4. You gotta let them ace. Soup has earned it. My goodness, I've never seen the Bulldog used with such accuracy. Ace the Bulldog. Let's go, Soup. The first ace of the day. Clip it. That's it. That's it. Hang on, production.
Nice ace. Yeah.
I was going to say Hyper. That's it. That's the clip of the week right there. That's it.
Yeah.
Bulldog
head
ace.
Head taps galore onto the side of Briarcliff, and one-man army that is Clark University. Soup locks that site down, and I thought Freight and the rest of BCU had it. They got that opening kill, but this guy with the Bulldog is able to lock it down, and now 10-4. Uh-oh, it's slowly slipping in. Briarcliff, the little voice in their head is saying, like, why have we not close this game out? Why have we not just won now? It was 10-2. 4 rounds now for Clark University. It's looking a little bit sus.
Yep, just a little bit here. And, you know, this is going against the narrative that Haven is an offensive-sided map, yeah? I mean, throughout history of Haven, the win percentage has gone back and forth. It's like a pendulum. Some seasons it'll be offensive-sided, other seasons it'll be defensive-sided. It's really interesting how that works. But, you know, so far today, at least for the time being, it seems as though that this map is defensive-sided. Let's see if BCU can start getting their game together here on offense.
At least for the MEC, it sounds like it's defensive sided right now. Is Clark University, they jump check the op here in Zrona. I know he saw it, but I don't know if he is calling out that everybody's there or one person's there as the rotation comes out. Zrona needs to move, right? Either he needs to move or this KJ needs to move, because right now they got 5 members coming on to this A bomb site.
And now look at the push. You got Ein with the Spectre, able to find one, find two. And finally they get traded out as the bodies are hitting the floor here on the A site. BCU able to take full control and pretty smart to smoke out Heaven. I think they know the opposite play.
Oh, and he's going to be able to get one. No, he legs him. Unfortunately, he is not prepared for that Omen sneaking out onto sewers as he picks up the kill onto Konichi with the ghost here. Kong, though, puts it into 1v1, and mind you, Tony has been legged. He's one shot away, and he still gets the head tap on the gang.
And they took the op. Just starting out there, and they got op. You always got to throw that in because you remember, and you know, on Bind, we saw that, I want to say it was the Chamber that ended up saving the op. I can't remember for which side. And then they ended up getting a round win in the very next round. And I don't know if they're going to use the op or if they're just going to throw it away so that way Clark University can't have it. But, you know, again, you always got to grab that op.
Yeah, I mean, you always get it. It's one of those dynamic weapons that can change the course of a round in the blink of an eye. Here is Clark University. I feel like they're on like a half buy, sort of, kind of. Some of them have rifles. I do believe this Jet, I think Zorda might pop knives here potentially. Like, I saw that she had the Sheriff in hand. There's another A hit potentially coming in. And even though Clark University is ready, I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up the kills.
Face your fear!
Dash gets popped here, and here comes the Fade ultimate.
And the Nightfall now going down onto A site as it is going to be an all-out push again coming from BCU. They're able to get the trades to fall their way. They do lose one in the crossfire, but it's going to be a 4v2 retake now for Clark University. So again, a fantastic push here coming from BCU as now only one will remain. Soup from Sewer able to find Tony. And that might be all that they find as Hariri able to wrap things up with the op. I told you, Hariri with the op, with any sniper in their hands, is just a danger.
Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute madman on that operator. And it becomes really hard to take back the site if you're playing against that offensive operator. That post-plant op can be super disgusting. And you saw his ability to cover Heaven, the immediate peek out, and you die here. Clark University, they had to win every round. Every round was a must-win round for them. And this one's no different, obviously, because it's match point. 12-4 for Briarcliff. They just need one round for themselves in the next couple ones here to close this map out here. Zrona, unfortunately, gets caught pushing, and that's not how you want to start off your do-or-die round with one of your members going down.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, but this is BCU we're talking about. This is BCU on Haven. This is their map, and they're going to take every advantage you give them. And now you can see they're going to be reining in with the Hunter's Fury from Clark University because they know BCU, once again, they're going to try and go for A. They have gone for A on the last 3 attacks, and they're not planning to leave anytime soon.
Yeah, and Kang and the rest of Clark University, they're on like this broken buy. The KJ ult also gets invested offensively here, and so now you've got more time for yourself. Although Iron picks up a 1, so you're able to make it a 2v3, not without taking some damage, though. 85 HP on the Sova here, and this is looking a bit rough for Clark University. They don't have the guns, although Briarcliff, Hariri, they pick up 2. Ken's Fade. Never mind. I was going to say Ken Fade, give them life, but unfortunately, Briarcliff University, they take the map 13-4. Haven. Atsuka, you were right. It's just a completely different team.
Yep, everybody take note right now that Haven is not the map you want to play BCU on. But regardless, though, I mean, that is game number 2. So we still got to head to one more. We're going to go to Ascent next. And honestly, I don't know which way that one is going to go, because on Ascent, all bets are off. There's really no big advantage or disadvantage. Whether you're on the offensive side of the spike, the defensive side of the spike, this is where you go to settle disputes. This is pretty much the Rust of Valorant. This is where you go to get settlements, to get disputes settled. You got to go to Ascent. So it's going to be interesting to see on how this one plays out as we get ready to go to the third and final game between these two. But before we could go there, we got to drop to a quick short break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the final Valorant match of today right here at the Midwest Esports Conference.
As well. Revy, flashpoint in hand, pops it out. It's Panarin with another hero play, gets it. Another frag comes out from Revy. Panarin, what a shot through the truck, but it's gonna be the swarm grenade to deny yet again. It's the fantastic start. 5v4, Clark University. Big advantage, however, the ults are absolutely in favor of Cornell. Soup's able to grab another one. Oh my God! What is that? Drona actually lands that kill, leaving Panthenor in a 1 versus 3. Drona, no, absolutely not. You need to calm down. Clark University on match point.
There you go. It's a stock to a stop. Falco might just end things right here. Robin, the big knocking power is them going for this big zoning moves, right? They want to get that charged up thunder. They want to go for it. And look at the throw. That was disgusting, Falco, with the moving platform. Just said, all right, sure, carry me onward. I'll just take you into the blast zone myself.
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and call it right now because I already know production is gonna ask me later. What Smash highlights do you want to see for the week? What clips of the week? That was it. That.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the MEC All Valorant Playoffs Round 2 matchup between Briarcliff University and Clark University here. We are tied 1-1 apiece, with Clark University taking over Bind and obviously Briarcliff University taking over Heaven. And so now we are on to everybody's favorite map, Ascent here. Of course, I'm lying at Soka. It's not everybody's favorite map. I think it's probably the most hated map in Valorant as of right now, at least competitively. Do you feel the same way?
You know, much like the win percentage for Ascent, I'm 50-50. You know, I don't hate it and I don't love it. You know, it is what it is. I do appreciate it for the competitive map that it is, because, again, this is where you get some really bare bones Valorant. You know, a lot is relied on gun skill here. Who's going to be able to really click heads? Who's going to be able to really top frag is really the big difference maker here. Again, not too many trick plays going to be executed. So again, you know, I appreciate this map for what it is, and that is just pure competition. Now, when it comes to the composition, what I'm expecting is for the meta. The meta for Ascent is KO, KJ, Sova, Jet, Omen. That's what we expect to see from both sides, and so far it's looking that way.
So far, yeah. I mean, we see most of those people as, wait a minute. Oh, Hariri had me for a second. He had me for a second. I was going to say that. I was like, oh, he's opting in for the chamber. I was like, that's kind of risky considering KJ's just a shoe-in on this side as Fade. He's going to be locking in their final agent here on the side of Clark University. I'm pretty sure that's KO. And you mentioned there's not a lot of trick plays, not because there aren't set plays on this map, but it's because everybody knows what everybody wants to do. Right? Like, it's like, all right, you're gonna KO flash into Sova Dart onto tiles. Everybody's seen that now. It's the main thing to do. Oh, you're gonna Sova Dart onto the wall bang spot for B. Okay. Or you're gonna knife onto A into flash over dash. Everything that everybody wants to do, I think, personally for me, has been figured out. I have yet to see some like new and creative combos. It's kind of the same old stuff, and if you're caught lacking, if you get caught with your pants down, it works, but I feel like everybody knows what everybody wants.
Oh, absolutely. You know, one of the only other like big real trick plays is, you know, Sage's wall through window, you know, but there's no Sages here, you know. But other than that, you know, maybe Omen can like TP onto the archway. That's always fun to do. I still pull it off from time to time. But again, you know, I'm in a much lower rank than these players here. So again, I don't know if it's going to work for them, but you know, if you're in those lower ranks like me, you might be able to get away with it.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to be really interesting from BCU specifically is they're going to start this offensive.
Deploying drone.
Yep, that they are. And take a look at this. They're going to be sitting out the owl drone, trying to get a blind fire. You know, I see blind fires all the time through the smoke, but never for the owl drone. That is just so interesting, is now you can see Freight here in towards the mid. And they're going to have to try and find Ein, who is also lurking there in mid. Fade going to be watching Tree, and honestly, Tree is my favorite route to go. So I'm completely understanding why they have so much utility here on towards Tree, because going from mid to A is probably one of the, you know, just easiest routes to take when you're trying to take the A site. But it looks as though now Briarcliff are going to be backing off.
Yeah, and I love that knife spot, right? There are so many cheeky knife spots where you can just like safely place it down where it's like, all right, if I throw it here and you're not here, you're probably on the other side. If BCU Freight are going to get the dash on in. Let's see. The offensive starts, and we've got a player hiding in hell right now. Kong, with the info, is finally going to swing off. He needs to swing with the rest of his team, though. But BCU, they're able to get 2 kills. Zerona, though, picks up 1. Fade on the backside here. Clark University, they are going to go for this retake. 4v3. The door gets broken, and Soup makes it a 3v3. Oh, it just right through the flash. Fade picks up Milk.
And what a swing. And now it's going to be a 2v3 retake for Clark University. And now they know exactly where this last player is. Down low. Tony trying to come in clutch. They get 2, but they can't get the 3rd. Soup able to walk away with a 3K and the defuse, giving the first round win to Clark University.
Really nice coming out from Clark University. That retake was looking a little dicey, but Soup came up super big, making an even score and also picking up another one. But I think that swing from Milk the swing onto Milk from Clark University, right after he throws the flash, that was insane because he just got insta head tap, insta dink. It was impossible for them to even think about holding that bomb site.
Yeah, well, let's see what they're going to be thinking for this next play, as they are going to be at a disadvantage here in round 2. And you can see they're already setting up towards that B site, but look who's there and waiting. That's going to be the KJ and the Sova. And if I don't see at least one Sova Odin combo throughout this entire matchup, then it really isn't a good Ascent map. I'm sorry. And now here we go again. An early exchange here, but it is starting to go the way of Clark University. You can see in the kill feed, it's showing up blue again. Hariri, such a danger with the sniper, able to find one. And now it's going to be a 2v3. Here comes the swing, and Freight is going to fall until finally so does Hariri, and that is going to be yet a 2nd round win going the way of Clark University. What a round, though, coming from BCU, definitely putting up a good fight, you know, even having to work with the budget buy. But now they're going to be able to get a full buy. Not an entirely full buy, but you get it. They're coming with the rifles. We got Phantoms. We got Vandals. Oh, my. And it looks as though Freight, not sure what they're going to be going with. Oh, they're bringing out the big boys. Zerona, look at this. They're going to be coming with an op this time around. This is interesting for a bonus round to invest so much in this operator. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Zerona cut off somewhat by the smoke. Not going to be able to do much here. They're going to be sitting out the utility. Again, they do not want to fall victim to this op. That one solid op shot can literally turn this around and give Clark University a big advantage in the bonus round. And again, just a dead silence. You can hear a pin drop at this point, looking to get the peak. Now they know the op is there, and they could not land that shot. That is a lot of intel given away as Soup does get the trade here by Wine. And out goes the suppression. They can't mad dash away, and they get traded out, and that is exactly how you have to answer the Jet op combo. You hit them with the KO dagger, you nullify them from being able to mad dash away, and then you take the op from them. That was a perfect execution from the KO on the side of BCU, as now it is a 2v2. Spike ticking away. Tony in a very tough position as they manage to find the one on Fade, and now Kong, the last player standing here in the bonus, looking to get the win. They find the limb on Tony, but they get gunned down by Konichi.
And they make it an expensive win for Briarcliff at Soka. And like you said, to trade that Jet combo, you give a body, you take a body. That's pretty much what you have to do there. They trade out one of their members, and they're like, all right, you know what? You're the sacrificial lamb for this operator. Briarcliff, they pick up the round win. They also pick up the op for themselves, crucially. Now Freight, piloting this deadly weapon on the offensive side, is going to be really nice to hold those long angles right onto mid, onto potentially the post plant for A or B here. I like this. He's going to have complete mid control, and I don't know how Clark University's actually going to be able to peek him. They probably have to give up both grass and catwalk completely and wait for them to come through tree.
Well, this should be our first full buy round from both sides, and like you said, this is where we get the real Valorant matchup here and now in round 4. And like you said, that op is also in the hands of Freight. But at the same time, I don't know how that's going to go. Yes, you want to have the op in the hands of a Jet so they can mad dash out of dodge. But also, you know, Hariri has literally just been the sniper for BCU. So let's see how this works out as they are going to commit to the B site.
The lone defender onto the site itself as Ryan is playing a more of an off-site role, and he's going to get completely blasted out there. Mollies, Hunter's Fury, everything. Soup, though, has TP'd back here, so they do know that somebody's there. Hariri is in this crucial switch areas. Right now, he flicks and Freight gets the kill into Kang, and so now it's a 1v2 in the matter, or 1v3 in the blink of an eye. Briarcliff, they get the offensive. Can Fade do work onto this retake? Nope.
Well, yep. Riri just able to put that dream to bed. Not going to be able to come with that 1v3 retake. It's not happening. We have ourselves a tie game at 2-2. And now Clark University, they're going to have to buy as they hit an eco round.
Yeah, Briarcliff with that stolen operator, able to get work done, specifically Freight on this Jet, has been performing very, very well. Has even opted in for that shorty for themselves, just in case they dash on in, they're able to get the kill, because with the operator, it's a bit more difficult. Clark University is on that eco, like you mentioned, though, so I don't know if you want to get up close and personal with these guys.
Oh, absolutely not. And, you know, that shorty can do a lot of damage, and honestly think it's the best secondary to have, especially in clutch scenarios. I mean, lordy, you just watch out for that shorty. Again, you can see Zerona trying to operate, looking for the head clicks. They do get one on Tony. And there goes the shorty. Look at Freight chasing them down. They missed the second shot and then nearly went for the melee. But Milk was there with the backup. They get the trade. Milk finds another thanks to the kill feed, and now it's a 3v3.
Briarcliff losing that operator, but they're not worried right now. They're still in their element, in their groove. Hariri has been working this B-bomb site, and so now let's see if they can just get onto it. Yup. KO ultimate does get popped here, so that's going to silence everybody or suppress them. Sorry, guys. I know it's the same thing. Hariri, though, is going to get a really aggressive angle onto Fade here, and so now they know where he is, but can they do anything about it? He's just going to be able to cross for free. He's going to be playing the cross now, and so now Soup finally gets Hariri, but Konichi has done some damage. He's 6 HP, though, Soup. Milk picks it up, and it's a 1v1. Kang versus Milk, and I think Kang is able to pick up potentially a rifle here. There we go. Phantom in hand. 24, he's spamming all the sites, and wait a minute, he caught him with the knife, and oh my god, a jump scare for both of them.
Yeah, they got picked out just now trying to call in the util, and they paid the price. Milk going to come in clutch for BCU that time around, getting a 4K to save the day, and now BCU will take the lead away from Clark University.
I just love how both of them were like, wait, what are you doing here? Why are you looking this way? And they both just ran opposite areas. They're like, wait, let's reset. Timeout. And then they finally went back to doing it as a 1v1 here. That was just a hilarious round. BCU ends up picking it up, though, but really solid eco from Clark. They got the bomb down, I believe, and they were able to actually kill 4 members of Briarcliff, so it made it a little bit more expensive as now the rifle round comes in.
And now look at the shot through the smoke. Kong able to get a nasty flick. My goodness, putting it into Freight early. That's a huge limb. Milk now going to be the next on the chopping block, as we do have ourselves another 3v3, and the lockdown is now gone. Hariri going back to the woodwork here by Logs, trying to get the read. Not going to be able to. And they're just playing right now over towards mid, and it will be Zerona to finally put it into Hariri. Time now ticking away. Clark University with the player advantage, 3v2.
Yeah, and I don't know how they're going to end up attacking this. They're going to the 2 stairs, 1 lane. The blind comes out, Paranoia lands, and oh, Konichi plays such a crucial close angle onto stairs, although Zerona potentially sticking it. I think he's going to try to get it to half, although you've got the Sonic Arrow ready to go. They've revealed him. You just got to play time. Zerona stuck in a hard place, doesn't know what to do. Paralysis analysis is taking him over, and he decides to stick the bomb. But Konichi with 3 kills to cap off that round comes in with the 4-2 finish.
Yeah, that was a little bit of hesitancy right there. That was a little bit of the nerves settling in, because honestly, had they just chose to stick it, I think they would have gotten away with it. Like, don't get me wrong, yeah, you want to try and get rid of that dart for sure. But then you just go right back to sticking. You know, they check the left side of the box, they check the right side of the box, and they had gotten it to half. It wouldn't have taken long to finish it. I think they could have got it done, but regardless, it's going to be another clutch win going the way of BCU.
Too many things to factor in, and unfortunately, it caught him off guard here. Yeah, he did get a half, but after that, he didn't know what to do. As Konichi is going to actually end up eating that knife, I believe, intentionally, though, right? Because he's been throwing that knife almost every single round, sometimes a little late, and sometimes right off the rip. But instead, they're going to invest quite a bit of util onto this site here. And are they actually going to attack it, or are they pulling the biggest feint in history? Based off of what I see, based off the members rallied around A site for Briarcliff University, they're trying to clear it. The drone came out, cleared everything, and so no one's actually playing directly onto the A bomb site area. They're all playing kind of off kilter, off center, as Hariri and the rest of the gang are trying to get in, as Kang is waiting for them to come in because he's got that lockdown ready and available to come.
I do like how they're baiting out a lot of this utility, though. I think this is going to go well for the defense. What? As Kong able to get that shot off. What a shot. Oh my goodness, that was insane. And now out goes the lockdown, and they baited out a lot of utility. And look at Soup just waiting for the rotation, trying to catch them out of position here.
I like this.
Trying to catch them mid-rotation. This is such a cheeky angle, but they're not going to fully rotate off. They're still going to hold on, and that's even more additional information for Clark University, so they know not to rotate because Soup is behind them on the flank, and they know they're still there in A main.
Oh, and Soup can come up big right now. He's just got to wait as Hariri does get the kill, but Ein and Soup, they close it out. And yeah, what a smart play or smart round from Clark University, right? He's like, hey, come on into the site. Come on, guys. You're going to use this. You're going to use the drone. You're going to use the sonic arrow. Oh, you're still not coming in? All right, fine. Finally, when you decide to smoke, we're going to get a kill. And what we've got Soup waiting on the rotation. So we know if you fake a rotate, if you don't fake a rotate, really smart round from Clark University.
Yeah, it was. And now you can see they are within one of equalizing as we get ready to head into round number 8. Briarcliff still looking pretty strong. They got 2 ultimates at the ready and then 1 from Clark University. It looks like they're going to try a different strat. I don't think they're going to try and stick A this time. They're going to make their way over towards B, but look, they're hovering mid. I think this is a good angle here to watch. Honestly, I think they should just go for an all-out mid push, but it looks like they're going to stick B main.
They are going to stick it, Soup, though, onto this B bomb site. They've actually ended up swapping some of the positions. I think maybe Briarcliff is thinking that the KJ is set up here, but instead he's set up onto the A bomb site here. Specifically has a lot of their util onto that tree area, although has that turret waiting and ready to peek off of. The rest of Briarcliff University are going to go on out.
And now they're slowly, finally making their way through mid. I think this is the right push here. Now it's just about landing your shots. Unfortunately, you can see Kenichi only had a sheriff in hand. Great with the classic. Not sure what they're going to be able to make of it, but look at the respect Clark University is showing right now. Even with classics and sheriffs, they don't want to cheek and peek. They want to try and stick these limbs, and they do get a decent trade. Zerona able to find one. They gets gunned down by a classic. Hariri next on the chopping block, but the spike will go down, and now Freight able to turn. This could be a massive 50 round. Look at the limbs. The body's hitting the floor. Milk now with the Phantom in hand. In a 2v2, and that Sova is nearly eliminated, but now the Hunter's Fury comes out, trying to hit them with the knife, trying to suppress, and now it's a 2v1.
One enemy remaining.
My goodness, that one... Oh, that one went down to the wire. I really didn't know who was going to be able to take that one, but what a play coming from Ein just to finish that off. Literally only 24 health to their name, able to find the wall banks through the boxes to get the final elim, and just like that, we have ourselves a tie game, 4-4. And now BCU, they should be forced. No, they should be able to come through with a bye. Last round was huge, though. It was an expensive win for Clark University. Had to rebuy 4 times. They still have enough money to get the job done, but BCU now able to full buy themselves. And we should have ourselves a very interesting round here. As you can see, the spike is going to be setting up towards A main. The dagger goes out early, but so does the Hunter's Fury. 2 get detected off of it, but the Hunter's Fury not going to be able to get any limbs there. Now Freet working their way into tree. Great push, trying to go mid to tree. Not bad at all. They don't run into a lot of util. But Freet still able to find a 2-piece here in tree. Even if they don't take control of that spot or take control of sight, they at least get the frags. And now it is a 3v2. Let's make it a 3v1.
Briarcliff have complete control of this site right now, and it's a tall task for Kong. I don't know how he's going to be able to do it as they're running that double stack top and bottom onto that generator. And Freight, what a heroic round from him. A quadra for himself, picks up 4. And yeah, I mean, sometimes you just kind of need that push, that solo kind of, I'm going to go Super Saiyan, I'm going to give me the ball, right? Let me shoot. He gets 4 for himself and opens up the full site and finally kind of takes a lead for Briarcliff.
And that was on the brink of a comeback too. I mean, Clark University, they were playing extraordinarily well, and you know, they were able to finally finish off, you know, the previous round, avoiding a thrifty. But now you can see they're hurting in the purse here, as they're going to be forced into their own save round and wasting no time at all. Freight and the rest of BCU are just going to be taking full control of this A site.
Oh, they're gonna go walking into themselves back right here. If it ain't broke, you don't gotta fix it. As a full spam comes out onto that door there, just trying to see if anybody is there trying to play a cheeky position. As now bomb site is down for BCU. Bomb is down as well. Clark University are now in a 3v5, and they're on a thrifty, or they're on an eco, let's say, and unfortunately they're not able to get too much. As Soup gets 1, but Freight quickly trades out onto Fade, and Zrona and Soup, they'll get 2 more. The sheriffs, man.
Oh, the sheriff play was great. And, you know, Clark University just kind of gave BCU a taste of their own medicine. You know, BCU did the same thing. They were able to get 4K in a thrifty round. And, you know, now Clark is doing the same. They didn't win the round, but they did make it a little pricey for the opposition. But still, that is now a 2-round advantage going the way of BCU. And if Clark University isn't careful, that lead can definitely grow.
Yeah, I mean, Briarcliff if trying to get a foothold as Clark University was stringing some rounds together. Now they've gotten a couple in their back pocket, although the economy is relatively even now in terms of guns right now for this round. I believe 11 here for both of these teams. And let's see if Clark University can at least tie it up 6-6.
Well, here we are getting underway in round number 11. We're almost done with the first half. And look at this spot. Zrona and Soup able to lay waste to 3 players back to back to back thanks to the kill feed. And now there's only 2 remaining for BCU. Again, we say there aren't any trick plays left to be had on Ascent. Well, sometimes you just don't expect the goal, the confidence to try and go for these classic little peaks that we already know about. And they went for it, and then they stuck it, and they got rewarded. What a play just to come through with a round win here. And that'll do it. A flawless victory from Clark University.
An interesting knife from Briarcliff, right? If you want to knife the site, there's actually a lineup on that box there that pretty much covers the whole A bomb site, other than maybe, I think, back of heaven, but that's about it. And so throwing that knife out, I believe he threw it into the heaven area. That's a little confusing. I don't think you ever want to peek out with your utility, especially when you have the possibility of somebody playing on that Chen area on the top. Maybe Briarcliff's just not too practiced on this KO. Maybe they haven't been really, you know, practicing the lineups and how to attack the site with the knives. And I think it's showing here as Clark University, they're able to get away with some very aggressive positioning on the defensive side.
Yeah, BCU now, they do have the advantages of the ults as the lockdown does go out, and they still have the Blade Storm and the Omen teleport ready to go. But look at this, Tony gets taken out by the Blade Storm thanks to the kill feed. And no players detained in the lockdown, as now you can see Milk forcing their way on towards this B site, able to find some limbs along the way. And now we're back even 3v3 as the spike will go down in the boatyard.
Briarcliff University playing this post plan. BCU Hariri in such an interesting position, potentially stalling that A main, but they're just going full in. Clark University going in. Freight picks up one. CU Fade picks up Hariri, and Fade picks up another under Freight. And now it's a 1v2. Briarcliff University, they've got to hold this. Milk gets one. Can he get the head tap? He's 38 HP. Both of these guys are 38. They're exactly mirrored. They're playing the exact same agent, and unfortunately, Milk comes out on top. 7-5 is the hero for Briarcliff University to propel them into the half with the lead. How insane was that? Same agent, same HP, same guns. That was a true 1v1, if anything.
Oh yeah, that was 100%, you know, the KO matchup that we wanted to see, and it was oh so clean. I mean, 38 health a pop, and it ended up being Milk to just find the shoulder of KO and just take the win again. Like I said, that's the beauty about Ascent, is that, you know, a lot of the trick plays, a lot of the plays in general, you know, have already been known, have been studied, have been countered. So at the end of the day, you get a lot of those gun skill challenges at the end of the day, and that's honestly where the little small gem of beauty comes out from this map, is just the pure gun skill that it takes to clutch up in some of these rounds.
Agreed. Is now Briarcliff heading in onto the defensive side here. 7-5. Clark University, let's see if they can do something. BCU, though, have got this bomb site on lockdown. They said you're not allowed in the market. It's closed. It's a Sunday. Sorry, it's a Friday. It's my day off. Clark University, though, able to actually finally muscle their way in onto the bomb site without, you know, too many of their members, though. Clark University, the KO is so low. Hariri, though, playing in spawn, able to get on. This guy's 1 HP. Fade, I don't even know if you can do this.
I don't know if they can do it either, but they can definitely try. I mean, Fade, the last player standing here, and Spike, not in their control. So right now, this is literally all BCU here. All they got to do is sneeze on Fade, and it's over. There you have it. Tony able to get the final limb in the 8th round win for BCU, and this is a great way to start the half, being able to take the pistol round, because need I mind you, it was Clark University that took the pistol round there in the first half.
BCU doing their studying, man. Like, they have just, that felt like they immediately read that opening pistol round. They were ready for the market push from Clark University. Somebody's been studying VOD, somebody's been looking at the demos, and it's been paying off. Briarcliff stuffed out that offensive onto the pistol round here, pulled themselves 8-5, and you have to believe they're going to pull themselves to a 9-5 lead after this one, as the eco comes out from Clark University. BCU has bought up pretty much all the SMGs. I think I saw one Marshall potentially on one of the members.
And you know what? I'm really starting to think that BCU is just a defensive team, all around. Like the way that they've been playing their games, it just seems like they perform a little bit better on the defense than they do on the offense. And even when they lost on Bind, you know, they did go for like a heavy defensive composition when they brought out the double Sentinel comp. So I think this team just likes playing offense, and you know, they know what they like. I mean, I'm sorry, they like playing defense, and they know what they like. So again, you know, I think that's really their strong suit, is here again on the defense. They're able to clean up there, getting 3 limbs, and now only 2 remain for the side of Clark.
Ooh, Clark University, they've got to try to make it at least somewhat expensive for Briarcliff. Only 1 member has gone down. 2 now, though. Ein picks up another. Soup picks up as well. And now it's a 2v2. It's a 2v1. Clark, I lied. They took offense. They said, you thought Briarcliff was going to go up 9-5. We're going to make it difficult. Head tap comes in. Tony, full HP, has 25 armor ready to go. Spectre in hand. They know exactly where he is. How can they play it? Both members on Clark super low. You sneeze and you kill him.
Now this is it right here. That was the big pick that they needed to get, was on that Omen. You just got to push this. He's wasting your time. What a round coming from Ein. The clutch from Clark University. Being able to secure a round that definitely should have went the way of BCU. What a round. Ein with ice in the veins, able to get the last headshot to clutch that round out. And now Clark University starting to pull this half back.
I lied. I apologize. I was not familiar with your game, Clark University. They pull out the 6-8 on the eco, and if you run and gun, well, you're a bum. And unfortunately, Briarcliff University, that's what they tried to do. They could not get the kills. Now, the set play coming in. Oh my god, Freight is just running at you, Kong, although he's completely ready. Konichi picks up one, Zerona picks up another, and now it's a 3v4. Clark University on the offensive have the numbers.
Yeah, they do. And you can see they're pushing their way onto A. This is going to be a free plant here, not much doing. And again, you know, for the side of BCU, unfortunately, they didn't really have a lot to start with here, but you can see they do have some Vandals in hand. Now Milk has the Marshall. And honestly, I've never really seen Milk use any sniper for that matter. So this, that's kind of went the way I expected, to be honest. I just haven't seen Milk use a lot of sniper rifles. But with that being said, you can see Konichi gets a 2 from Archway. And now poor Tony, again, just with a Marshall and a classic, tries to make a miracle happen, finds one, but gets dealt with by Ein. And there you have it. I mean, it's a round win, but like we say, it was an expensive win.
They paid in blood. They paid in a lot of blood here. Clark University 7-8, looking to get back into the lead here. And Briarcliff University, yeah, it's so funny because, like you said, like, oh, they like to play defense. They seem like a defensive-sided team, and they go ahead and lose 2 rounds, like an insane caster curse from both me and you, as I thought they would go up 9-5. But Clark University now into the rifle round for both of these teams here. Briarcliff, you've gotta get this win here. You cannot slip against Clark University because it feels like when they have a lead, it is so difficult to get back in.
I mean, one of my many nicknames is Captain Caster's Curse, so, you know, it comes with the territory. But BCU going to start out with 2 frags early, and Kong gets them back in kind. Gets the 2-for-2 trade, and now Hariri with another 2. Why are we just operating in 2s this round? What is happening?
2-2-2. It's not the 4-for-4, unfortunately, as Clark University Soup 1v3 right now. Not impossible, as they don't know where he is, but unfortunately, the bomb is down. He does have the ultimate available to try to pick it up, but I'm pretty sure he's more comfortable. If he gets 1 kill, then he's willing to ult onto the bomb here. I don't know how important it is for him to get that extra money, and as I say that, Freight peeks onto Soup, gets the kill, and now it's 9-7. The round that they were promised so long ago, Briarcliff University finally picks it up here, although Clark should have a couple guns saved in the bank here because they won so many rounds.
I mean, maybe. I mean, you can see at least 2 players are coming out with the Stinger. You got Soup with the Sheriff.
Got a couple rifles.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst buy I've ever seen, but it's definitely not a strong one either. But at the same time, we've seen Clark University do a lot more with a lot less. So again, if anybody can make something out of nothing, it's going to be Clark University. And let's see if they can pull it off, as it will be Freight to find the first frag. The blind goes out. Freight finds another, finds a third, looking for the fourth. Let them ace. Freight on a mission, looking for the ace, and there it goes. Freight with the second ace of the day.
What a beautiful one coming out. Just head tap after head tap after head tap. And yeah, look, Clark wasn't on the best buy, but they had some rifles to fight him back, as now the timeout comes in. Crucially so, it's 7-10. Double digits for BCU, a couple more rounds, and they pull off what is technically, I believe, an upset because they are the number 3 seed.
Oh, absolutely. And now it's time once again for more of the Shibby and Atsoka show. Welcome back, everybody. It's a timeout that we got. And again, we're going to keep it on with this theme of the spooky season. And I got to tell you right now, BCU looking awfully scary. Looking like a very scary team. Other than BCU, who do you think is definitely the scariest team here in the Midwest Esports Conference?
I think the easy answer obviously is ONU, but like I mentioned, I think that Miami team, I'm with you, man. They are severely, I think, underestimated. They obviously, like you said earlier today, took ONU to a 2-1. Could have gone either way, and they are that like lower bracket demon. So I think the easy answer is ONU. I think the better answer, though, is that Miami squad, and I think they might make a deep run, and we will see them once again here. Unfortunately, not much love to both Clark University and Briarcliff. I think both of them are playing like their expected seeds, right? they fall to 0-1U. They can kind of trade rounds with each other, trade games with each other in the number 2, number 3 seed. They're playing up to my expectation, but I think 0-1U has just looked so scary dominant that you have to always put them in conversation of who is the scariest team in the MEC.
Fair enough. I mean, I can't help but agree with you, but now here we are in round 18. BCU looking pretty strong, and again, it's somewhat of a broken bye coming from Clark University. We did get to see a Guardian, but again, not that bad. You know, I do like the Guardian. It's a fun weapon. As a matter of fact, I often like to say that the Guardian is just a semi-automatic Marshall.
Yeah, well, if the leaks are true, we're getting another sniper rifle, a semi-automatic Marshall.
I don't know
literally,
why.
we're getting a hey, you got to spice it up.
Called the Outlaw, isn't it?
I think it is actually called the Outlaw here, sticking in theme with whatever the Marshal, the Outlaw, the Sheriff, all these like one-tap weird weapons. As Konichi, Odin in hand, is just gonna wait out the smoke molly combo. And see, this is rough because if you are paying that post plant, he's just gonna spam you through all the walls. If you're holding, he's gonna wait for his team. Arrow comes in and Zerona's back onto that B main area, so they've got to watch that cross. But the rest of the gang is onto this B bomb site.
Yeah, and they're going to be going full in for this retake. As you can see, the lockdown does go out, but that does not stop BCU trying to force their way in here. And they are just trading back and forth as they finally get the player advantage in their favor. But Spike continuing to tick away. If they're not careful, they could run out of time. Only one player left. They go for the jump swing, and they will get gunned down by Konichi. Is there enough time? Yes, there is. That's going to be Briarcliff putting themselves on 11 rounds and putting themselves that much closer to match point.
Really nice retake from Briarcliff. I love the idea of just full sending it into the lockdown, right? Like, all right, screw it. That's not going to cover the whole thing. Personally, it was put in the back of site there near boat, and so it's not going to cover that main area near switch, near the B main area. So they push in, they mow down the numbers, and they say, you know what? We'll wait the lockdown out. We'll reassess. Oh, you've only got 2 members on the site. We're going to use our numbers advantage here. Briarcliff, 11-7 now, still very much in reach of Clark University, but that was one of their buy rounds, and you've got some rifles here. You've got knives. You've got a Guardian, I think, again, onto the hands of Soup. It's not the most full rifle buy, but it is the best you can muster up to make sure BCU doesn't hit that 12-round mark.
Yeah, and this is a great start already. Again, the null suppression, the KO ult is definitely one of my favorite ultimates. It clears sight. If you want to ever go for a take or a retake, and you bring that KO ult with you, you're probably going to end up taking the site as well. Trying to start things off. They do get the recon, get a little bit of intel, not going to be able to make much of it. They're just going to have to wait this ultimate out before they can come through with the retake. And look at Hariri. They're going to be making their way back over towards Tree. They're going to go for a pincer move here.
I like this. I like this, but look at all this stuff. Look at all this util being popped out. Kong picks up the kill on the Freight, and another CU Super as well picks up 2 with the Guardian. A turret, a second kill for the turret. MVP of the round.
Oh, I'm letting you know right now that turret can do a lot of work, and then, you know, I've said this time and time again. You know, keep in mind that, you know, I play in a much lower rank, but I've literally played a game where I got 3 turret kills in a single game. Like it's for real, dude. That little turret, you can't sleep on the turret. I mean, didn't they buff it or did they nerf it? I don't know what changes they made to it, but that little turret, you know, it's definitely had its moments throughout the longevity it has been involved in Valorant.
I mean, it's off the back of all of that util that was being spammed into him. The shock dart's got a massive amount of damage. On top of that, the turret's gonna nick you for a couple points of damage here and there. And so when you've got to go through it, once you're entering onto site where it's like you're 10 HP, 5 HP, yeah, that turret's gonna auto lock onto you. It's not super busted, but damn, if you're low HP, it's gonna guarantee the kill here. As Clark University do pick up that round, and they're gonna go right back in onto this A site here, and a little bit broken as only KO's realistically playing on the site behind Dice. Milk gonna throw the fragment grenade out, throws the flash. He's just trying to stall right now. Zorona's in on the site though. Are they gonna be able to suss him out during you know, on this generator, or are they just gonna let him be? They're gonna play the retake. Freight picks up a kill. Milk picks up 1. Konichi and Freight. Oh my god! They dismantle Clark in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they did not have the null command there. You know, the KO ultimate was not available for the side of Clark University, but I will tell you, it is now available for BCU on match point.
Oh yeah, a beautiful retake potential here. You've also got Tony with his ultimate, and crucially, if you check here, Hariri, 1 point away from the lockdown. If they play for an orb, if they get a kill or anything like that, this retake is easy peasy lemon squeezy at Soka.
No, it absolutely isn't. Honestly, I think the only easy retakes are on B site for both Lotus and Haven. You know, to me, those are the only easy retakes. Everything else, you know, it takes a little bit of extra oomph, a little extra sauce. So again, the fact that we saw BCU come through with such a solid stance on the defensive side, you know, it definitely makes sense. They don't want to be forced to come in with another retake there on the A site. Because now we're underway here in what possibly could be the last round, but Zerona able to sneak their way in and put an into the op, and now this is a clean take and a clean plant coming from Clark University as they will get a flawless victory.
Oh, that was very, very clean. It felt like Briarcliff almost kind of gave that to them a little bit. I don't know if they were sleeping on the wheel or they were just not really paying attention, as we see an Odin. Another op coming out, and pretty much rifles coming for across the board here. I think the smart thing to do is just give the bomb site. You've got lockdown. You've got the null command. You've got so many good retake opportunities. Don't risk it, right? You're 12-9. Just play the retake. You're fine. You're comfortable there.
Placing alarm bot.
Absolutely. And not only that, but they can also buy for time with those ults too. You know, if you come in with the null command or the lockdown, you're definitely going to deter anybody from pushing onto site. So if they could play clock, they can eventually even try and run the clock out. I mean, there's a lot of options with the utility they have, and they still have the Omen TP as well, just for a little flavor on top, you know, if they do need to call it out.
Yeah, I think it would be so smart of them to like maybe combo up both the null command plus Omen TP, right? Allow him to get back into a position where now they have to re-clear that, or they have to be cognizant of it. And you look, Clark University, time is ticking right now. It's a minute until they've got to get the plant down. Technically 56 seconds if you count that the bomb needs 4 seconds to plant here. And slowly but surely, Clark University are trying to make their way back up to A. They got some util out on the B bomb site. And right now, A is looking pretty weak. It's only 2 people here. Tony needs to get one, or he needs to get the hell out of Dodge. Oh,
yeah, it's definitely time to... Yeah, they got a GTFO. I mean, they don't turn around in time and fade with the flank, getting a mean limb. But honestly, Freight was just way too far pushed up with that op.
Yeah, he was trying to get a really crazy angle. Bombs down here. Konichi invests the drone as Rona gets the kill onto Milk. And uh-oh, Clark University. The way this round's looking, they're going to get up to 10 here. Briarcliff should have closed this out 2 rounds ago.
Yeah, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but you can see now I think they are going to go for the smart play. They're going to play for the long game, and they're going to save these weapons, because you got to keep in mind, they got rifles and they have an Odin in hand. And on their way out, Hariri gets gunned down. That's just another weapon that they don't have saved. They're trying to stay in spawn, and now Clark University, they're onto it. They're not going to allow them to save, at least not giving away for free. As the spray goes to the smoke, and now Fade gets the 2-piece, no save for BCU as the timeout does come, and now it is yet another time for the Shibby at Soka show, and here we are, still on match point, 12-10, Clark University definitely making their way to a phenomenal comeback here, and I got to tell you, now that we're in the Shibby at Soka show, now we get to kind of talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, I think Clark University stringing some heroic rounds together. It's so funny because they didn't turn it on until they realized, hey, it's match point. Wait a minute. It's 12, guys. It's 12 rounds. All right, we've got to turn up the afterburners. We've got to turn the NAS on. We've got to try our best to at least make it somewhat competitive. Mind you, it was like 12-7 at one point, right? Or 11-7, 12-7 at one point for BCU. And Clark University has just been stringing round after round after round, re-hitting the A bomb site. It's almost like Briarcliff is just like, there's no way they hit it again, right? There's no way. And so they rotate off. They don't hear anything. All right, we've got 3 on B, 2 on A. And oh, wait, they're back again here. Clark University The definition of madness at Soka is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Right now, Clark University, they haven't tiered towards that as they've gotten the same one every time, a round win onto the A bomb side. Do they do it again?
Well, let's get ready to find out as we are now underway here in round 23. And it is coming down to the wire. I expected no less between these two teams as they are making a sure go of it. And look at where they're positioned up at. They're just allowing Briarcliff to push up forward, and it looks like that they are. I mean, you literally have the Sova and the Jet playing peekaboo at the smoke there at the archway, and that's how they got punished in the last round. And, you know, like you had mentioned, if you don't learn from your mistakes, you know, Clark University, they're going to take advantage again.
5v5 still so far. 40 seconds have gone down. I think this is the first time that everybody has lived for this long. Usually somebody goes down within the first 40 seconds, but it is a 5v5. 55 seconds, 50 seconds now for Clark University. Try to hit a site. They're playing. They're toying with them. They're saying, finally, we're not going to go to A bomb site. We're now, after 3-4 rounds in a row of hitting it, after you stacking util and 3 members, we're going to go B. We're going to run all the way back, and I'm going to hit this bomb site. It's Konichi, and that's it. He's the only one that's playing on the site right now. Can he get one?
Yeah, all they really need is to get one, and now it looks like Konichi is going the wrong way here. This is dangerous. They've already taken a lot of damage. Look at the trades now being made. At least they were able to avoid the TP from Omen, but keep in mind, those 2 ults are still in play. You have the null command, and out it comes, as well as the lockdown and the Omen TP from BCU. This is the moment. This is where they have been saving these ults to use them for the retake. KO goes down. They could have went for the res. They could have went for the res on KO. Instead, they get gunned out. You've got to res your KO, especially after you get that pick. After you get that pick, it's a free res. Oh, no. That was an insane round. And again, just ironclad perseverance coming from Clark University.
They had the lockdown. They could have slowed it down. They could have just thrown the lockdown on and res, like you mentioned. Clark University would take advantage of BCU getting a little antsy, getting a little, you know, trigger happy, and they run into Hariri.
Yeah, now look who has the null command now. As the null command does come out, this time in the favor of Clark University, but this cheeky peek from Freight, able to find 2 limbs back-to-back, nearly putting an end to the jet from Clark as well. And I got to tell you, I can't believe that Briarcliff is doing this much better on a broken buy than they were on a full buy, but it's still not over. 3v2.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto Clark University's members here. Both of them are low. Can they do anything? Milk picks up another, and now, oh my god, off of what is a broken buy, Briarcliff, no weapons, no ultimates. Close it out, 13-11.
No weapons, no ultimates, no problem for BCU. That was insane, considering that they literally had everything at their disposal literally the previous round before the finisher, and they weren't able to finish. They weren't able to get the jobs done. But give them some Guardians in hand, yeah, you know what? They can make magic happen. But honestly, it was Freight. You got to give it to Freight. I mean, they literally just went for the jugular from the rip, and they called it. It was risky, but they made the right call. The fact that they were all stacked on B site after, you know, playing A, like you said, they were stacking A on the defense side from BCU time and time again. They said, you know what, this time I'm going to catch them off guard. I bet you any money they're going to be going towards that B site. And sure enough, they were stacked B main. Freight able to get the momentum back in their favor by getting those 2 early picks. And Freight, again, just literally made the best prediction throughout the entire series.
Yeah, what a call out, right? I mean, specifically, if you look just going in, dashing into Tile's area, picking up 2. Crucially, he killed the ulting KO, and now you got to debate, do I go for the res? Do I re-peek? And now they had that decision from Clark University trying to push on in. Milk ready, like you said, with the Guardian. I mean, trades after trades came in. Freight living there with 25 HP. Really crucial, super clutch, like you mentioned. A little dicey for Briarcliff University, but they actually come away with the 2-1 victory over Clark University in what is technically an upset since they were the number 3 seed going against the number 2 seed. you could change those around, right? Though that didn't really, number 2, number 3 seed, they were neck and neck, and I think we got a neck and neck battle from these guys, and really well played from Briarcliff. They move on to, I believe, what is the winners finals, and 2 daunting teams are down in the lower bracket. These demonic guys, both Miami and Clark University, will be shifted over to the lower bracket, and one of them will end up getting into that third, that I believe the lower finals, what is considered the lower finals, and potentially get another crack at the top, the number 1 winning championship best of 5 series.
And with that being said, we are going to be heading to a short break. We're not just done yet, as we will have an interview with what I am told from quite a few players from the side of Briarcliff. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with an interview from Briarcliff University right after this short break, right here on the Midwest Esports Conference.
Oh, hello and welcome back, everybody, for the winners interview here with Briarcliff University. We've got Konichi here joining us with a couple of the other members in the background here and there. We'll see them. Maybe they'll come in, maybe they won't, as we've got a couple of members here. And Konichi, generic question out of the way. How do you guys feel after that win? You were the number 3 seed going against the number 2 seed. Did that play any part of it? Did you guys feel underrated? What was it?
I feel good about that win. Definitely, because we lost them during the regular season. I definitely do feel a little bit underrated. I think that our team in general outplays a lot of these teams, and we definitely just play a better fundamental game than every team in the league. I think some of these teams can aim, and I think that's what they got on us sometimes. But in general, as a team, we play a lot better than every other team in the league.
Perfect.
All right, now you see, Konichi. I don't know if you remember our previous conversation before. I got to tell you, these are my favorite interviews here. And when you and I get to sit down and we get to talk about Deadlock, right? So I got to talk about it again. So I gotta tell you, this time Deadlock was looking a little lackluster there on Bind. What do you think happened there?
Personally, I feel like I played a decent game. I know my KD doesn't represent that. My goal is on Deadlock is to kind of use utility, get it out of the way. So it's more for early info and then swing. I mean, they were trading me a lot on defense. A lot I was getting traded, but on attack, I just feel like we weren't executing our game plan properly. I think we got in good spaces and weren't committal enough. And that's the big thing about Deadlock. If we can't get into sight, it's very hard because the Deadlock utility is great when you can place it aggressively on a choke to deny them retaking. But when you play off-site and you're kind of waiting for more and more, you don't get as much utility to go into their chokes, and it's very hard to actually get value out of the agent. I think, I definitely had a poor performance stats-wise, but I don't know. I think it worked in some ways, and we just didn't execute the game plan properly.
Yeah, I was very impressed defensively when you were throwing the nade net and you had like 2 people swinging with you.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, one of you guys gets traded out, but best case scenario, you catch everybody there. I think there was a couple of times, I believe, on the B long there where you were just throwing it near the teleporter and you had a really good setup. I also agree, like you said, with the idea of like getting her onto site, throwing your trips onto spots that they want to run to, obviously your barrier. So, love the Deadlock play. I really love you guys like bringing something new and bringing that flavor in. I do want to talk about just kind of, your crazy stat line on Haven. I'm going to ask you, do you guys think you're the best Haven team in the MEC?
Yeah, of course. There's no doubt. Utility-wise, we've shown it. Like, Clark is not a bad team in general. They played a lot of teams close and even played ONU decently close this season, and we absolutely destroyed them. There was no competition there. They had no chance. They got a pistol round and then 2 other rounds, I think, besides like the bonus round off the pistol. So, we dominated on them, and there was, they didn't look competitive, so.
Yeah,
and it was definitely. Don't get me wrong. It was definitely the strongest performance today. Was BCU on Haven, and I was even kind of warning every other team out there, like if you want to know how to play Haven, start taking notes. You got to watch BCU on Haven. But with that being said, I want to talk more about Ascent. Because on the desk, we got a little bit of a heated discussion, Shibby and I, talking about, Ascent, kind of one of the least favorite maps in the Valorant community. And, I kind of appreciate it for the competitiveness, but I got to ask, how does BCU feel about Ascent?
I like the map. I think it's very boring to scrim, but in matches, it's very, very fun. It's always a close game because the comps are always the same. I think, that runs into like, oh, there's not a lot of plays, blah, blah, blah. But it also kind of shows the better team. I mean, we played Red Bull this year and we lost Ascent to Clark. We lost 11-13 back then, and we flipped the scoreline. It's obviously shown our growth, but it's also just in general to me, like the better team always wins on Haven or Ascent. Sorry, they always win on Ascent.
Yeah, it seems like you guys did a lot of your review and demo work specifically. You guys were prepared for like their market play onto the pistol round. You seemed like you guys were prepared for a lot of how they like to set up and how they like to move in between. Is that you specifically as the IGL reviewing demos? Are you going over it with your coach? I feels like you were prepared for a lot of what Clark was bringing in, even into some of the later rounds. Like, is that just you just being studious?
Yeah, so we expected the bind pick from them. They've been picking it all year against us, and we've lost twice already to them this year. So I expected that bind pick. I expected them to ban our Haven, but they actually banned Lotus, so they let by our best map for some reason. And, obviously we took full advantage of that. And we accepted the Ascent because that's what we played them on Decider maps or just maps in general the whole year. So I kind of prepared for these 3 maps specifically and kind of banked on them running the exact same strats. And their defense is heavily focused on facilitating the aggressor, aka Zerona, the Jet. And I was kind of prepared for them to pick lanes and play slow on attack and wait for us to make mistakes. And that's why you saw a lot of very passive play in that game from us just not peeking. And we scrimmed up till this week knowing what they were trying to do and not trying to replicate that. And then our aggressive play always worked against them because we would play slow and then they wouldn't expect what we were actually trying to do. So, that last round on Ascent is the prime example. We conditioned them, even though we kind of threw some things out. We should have won earlier. We stacked ults, but we did condition them to the slow play, and then we hit them with the aggressive play, and they were caught off guard by it completely. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I got one last question for you and the rest of BCU if they want to answer. And again, I'm a big fan of Halloween. I love the spooky season, probably my favorite holiday. So I need to ask you this very, very important question. Jason Voorhees versus Michael Myers. Who takes it?
Man. Probably, I'd say Michael Myers, but that's up to you guys to really decide that. Come here, guys. You guys got questions? Here's Freight.
Oh, Freight.
Hello.
All right, Freight, look, we have a really important question here, and, we need your expertise to answer it. As someone who has laid waste and slain so many, who wins a fight between Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers? Who's the top slayer?
I think Michael.
Yeah. All right, we got 2 picks for Michael Myers over Jason Voorhees. Oh yeah, that's the freight train right there, baby.
I saw this pop up on stream and I was elated, bro.
Oh yeah, you are definitely the scariest person on the map whenever people are going up against BCU.
All right, so it's got to be Michael, mainly for the fact that you had to play like Michael Myers when you were playing Mario for 2 when you were younger, right? The game was so fun. The custom.
Yeah, exactly. See, Afternoon knows. Afternoon is my boy. He knows everything about MW2 and everything like that. But Ahsoka, I think we're done with questions. Do you have any other shout-outs, Freight, or Freight Train, a.k.a. Freight Train? You have anybody shout out?
BCU Milk is the GOAT. Also, I love my friend Gordon and all my family who've been watching all the matches.
Well, perfect. Thank you
They're
so
all over
much.
the chat.
Yeah, I bet they are. I see them in there. I see them in the chat when they're watching. Freight, thank you so much. Telkanichi, thank you as well. Obviously, Afternoon and the rest of the BCU gang for joining us after the interview. And congratulations on qualifying for the LAN. I hope to see a lot more of the Freight Train power coming in for Briarcliff University.
Thank you.
And that does it for both myself and Captain Ahsoka here as we wind down and we're done with the day for MEC Fall Valorant season. But join us same time, same place tomorrow as we get through some more playoffs action. I am your color caster, Shibby. You can find me on Twitter at ShibbyCast, TikTok Shibby, YouTube Shibby, everything Shibby. Ahsoka, where can we find you?
Well, I'm a big fan of the spookiness, so if you're into the spooky games, you can always find me on Twitch at Captain and Crew on Twitch. I'm the only one. Also, if you want to see me on Twitter, then, you can go down there. You can catch me on Twitter. You can follow me on Instagram, too, if you want, but I really don't post too much on Instagram. But still, yeah, you can get down with some of the spooky season shenanigans if you want. By all means, please check me out on Twitter and Twitch. But other than that, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. And a special shout out to Hyper behind the scenes, behind the glass, making us look good, making MEC look good, making Unified look good. Always, always pleasure working with him. And that's it from us at the Midwest Esports Conference. Remember, same time, same place tomorrow to catch more MEC Fall Valorant action.